everyone, my name is Shambhavi and welcome back to my channel Fun with Data Science. So today we are going to cover different topics. The first topic would be how to get started with Python, then would come the operators, followed by types of error, keywords and identifiers, data types, string slicing, string functions, list, tuple and dictionaries. So basically these all are the topics which we are going to today which we are going to cover today in our video. So basically firstly let's move with how to get started with Python. Let's know a little bit that who invented Python and how we should learn Python and what are the some important things which we should keep in mind with learning Python. So let's move forward and discuss the today's agenda for learning Python. So firstly we are going to see the father of Python, then when was Python invented, what is Python, features of Python. Now moving towards the father of Python, I have written that Guido van Rossum, he was born on 31st of January in 1956 and is a Dutch programmer best known as the creator of the Python programming language, for which he was the BDFL until he stepped out from the position in July 2018. So the main thing which you need to keep in mind here is that who is the father of Python. So basically the father of Python is Guido van Rossum. I guess that it's a little bit more darker. Let me erase and make it a little bit of thin size because it is covering the whole name. So it is written that the Guido van Rossum was the father of Python and he invented Python. I think this must be clear to you. Now moving next, what we are going to learn is that when was Python invented? I told you Python was created in the late 1980s and it was available to us in 1991, and the version of Python 2.0 which was released in 2000 and followed by many Python, and presently I guess 3.8 is running. Now what are the features of Python? Why we are dealing with Python, why we are learning Python? So basically the features of Python is that it is simple and easy to learn. Why simple and easy to learn? Because it has a very small syntax. All the things which are there in Python, they are covered. And like take an example for swapping two numbers. Have you ever seen a program for swapping two numbers in Python and in C or C++? There's a lot of difference between these two. We will discuss the swapping program in today's lecture only. I guess in operators or somewhere we will discuss that. Then we will see about that. After that, Python is a platform independent language. Then it is a very case sensitive language. It is a case sensitive language. We will verify these things in the topic types of errors which we will cover. And then it is an interpreted language, concise code, free and open source. So basically ignore one O here, it's mistaken. Okay, so basically concise code is written. Concise codes means a small code, a code which doesn't have too many lines. I mean do not have a many and a very long code. So that is the main meaning of concise code, and we will see this today in our lecture only. Now moving towards our topic, that is operators. So we are going to discuss the different types of operators and what are the different types of operators and what are the things that there are in. So basically types of operators. Now there are 7 types of operators: arithmetic, assignment, comparison, logical, bitwise, identity and membership. Remember these things and keep these things in mind that there are total 7 types of operators. Firstly we are going to see them in a theoretical way, and after that we will see that in a practical way. So for arithmetic operators, we have operators like plus, minus, multiplication, division, modulus, quotient, exponent. So basically these are the operators which are and which come under the arithmetic operators, and these all are the basic operators which you all must be familiar with. We all have studied this in our earlier classes. In addition, subtraction, multiplication we are already taught in our first, second classes, and nowadays the students are taught in their PG classes too about this. So these are the basic which we have already studied in our earlier classes. Need not to mention a lot about here. Now next we come with the just a second. Next we come with the assignment operators. So what are assignment operators? Assignment operators contains equal to, equal, plus equal to, minus equal to, multiplication equal to, divide equal to. So basically understand one thing here. Okay, I'm writing it here that if something is written like num and it is written like num plus equal to 1. So basically what does this expression means? So this expression which I have written is same as this expression that num is equal to num plus 1. Here one thing is written that argumented shortcut. So if you see somewhere num plus is equal to 1 written like this, so it means that num is equal to num plus 1. It is the short form to write this num is equal to num plus 1. Keep this thing in mind. And one more thing here, that you need to give a gap, like you need to write it num plus and equal to should be same. I mean that plus and equal between plus and equal there should be no gap, and these two should be with each other only. Do you understand that thing? Okay. So after that we have multiplication, division and all that things, and these all are written in the same way only. These are the shortcuts to write these. Okay. Okay, so these are the shortcuts. Fine. Now let's take a practical example for that. So what here I have written is that, just a second. Okay, so let's take an example for the operators. Now example for arithmetic operators. What I have taken here is a is equal to b and a is equal to 10, b is equal to 20. Done. And after that I have written a into b. Now let's run this and check out that are we okay. Just a second, let me write it. Oh, wait a minute. Print. Okay, so now let's run it and check that we have get the output as 200. So this is the arithmetic operator. As I have told you that arithmetic operators are the plus, minus, multiplication, division, modulus and all that things. So what I have done here is that I have taken a is equal to 10. I have given a value a which is 10 and I have given a value to b that is 20. After that I have taken another variable that's c and I have assigned a multiplication by b, and after that I have printed c. So here what the thing is going on is that we have to do c is equal to a multiplied by b. So whenever 10 is multiplied with 200, we always get an output as 200. So that is what the output we are getting here. So I hope you got the point that what are the arithmetic operators. Now let's change this and let's have our addition sign here, and now let's run this. So we will get the output as 30. It is a very simple thing we all must be knowing, but the main thing which I want to tell you here is that the use of the operators, that how do we use operators in Python programming language. So I hope this must be clear to you, and after that you can check all these things on your own, all the operators and other things. Now what we are going to say about the assignment operators. So as I have told you that here the assignment operators are plus equal to, minus equal to, multiply equal to, divide equal to, modulus equal to and all that. So here what I have done is that I have taken a variable named as a which is equal to 11, and after that a plus is equal to 1. Now I have told you earlier also that whenever you see that a plus is written, you need to understand that a plus is equal to a plus 1. Let me explain you with an example here. Just a second, let me take a pen color. Okay, so whenever you find written a plus is equal to 1, so what does this mean is that a is equal to a plus 1. As I have told you, it is a shortcut. Same here, whenever it is written a minus is equal to 1, so it means that a is equal to a minus 1, and it is followed by all the examples like for the multiplication, division, modulus and all that things. It is followed by all. So I hope you got the point that what is the shortcut to write this. Okay, keep this thing in mind, and don't ever forget to give and to disturb any space. I mean that you should not give any space between plus and equal to. If you do so, you will get an error. Okay, now let's move to the PyCharm IDE. Now what I have done, that I have written a is equal to 11. I have assigned the value 11 to a, and then a is equal to a plus 1 and then print a. Now let's check. We will get an output as 12. Okay, so it is here and it's the simplest thing. We all know all these things. So here we have seen the examples of arithmetic and assignment operators, that how these assignment operators work. Now let's change it to minus, and then again let's run the code, and now we get the output as 10. It's okay. Now I hope you got the idea for these two operators and what are these operators and how do we follow these operators. Fine. Okay, now let me again comment it out. And now let's move to the comparison operators. Now let's move to our slide. Okay, next, just a second. Let me close this. Okay, done. Now what are comparison operators? So comparison operators is that, as you are understanding with the name only, to compare anything. Now we have already learned about the less than signs, equal to, double equal to. So these are only known as the comparison operators. So now let's list them out. That double equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, greater than equal to, and less than or equal to. So basically these are the operators which are there in comparison operators. Now why are we learning these things? What is the use of these headings? So we should know that the operator which you are using is of which type. It is an arithmetic operator, bitwise operator, logical, comparison, or which type of operator you are using in your particular program. So the names, you should remember these names, and you should remember the thing that inside what type of operator which operators lie. Okay, so here we have read these operators equal to. Now let me give you an example that I have written two numbers. I have assigned two numbers. I have written a is equal to 2 and b is equal to 4. Now leave the condition, leave anything if else things. If in general mathematics I say that a is less than b. So yeah, what is this less than symbol? This is the comparison operator which we are studying here for the Python. Now, I have written this in the simple mathematical tool which we use mathematics, but when it comes to the programming, we use some conditions for if and else, elif conditions. So that are the secondary things. What I wanted to tell you is that the use of this operator, comparison operator. Now, here it is true that yes, 2 is less than 4. So yeah, we will get the output whatever we are going to enter here. So I hope you got the idea that what are comparison operators, and equal to when two numbers are equal. If I assign a is equal to 1 and b is also equal to 1. So when I will compare these two, so yeah, it will say yes, these two variables and these two numbers are equal. So they are equal. Okay. Not equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. Clear? Now it must be clear to you about the comparison operator. Now let's go to PyCharm IDE and see that what are the examples which we are going to see. So what I have done here is that I have taken a variable as p is equal to 70 and after that q is equal to 70. Now what I am going to do here is I have written, just a second, okay, I have written if p is equal to q, print these are equal, else print they are not equal. So what I am going to do here is that I have used this comparison operator equal to, which means that if p and q, I mean the numbers which we have stored in the variables p and q are equal, then print me and give me the output as these are equal. Otherwise, print me that they are not equal. Now, let's run this once and now we have the output that these are equal. And yeah, it is true that 70 is equal to 70. So, I hope you got the idea for the comparison operator. Now, let's change a value once. And what I have done here is that I have assigned the p value as same 70. And for q, I am assigning the value as 100. Now, I am here going to write if p is less than q, print. Okay, so let me change it here that print p is greater, or here I should write q is greater. Okay, and here what I will write is that p is greater. I hope you got that point, that if p is less than q, print q is greater, else print p is greater. Now let me run this and we will get output as q is greater, because here what we have done is that let me put it down a little bit. Okay, so what we have seen here is that p, we have given the value p as 70 and we have given the value to q as 100. Now, yeah, it is true that yes, 70 is less than 100. So we are getting the output here as print q is greater. And now if I change the symbol and if I do it like this, here we will get the output as p is greater. Now see it, just let me zoom it once a second. Okay, so I am getting here output as p is greater. I hope you got the point about the comparison operators, that what are comparison operators and how do we use them in our Python programming. Now next comes our logical operators. Next, just a second, let me close this. Okay, now we are here with the logical operators. Logical operators are or, and not operators. So basically, this or, and not, these three are the logical operators. And now let's move to result, that if x is false, then y else x. Okay, so here let me tell you that the or operator, which is here, it works like the multiplication. No, it is the addition operator. Add. Or means to add. Add means if we are using or if we are using or operator anywhere, it means if either of the conditions is true, it will go inside that loop and print whatever the output is there. And when we are using and, both the conditions should be true, otherwise it will not give us any of the output. Now let's read that whatever here is written in the notes for or, that y is executed only if x is false, else if x is true, x is result. Okay, leave this. This is all a little bit of mess up which is written here. Let's go to an example and check it out. So here, what I have told you is, remember this thing in mind, that or is the addition and and is the multiplication. Now let's what we are going to do here is that I have taken an variable a and assigned it as value of 10, and other I have taken a variable b and assigned it a value of 20. Now I have written here is that print a or b is a. I have used the symbol, and this symbol is basically for or operator. I hope this single dash line which you are seeing here is that the or operator which we use in Python. We do not write or and here. We use these operators. Now let's run this once and see what I have got in output is that a or b is 30. So this is the thing which I was telling you, that or operators behaves like an addition operator. I have told you that or is and. Let's go to that slide once more and see that. Okay, so I have already written that or is add. Okay, so or means to add two things. So here what we are doing is here that I have written a is equal to 10, b is equal to 20, print a or b is, and I have used the or symbol here. Now what I get the output is that a or b is 30. Now clear? So this is the use of or operator. And if I use and operator here, so what I have told you about the and, that it is a multiplication. Just a second, let me change this. Okay, let's take the and example forward afterwards. Here it will not give us the output because this is not right the syntax for using the and operator. Okay, now here what we are going to do is that, okay, I have told you about the or operators. Clear? Now here next go to our slide once more, and okay, now let's move forward and we are here to see the bitwise operators. So bitwise and, there are 6 types of bitwise operators: bitwise and, bitwise or, XOR, not, left shift and right shift. So let me check that have I taken an example for bitwise operator here or not, because we are going to cover this in a separate video. Okay, so I have not taken the example of bitwise because we are going to take a separate video for this, and because these are the something you can say important operators, so that's why only. Let me close this and let's move. Now here we are going to deal with the identity operators and membership operators. So what is an identity operator and membership operator? Now listen the things, there are very minor difference between these two operators. So in identity operator, the operator is and is not. Okay, and okay, let's first discuss about the identity. So description is that returns true if both variables are the same object. If x is y and x is not y. Let me tell you with an example that here we have taken x as a variable and assigned the value as 10. Now what next I have done is that I have assigned the value of x to z. Okay. Now let me remove this. Okay. Now what we are going to do is I have run and I had got the output as true. Now true why? Because x is equal to 10. Clear? I have assigned the value of x to z. So that means that z is also equal to 10. And after that I have printed that if I have printed that x is z. So yes, x is z because x and z both are the same components and both are having the same values. And I have used the equal sign here. So I have written x is z and I got the output as true. And yes, the condition is true. Okay. So this is the main thing. And now what I am going to do here is x is not z. Now let's run this and I have got the output as false. Why I have got the output as false? Why? Because we have seen earlier that I have assigned the value of z to x. Clear? I have done that. So in x also there is a value of 10 and in z also there is value of 10 and it is saying that x is not z. But this is false because x is z. Okay, so I hope this must be clear to you. Now pay a little bit more attention towards this because these are the little different and difficult operators to deal with. Now we have done the identity operator. Next, let's move on to the, okay, just a second. Let me comment this out. Okay, now let's move to the membership operators, which are the last of our operators. Then we will move to types of errors. Okay, so membership, let me close this. Now next we have the membership operator. So membership is that in and not in. In the identity we have studied is and is not, and in the membership we are going to see in and not in. Okay, so 5 in x, 5 not in x. So this are the membership operators and these are the examples. Now let's check it with an example that, okay, what I have written is that I have written x is equal to apple. I have assigned a string to x. Now what is the denotation of now what is the denotation that we have applied and we have sent a string to a variable. Now when we see that what is the string, now the thing which we see and we get to know that we have given a string is that the upper semicolons. Whenever anything is written in the semicolons, we deal it as an string, and whenever anything is not written in these semicolons, we deal it as an integer value, that is numbers. So if you write semicolons and inside that semicolons you write 6, so that will also act as an string. That's not the thing that inside you have written 6, so it will deal with a number. No, it's not like that. Anything, any symbol, anything, no, not the symbol, any number or any alphabets, any sentence you have written inside the strings, that are string. Okay, inside the semicolons, that are strings. Now what I have done is that I have assigned a string that is apple to x, and after that what I am printing is that print apple in x. So yes, we are running and we will get the output as true. Yeah, because apple is in x. We have assigned the value of x as apple. We have given the value, we have assigned the string x. As we have assigned the string apple to x, and in print statement we are writing apple in x. So it is saying that yeah, is apple is in x. So we are getting the output as true. And here if I write if just a second, not in x, then I will get the output as false because this condition is false, because we have assigned the value, we have assigned the string to x and it is saying that apple is not in x. So this is a false statement. Apple is in x, it is the true statement. So I hope you got a clear idea about the operators, that what are the different types of operators, and we have seen all the almost the examples, and the rest you need to try on your own. Okay, now next comes the topic of types of error. Let's move to our next slide for types of error, and here I will tell you that which types of error are there and how to deal with the simple types of errors. Just a second. Okay, so with let's see this with an program only. So what I am doing here, let me zoom it a little. Okay, so there are three types of error: logical, syntax, and runtime errors. So what are logical errors? So logical errors are a type of error in which your code will run and will not get an error in compiling, but will not get the desired output. So it is a type of error in which you have made some logic error. Like if you want to multiply two numbers, you are giving that a multiplied by b. So you want to multiply any two numbers, and in the code you have written a plus b. So you will not get any error there. It is not that you will see a syntax error or a runtime error or a logical error. It is not like that, but you will not get the desired output because you wanted a multiplication of these two numbers and you have given the addition of that two numbers. So I hope this must be clear to you about the logical errors, that these are the errors in which you will not get any type of error in compiling, but you will not get the desired output because of the wrong logic which you have used in your code. Now next comes the syntax error. Now syntax error, what are these errors? Are like missing punctuation error, missing a bracket, missing close parenthesis, etc. Syntax error. You all must be familiar that every language has its own syntax. C has its own, C++ has its own, Java, Python, every language has its own syntax. So here are some errors which happen due to syntax, that you are writing anything and you missed the semicolons, you missed a colon, you missed a sign, you missed a comma. So these all are the things which come under syntactical errors, and these errors are like missing punctuation error, missing brackets, and all that things. We are going to see all these things in our code only. First, let's have a difference between all the three. Now, our next and the last is runtime error. So these errors are such as dividing a number by 0, taking a square root of a negative number. So when you divide a number by 0, would you get any output? No. Why? Because it is an error. It is a runtime error. You have given something wrong here. You are going to take a square root of negative number. Will it work? No, it won't work because it is wrong. So these types of error come under the runtime error. So here, now I have differentiated between the three errors: logical, syntax, and runtime error. Now let's see that what are the things we are going to do here. Okay, so basically this is the PyCharm ID, and in PyCharm it is a very easy that if you have done any error, if you have done any mistake, it always shows this red line. So it is a little bit of benefit here, but what I'm trying to tell you here is that what are the basic errors which you face, and these are the very common errors which you can't rectify very easily. So what I have done here is that I have written a print statement coding for beginners in easy step. And now I have put one semicolon here and I have missed that semicolon. I have not closed the sentence. So this is a type of a error. So it will show you error. Let me run it. So you are getting a syntax error that end of line while scanning string literal. So basically it is saying that you have not entered a semicolon here. You have not closed the sentence using a semicolon. So as I have told you, it is a syntax error. Okay. So basically this was the syntax of writing this sentence and you have missed that. Now let me close it, and yeah, you will get the output as coding for beginners in easy step. Clear? Okay. Now we are going to see our next example. Let me first comment it out. Now here what I have done is that I have assigned the value 2 to A and assigned the value 4 to B. Okay. So now here I have used the if-else conditions in Python. We will discuss about the if-else in brief afterwards, in detail afterwards, but let me give you an example for the error here, that I have declared two variables here, that is A and B, and I have assigned the values 2 and 4. I have done the conditions: if A is greater than B, print A, else print B. Now in PyCharm you are seeing a red line here. It means you have missed something here and the main error is here only. So yeah, by the time I think you have rectified the error, that yes, you have missed a semicolon here. But let's run and check that which type of error we are getting. So once again we are getting a syntax error here. It is saying that invalid syntax, and after else it is showing a up arrow. So basically this is the thing that you have missed a semicolon here, because in Python there's a syntax that after if, else and elif conditions you need to put the semicolon, and it is same for the for and while loop also, that in after these all the loops and conditions you need to put a semicolon. It is compulsory and it is a syntax of Python. So I hope it must be clear to you by the time I am telling you the syntax also a little bit. So okay, we have rectified this error also. So try to keep all these little things in mind. Okay, next we are having, no, this is the correct I have. Okay, now next we have if 2 is equal to 3. Just a second. Okay, now I have taken a code that if 2 is equal to 3, print hello. Else if 2 is equal to 2, print goodbye. Now what's the error here? I have written in everything. I have written the semicolons too. No, not the semicolon, colon. I have written the colons after if and else condition. Now what's the error? Now the ones who would be reading C and C++, they would be a little bit familiar with the if and else if conditions. So in C we write, if we need to do nested if else, so we write if and after that else if, but it's not like that in Python. What in Python we use elif conditions. Instead of else if, we are going to use elif conditions in our Python, and basically it is a syntax one. Okay, so in Python we use, if we need to use nested if else conditions, we are here to use if and elif conditions, and after that elif, then after that if, and at the last we will do the closure with the else condition. So I hope this must be clear to you, and just a second, let me run and check that which type of error we are facing here. So again, yeah, I have told you that we are facing a syntax error, invalid syntax. So I hope this must be clear to you that this is a wrong syntax. In Python we use elif conditions. Now let's when we'll run, we will get the output as goodbye. Nothing to run here, it's only a simple one, and I'm telling you the types of errors which we face using Python here. Now next what I have taken is that, okay, so let's cover this afterwards. First let's cover this. Okay, this one. So I have taken two values here, x and y. Now I have taken the input from user. I wanted the user to input two values. Now in Python, what is the way to take take the input from user? Now the thing is that here we need to take a data type, that what type of number you want. Basically it is known as, you can say, data types. This float, okay, this float is a data type. Now let me cover this in the next video. No, not in the next video, afterwards, here only. But let's firstly take, and in Python if we want to take an input from a user, we use a data type here, that which type of thing you want from the user, what type of data you want. After that we write input, and then we write a sentence that enter a number. Okay, so this is the thing which I have done for the two variables x and y. Now I have written z is equal to x plus y by 2, and I am saying that print the average of two numbers. Let me comment this out. The thing which I wanted to tell here will be covered in this example only. So now I am running. I will run, or I have enter. Let me zoom it. It's giving me enter a number. I enter that 2.0. Okay. Now it is asking to enter the second number. I entered 4.0. So the average of two numbers you entered is 4.0, but no, it's wrong. The average for this must be 3.2, because 4 plus 2 is equal to 6 and 6 by 2 is 3. Now, why we have faced this error here? Why we have got a wrong output? Now, let me explain you in a one note only. Let's write that whatever we have written, z is equal to x plus y by 2. And let's take one more thing, z x plus y by 2. Now, you only tell me that what is the correct way to find an average of a number. This one, huh? Okay, so what's the problem in this one? The main problem which arises here is that when we are giving this, so what it is doing is that it is only like this. It is x plus y by 2 here. This 2 is not being divided by the whole. So the numbers which we have given that were the 2 and 4. So just a second. Let me erase it. Okay, so the numbers which we have given the output were 2, 4. So 2, 4. Now, if it is something like this, it will take the output, it will do the LCM, and what we will get is that 4 plus 4 by 2. Okay, so here is 8 by 2 and we will get the output as 4.0, which we were getting 4.0. Excuse me, 4.0, which we were getting there. So this is the main basic difference, and this is called the runtime error. No, not a runtime error, it is a logical error. Now we have made a mistake in the logical, and as I have told you the definition that whenever we make an error or a logic error, we don't get any error in compilation time. It doesn't show that you have missed a colon here, or you have missed a semicolon here, or you have missed a bracket here. It is not going to show this. It is going to do the operation and it is going to do the function which you have given. But it is wrong. Why? Because you have given the wrong logic here. You have not given the logic for an average. The logic for average is that you need to put these brackets inside x and y, and now what we will get is that 4 plus 2, and this is in brackets, so it understands that I had to divide this 2 with whole of these things. So what it gets that I have to add these 4 plus 2, these two numbers, that is 6, and now I have to divide it by 2, and now I will get the output as 3.0. I hope I made it clear to you what's the logical errors and how these logical errors combine. Okay, now I have inserted the brackets, and let me run once more. Enter a number. I am entering the same numbers. Let me do 2.0. Then next is 4.0, and now I will get the output as 3. So I hope you got the point about the types of error, that what are the types of errors and what are the things which we need to keep in mind when we are writing any code, and what are the simple and the easy errors which we can face in our program. And these are the errors which we are not going to get very easily. Like we do not rectify these errors very easily, because we always go and search in a code that what I have made an error, I have written any variable wrong, or all that things. But no, these are the simple errors. You miss a colon, you miss a bracket, and you miss semicolons and all that things. So keep these things in mind. Now next we are moving with the keywords and identifiers. That what are keywords and identifiers. So for that, let's move to our presentation for keywords and identifiers. Next we are dealing that what are keywords. So there are total 33 keywords in Python. So keywords are the built-in functions. So keywords are already there. We need not to define any keyword. They are reserved words. You can say a definition for keyword is that these are the reserved words. Okay, so there are total 33 keywords in Python, and except true, false, and none. All other keywords in lowercase. So what I mean to say here is that in the keywords true, false, and none, the first letter of all these three keywords are capital. And except these three keywords, all the other keywords which are there, they all are having small alphabets only. That is, the first alphabet is also small. So only these are the three keywords which have the capital letters in their first. Okay. Now I have told you about the keywords. Let's move and see the whole 33 keywords. So these are the total 33 keywords which we are going to see, and we are not going to see all 33 keywords in a single video. We will see time by time that whatever we are going to code and whatever the programs are there, I will tell you time by time. So let's see that here false, in false the F is capital, in none N is capital, and in true T is capital, and other than that you will not find any of the keywords which are having their first letters as capital. So basically this is the thing which I wanted to tell you, that false, none, and true, these are the three keywords which have their first letter as capital, and other than there are many keywords like break, continue. Class is also a keyword. Def is used for the functions. Del is used to delete anything. We have discussed about the elif and else things presently only. I have told you about the for. We have discussed if, while, and all these are the keywords which we will see in our further videos with the time. Next, we are moving to the identifiers. Now, what are identifiers? So basically, identifiers are the name given to entities like class, function, variables, which helps to differentiate one entity from another. You have seen in the examples that I have written there that x is equal to some value, y is equal to some value. So what were that x and y? These are only the identifiers. Identifiers we make variables, and that are the identifiers. Now let's take, there are some rules to write an identifier. So the first rule is that identifier can't start with a digit. You can't write an identifier like 0 or 0x. No, this would be wrong. It would give an error. It is wrong. Okay. Can be of any length. Yeah. You can write an identifier of a one number, or you can take it to 100 alphabets. It's totally on you that you can take any length of the identifier. Next, keywords cannot be used. It is a very main and important rule for an identifier that you can't use keywords as an identifier. Why? Because keywords are the reserved words, and identifiers, we write identifiers. Identifiers are the variables which we use to store a value, which we use to initialize a value. So that's the reason we can't use keywords, cannot be used as an identifier. If you anywhere write true is equal to 1, it will show an error. Why? Because keywords are because true is a keyword, and we can't even use a keyword as an identifier. Keep this thing in mind. Now next is that special symbols are not allowed. Now what are the special symbols? Special symbols like at the rate, dollar, and star. These all are the special symbols, and these special symbols are not allowed for an identifier to declare a identifier. Okay. So now next is can be combination. Yeah, we can combine, like we can write it as 1 underscore 2. So yes, it can be a combination of two words, and we can use the underscore. Only the underscore is a special symbol which we can use in an identifier. Clear? Next, move to the next slide, and I have taken some examples for you also. Now, example for keyword. Okay, so here def is a keyword, as I have already told you that def is a keyword which is used to define a function. And what I have done here is that I have used add. Print is a keyword. Yeah, print is a keyword because it is a reserved word, and we use print for we use print for printing anything. Like you have already seen in the examples which we were discussing. We are writing print, and in that brackets we are writing the statements which we want to print. So it is used to give the output. You can say it as it is used to give the output. After that, here while is the condition, and it is the keyword. Clear? Now let me close it. Now next we have the valid and invalid identifiers. Okay. So now let me tell you what are the valid identifiers. Now as I have told you, it can be a combination. So here it is a combination AB, then 10, and then C. Okay, it is right. What I have told you is that we can't start an identifier with a number, but we can insert it between two alphabets. It would be okay. It would be totally fine. It would not show any error. What I have said is that we can't use a number in the starting for an identifier. Clear? So this 99 is not valid, but this is valid. After that, I have already told that we can use an underscore for inside a variable to declare the identifiers, and underscore is only the one special symbol which we can use in our identifier. So ABC underscore is totally fine. Only underscore is also fine, and we can even use the underscore in the starting also. It is also fine. After that, what's the error here? We can't use a number. Clear? Then here the symbols. I have already told that we can't use any special symbol here, but plus is a special symbol, so it is not valid. And for, what is for? For is a keyword, and as mentioned earlier that for is a keyword, and keywords can be used as an identifiers. So these are the difference between the valid and invalid identifiers, that what are the valid and what are invalid. Now let's move to the practical for this. Here what I have done is that, let me tell you, okay. These are the keywords and identifiers. Fine. So def, I have made a function name as my function a comma b, and I have passed two values inside a comma b. Okay. Now I have taken another variable which is equal to c, and the c is what? Identifier. This def is keyword. C is equal to a plus b. Print c, and in my function I have passed two values 10, 20. Yeah, so this is fine. We will get the output as 30. But here what I want to tell you is the use of the keyword. Here the keyword which we have used is def. Fine. Next example, I have used the keyword while here, if here, continue. So these are the three keywords which we have used in this program. Now see one thing here, that I have used this operation here, that a plus is equal to 1. So we have seen this thing in operators. So try to do like this, that whenever you see a code, try to remember that what are the things which I know here and where I have learned that things, what is the name of this operator and all that thing. So it would be like you will get programming very easily also. Now next, if we have used if here. It is clear if is a keyword I have told you. I is an identifier, that is the variable which I was saying. Here in if else conditions, then what goes next here is that, okay, so this one is the nice example which I want to tell you, that here we have used the underscore z is equal to 10. Now let me comment the above things once a second. Okay, just a second. Okay, now here I have used the underscore here. So what I want to tell you here is that we can use underscore in the declaration of any identifier, that is a variable. So underscore z is equal to 10, and then print underscore z. It will not show error. It will give the output as 10. So because this is a valid identifier, we can use underscore. I have already mentioned it. Now this p and q, it will also not show any error, because between p and q we have used the underscore. Underscore is a valid identifier. Then here I have used my var is equal to subscribe fun with data science. So this my var will also work. I have told you that it can be a combination of two. Clear? Next, what I have done here is that my var, var1, var2. Okay, now all these things are okay here. Now these are the example which I have told there, and I have written the reason that why these are not the identifier. We cannot use it. These are the invalid identifiers. Now the first example is of 99. So for 99 I have written identifier cannot be only digits. I have told you this thing. The next 9 ABC identifier cannot start with numbers. Then x plus y, the only special character allowed is an underscore, and here we have used the special symbol as addition sign, and addition signs is an special symbol, and it is strictly prohibited that no special symbol other than underscore is used in an identifier, and for it's a reserved keyword. So I hope I made this thing clear to you about what is keywords and identifiers, and what are invalid and valid keywords and identifiers. Now let's go and search on Google. Try to write some valid identifiers, try to write some invalid identifiers, try to study more rules about it. Okay, now next what comes is the data types. Now we have a very interesting topic here about the data types, and let me see that where is the data type slide. Okay, this one. So now we are going to learn data type and typecasting. First, what are data types? So data types are the variables can hold values, and values have data types. Okay, so let me tell you, like I have written x is equal to 10. It is a variable, right? Yes, it is a variable, and this variable x is holding a value that is 10. Okay, so this 10 is the data type. Now what is a data type? Data type, you can understand it from its name only, that any data which is having its type, like this 10 is a number. So in Python we call it as an integer. So we have given x is a variable and 10 is a data type of integer. It is an integer data type. Clear? If I have written here is that 10.0. So this would be a float because I have used a decimal sign, decimal here. So whenever we use any decimal thing, it's called a float, and whenever we write a simple number without using any decimal, it is called an integer. Let me write it here int, and here write a float. I hope I had made it clear to you. Now here comes the Python data types. This is numeric, dictionary, boolean, set, and sequence type. In numeric, there are three types: integer, complex number, and float. And sequence type, there is string, list, and tuple. Okay. Here are some examples that name for the data types are list, dictionary, sets, integer, float, long, string, tuple. I'm saying it once more. If you want to note it down, you can note. It's the important thing. Anyone can ask you that what are the different data types? List them. So what will you do there? You need to list all of the data types. So I'm repeating it once more. List, dictionary, sets, integer, float, long, string, and tuple. These are the data types. Okay. Let's move to the next slide for the examples. Now we have done the data types. Now what is a typecasting? Typecasting means conversion of one data to another type. It seems something tricky like now that wow, conversion of one data type to another. Yes, we can convert one data type to another data type. Like assume we have written a x is equal to 10 and we want to convert it into float. Can we? Let's see it in the further slides that can we do this. So basically there are two types of typecasting, that is implicit typecasting and explicit typecasting. Now let me tell you the definitions for these and with the examples. What is implicit type conversion? So the type of conversion in which the data type is converted to another automatically. Now it is a type of conversion in which we need not to mention that we need to convert this data type into this data type. Okay. So it is a type of conversion in which the data type is converted to other automatically. Let's take an example. I have written num int, num flow. Okay. Now see here, what is I have written is that num underscore int. It is an valid identifier. You must be wondering that we are sending implicit type conversion and I am telling you about the identifiers. No, it's not the thing. Whenever I have already said you, whenever we write a code, we see a code anywhere, we need to identify what are the things we are seeing here, what are things which we have learned here. You need to recall all that things. So I have told you about the identifiers, I had told you about the data types. So only these things are covered here. Nothing new is covered here. I had told you about the print statement. I had told you about the operator, that is addition operator. So only these things are here. So try to recall all these things from this example only that I have written here is that num int and I have assigned the value as an integer value, that is 1, 2, 3. After that what I have done is that I have taken another identifier and I have written num underscore flow. So basically it is 1.23. 1.23 is a float value, 123 is an integer value. I have presently told you, and if you don't remember, try to listen the things more clearly and more accurately. Don't keep your mind here and there and focus on here only. After that, num new, I have made another identifier num new, and what I am doing here is that I am adding these two numbers, that num int plus num flow. Now what the next, that print data type of num int, type num int, print data type of num flow, type num flow, print value of num new, that is num new, and print data type of num new, type num new. Okay, so what I am getting here as an output for this code is that data type of num integer is class integer. I had already told you that num integer, the value is okay. Let me do a little bit thing here. Let me erase all these things and let me make the marker a little bit more thinner because this would once more create a very much mess up here. Okay. So what I have done here is that data type of num int. Clear? So the data type for num int, I have told you that num integer is I have told you that num int, here we have inserted okay, just a second. Let me take a pen. I am a little bit, like little bit here and there. Okay, now let's focus here. Num int is equal to 1, 2, 3. I have told you that 1, 2, 3 is an integer value. Clear? and 1.23 is a float value. And now what we are doing is that when I am printing the data type for these two things, num int and num float. So for data type of num int, I am getting the integer data type, and for the num float, I am getting the float integer type, float data type. So I hope you got the thing that how to print the data type. Okay. So next what I have done here is that we have made a new variable, that is identifier, obviously num new, and we have added 1 2 3 and 1 2 3, and what the output we are getting is 124.23, and the data type is class float. Okay, now what's done here? Why I am not getting the data type as integer here? I have added integer plus float. But why I am not getting the output and the data type of this final num new here as integer? I am getting as float. Why? Now here comes the role of the highest and the lowest ranks. Let me explain you this by this chart, that this chart is from the lowest to the highest ranks. So the lowest rank is of the char short int, then int, unsigned int, long int, unsigned long int, float, double, long double. Now int comes to the second number, clear, and float comes to the eighth number. No, not 1 2 3 4 5 6, sixth number. So out of let's take it as a 8. Out of 8, integer comes on the second and float comes on the sixth. So which is higher? 6 one, among 8, the 6 one is higher. So we will get the type of the highest data type which is mentioned in this list, with the lowest to highest rank. If there would be any data type which we have taken as double and long double, then what we will get the long double as the final data type, because long double has the highest rank among all the data types which are present here. I hope you got that point, that it depends on the lowest to highest rank for the implicit type conversion, that you here when we add two things, integer or float, we will get the final output and final data type as the float because of the highest to the lowest ranks. I made it clear to you. Now next let's move to the explicit type conversion, and here it is. Okay, so explicit type conversion. Now what's here in this? In this type of conversion, user has to convert the data type from one to another. Now it is like this, that we need to convert this on our own. In the implicit one, it was converting on its own from seeing the lowest to highest ranks, that which data type has the lowest and which data type has the highest rank. The data type which would having the highest rank, the whole final output which would be of that data type. But in explicit type conversions, we need to convert a data type from one to another on our own. So when we need to convert anything on our own, there should be a syntax which we need to follow, and the syntax for explicit type conversion is that we need to write the required data type, and after that we need to write the expression inside that data type. Now let's take an example. Num integer. Identifier, I had told you this is 1 2 3 is an integer data type. 4 5 6. Now I hope this must be visible to you, or I can't zoom it, but let me write it here, that here it is written that num str is equal to 4 5 6. Now previously in this video only I have told you that if anything is written inside the semicolons, it is always treated as an string. Remember these small things, small tricks in your mind, otherwise it would create a lot of mess and a lot of error afterwards. But keep this in mind, that if anything is written inside the semicolons, it is always deal as a string. Clear? Inside whatever it is written, that doesn't matter anyway. Inside it is written apple, inside it is written Shambhavi, or inside it is written 4 5 6. These things do not matter. What the things matter is that we have inserted a semicolon, and we have written that thing inside this semicolon. Fine? Clear? Now this is a string. After that what I have written is that print data type of num int, type num int. I have entered the type for this, and data type of num str before typecasting, and I have written num str. So what I am going to do here is that I am typecasting this num_str into the integer format. Okay, so this I have done. Now, if I want to convert this num_str into integer format, what I will do here is that I will write num_str. Okay, let me write in one note. It would be a little bit more fine. Just a second. Let me move a little down, a little more down. And let me take a different color. We have been writing since a long time from the same color. So what I have written here is that if I want to typecast num_str into integer type, what I will do here is that just a second, hold on. Okay, oh, why it's not moving down? Okay, fine, a little more down. If I want to typecast this num_str into integer type, what I will do here is that I will write num_str, that name, and I will write the integer data type, and inside that I will write num_str. So I hope this must be clear to you, and this is the what syntax we have already written we have seen that here we have written the required data type, and here we have written the expression which we want to typecast. Clear? So this is the format of typecasting one data type to another. Clear? Now let's move to that image once more. And I have written it here num_str int num. I have typecasted that, and then I have written that print the data type, and all these are the things which you have already seen. But the main thing was to tell you about the explicit type conversion. Okay, so that how we do the type conversions. Now let's move to a PyCharm IDE. Data types. Just a second. Okay. Now here, let me do this. Fine. So now recall and tell with me without printing that what is the print type of 1, 2, 3? What would be the output? So the type would be integer. Okay, so let me run class integer. Clear? Next, what will the type for this? Print type or bracket may hello world. So basically this is a string, so it would be of a class str. Clear? Class str. Now x is equal to true and print type x. So this would be a type of bool. Now let me tell you about bool, that true and false are the boolean expressions. You heard that right? Boolean expressions. So true and false, whenever we write true and false and print their type, it will come always bool, because these are the boolean expressions and it belongs to bool. Okay, so we have done this here. We have seen some data types, and I hope now it must be in your mind that what are data types and what are the things and how do we check data types, what kind of data types are there. Okay, so if anyone gives you a number and says that tell me what is this data type, I hope you might be able to tell that okay, this is this data type, this is this data type. Okay, now we are going to see the explicit type conversion, which I have mentioned there also. What I have done here is that I have given the value of a is equal to 1, b is equal to 10. Now the ones who would be seeing this video very constantly and I can say that very attentively, they must recognize that this is I string. This is the thing which I am repeating since starting of my video, that if anything is written inside these semicolons, it is treated as a string. Now keep this thing in your mind. Now I will not repeat this thing second time. Understood? Okay. So integer, data type, integer, data type is string, a and b identifiers, yeah, variables. Now if we print the type of a, you all must know it would be integer. If I print the data type of b, it would be a string. Now what I am doing here is that I am doing a typecasting. This step, b is equal to int of b. This is basically typecasting. Now what I am doing here is that I am typecasting the b, that is a string, into an integer. So for that I need to write b, that is the variable which was there. Then the required data type, that in which data type you want to convert it. I want to convert it into integer. I have written that, and after that in bracket I have written b, that is 10. After that we will do the sum, because listen one thing. We can't add a number and a string. Is it possible anyway? No, it's not possible. Okay. So if we want the sum of A and B, firstly we need to typecast B into integer values. We can add integer and integer. Understood? But we can't add integer and a string. A string, if inside the string it is written 10 also, inside the string it is written number also, then also we can't add that, because whenever the semicolons come, the thing inside the semicolon turn to be an string. We don't care that what inside the semicolons is written, number written, string written, alphabet written, it doesn't matter. The thing which comes inside the semicolons is the string. Now we have typecasted B, and after that what I have written, that sum is equal to A plus B, and then print sum. Now let's print the sum, and we will get the sum as 11. Clear? Now this is the thing, that when we have printed the type of A, it is integer, type of B, it is a string, and the final output which we have done is the 11. Clear? Now I hope this must be clear to you, and when I run the print type of sum, it would be integer. Clear? This is getting as integer because we have typecasted the string thing into the integer. I hope it must be clear to you that what are data types and how are we going to deal with the operators, types of error, keywords and identifiers, and data types. I have told all these things with a very detailed one, and I don't think that anything is left inside these four. Now what's the come here is your role. You need to practice this more and more as much as you can. You can explore data types, you can print the type of different things. You can see that you can do implicit, explicit type conversions. You can perform all the operations, all the operators and the operands. Now one thing more is here in operators. Let me tell you that whenever we add two things, like I have added A and B, so their A and B acts as the operands, and this plus sign is the operator. So whenever we add something, or the symbol which we are using with the two variables or with the two things which are there, they are called as operators in the programming language, operands in the programming language. Here A and B are the operands, and this plus sign is the operator. Clear? Okay. So this is the thing, and then we have discussed operators, types of errors. After that we have discussed the keywords and identifiers, what are valid identifiers, what are invalid identifiers, and its rules, and then we have discussed about the data types. So I hope this all things must be clear to you. You can go and try them out, have a discussion, Google that, search on that, and that's all. So this is all for this video. Till then, thank you and bye bye. Basically, so let me tell you firstly that what is string slicing. So string slicing is obtaining a substring from a string. Let's say you have a string that is in which it is written Shambhavi is a good girl. Now we have to obtain some a small string from this larger string. You can say a substring, like I want to only obtain Shambhavi here. So basically the obtaining of this method is called string slicing. Now one more important point is there, that string slicing starts with the first index and ends at the last index. Now let's say in this program I have taken a variable slash identifier that is my str, and I have separated it with using an underscore. So as I had already told you the rules for identifiers, this is a rule that underscore is used. We can use underscore in the identifiers, and not any other special symbol are used in naming an identifier. So what I have used here is that my underscore string, and I have stored a string that is Shambhavi is a good girl inside this variable. So in the last video only I had told you that whenever you see these semicolons and inside that you see any string or any number, all that things are always treated as a string. So next, if I want to print the length of my string, if I want to see that what is the length of my string, so for that there is a function which is called as len. So for finding the length of my string which I have mentioned here is that my str. So for finding that, we use print, and in bracket we use the function that is len function. So I wrote print len and in bracket the name of my variable. So I wrote print len my str. Now when I will run my program, so just hold on a second. Okay. So when I'm running it, I'm getting an output as 24. So this tells me that the length of your string is 24. Clear? Now, if I want to obtain a substring from this string, so what's the method? So now here what comes is the string slicing. So let's take an example here. Let's say I have taken my name Shambhavi, and now I want to, there we have done an operation that is 1:9. We have written this. So what does this mean? This 1 is the beginning one. So it is telling that you need to begin this string from 1 and you need to end this string at 9. Now here in our string, in a string slicing, these characters, these alphabets are ordered from 0th index. So the index for S is 0, for H is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. So basically this is the whole procedure of indexing in string slicing. Now here the index starts from 0. So whenever it is saying that like it is written from 1:9. So what is 1 here? 1 is the H thing. We don't see the numbers. In string slicing, the thing that matters is the index number. All the thing in string slicing goes and gives the output through the indexing. So this one is the positive indexing which I have done here. There is a one negative indexing also. We will discuss this thing later on. So here what I told you is that the index starts from 0 and goes up to the length. So here my first beginning, that it is saying that you need to begin and give the string from the first index. So in my first index, H is stored. So first word in my output, I would get it as H. Now it is saying that go on to 9. So it will go till here, this one. This is n minus 1. So here 9 minus 1, that is 8. So it will go on to here and we will get the output like H, A, M, B, H, A, V, I. It will miss the H because S will not be printed here because we have started the indexing from first index, not from the 0th index. If we would write here it as like 0:9. So basically now it would print our whole name, my whole name, that is Shambhavi. So I hope I made it clear to you that what is indexing and what is the rule for slicing here. This is the first, like anything is written like this. So this one is the starting index, starting. And this 9 thing is the ending. It is telling you that you need to end and print your string till this index. Clear? Now let's move to a PyCharm IDE, and so here I had written print my str and in bracket I have written 1:9. Now when I am going to, just hold on a second, when I am going to run it, I will get the output which I have written there only HAM BHAVI. So you saw here that when I had written that it will go from 1:9, I had already told you that your output will be HAM BHAVI. So I hope I made this thing clear to you about the indexing and about how to get the outputs and how to do the slicing. Now let's take another example for it. Now here I had told you how to print the length of your string, how to check that. Second comes here is that I had here only told you that if we start from 0 to 9. So if we start from 0 to 9, we will get my whole name, that is Shambhavi, because the S points to the 0th index and here we are starting from the 0th index. Clear? Okay. Now next what comes here is that if I do print my str 0:24. Now if you are listening the lecture very carefully, you must have recognized that what is 24 here. So basically this 24 is the whole length of my str. In starting, the first function which I performed in this string was print and in bracket length, then my str. So basically what does this means is that when I am printing the length of my string, its whole length is 24, and when I am doing this function, that 0 is to 24. So I'm starting from the 0th index and going till the last index of my string. So basically it will print my whole string that Shambhavi is a good girl. So let's run it once and check this out. Let me comment the earlier one. Okay, now I'm running it and the output which I got is Shambhavi is a good girl. So as I have told you, that 0th is the starting index for a string slicing, and other than that you can here use any of the numbers. Clear? Okay. So now our next thing is that what I had done here is that I had written print my str0 is to 65. Now my whole string length was 24. Clear? Now if I write 0 is to 65, so will it show error or not? Because 65 is a very larger number and my string does not contain this much of characters in it. My string last index is 24, so it will go till there only. But here what I have mentioned is that 0 is to 65. The string length I have mentioned here is 65. So basically it will not show any error. It will just print the string that is there, that is Shambhavi is a good girl, and after that it will leave the spaces blank because my string is of 24 length and I have given the index here as 65. So it will print my string whatever is there, and after that it will finish the output. So let's run it and check that out. Let me run. Okay. So basically what I have printed here is that Shambhavi is a good girl. So I hope I made this thing clear to you that how to do this. Now next comes here is that, okay, just a second. Okay, now next comes here is that 0 is to 9 is to 2. Let me go to my OneNote only. So let me change the color, then I can explain you more easily. So I'm writing here 0 is to 9. First let's understand about 1. So clear. So in the starting only I have explained to you about 0 and 9. So if you are listening to the lecture very carefully, you will be able to guess that what will be its output. So the output will be Shambhavi here. For 0 to 9, the output will be Shambhavi. Now, what is this 1 here? Why has this come and will it do any change in our this output or not? So basically this one, the thing which we mentioned after this colon, this one is the starting, this one is the ending, and this one is the skip this much of characters. So basically if I enter 1 here, so it means that you need not to skip any of the character and print the string like this only, that in our 0 is to 9 Shambhavi will be stored. Let me write it here. Shambhavi. Okay, so till 0 is to 9 the Shambhavi will be stored. And this one, it means that you need to skip one character, and here this one is something that which does not skip your any of the character. If you will write 2 here instead of 1, if you will write 2 here, so now it will skip your 1 character, and now if you will print 0 is to 9 is to 2, so the what output will you get here is that S A B A I. So SABAI, you will get the output here as this. Now let me explain you this thing once more. Let's move to above where we have done this. And let's say I am writing here 0 is to 9 is to 2. This 2 means that the number which you mention here, it means that you need to skip character likewise here. So the in the starting of the index, if we do not mention anything here, so that means you need to start your counting from 0. And if we do not mention anything this inside this 2 or we write 1 here, so it means that you need not to skip any of the character and print the whole string as it is given. But if you are printing 2 here, so it means that you need to skip this character, skip each only one character after every letter. Now let me show you how. So from 0 to 9, you all must be agreeing that our output will be whole Shambhavi, my name. Now after that, if I want to uh, skip one character here because of this 2, so what output will I get is that after skipping H, I will get A. Then I will skip M and I will get B. Then I will skip H and I will get A. And after that I will skip V and I will get I. So what output will I get here is that S, A, B, A, I. This will be our output. So I think I made it clear to you that if you are writing 1 here, so that means you need not to skip any of the characters and print the beginning and the ending of the string like the same only. But if you are adding 2 or 3 or 4 here, so it means that you need to skip n-1 character. So here if you are writing 2, so you write 2 minus 1 and 2 minus 1 is 1. So you need to skip one character here. Okay, so I think I made it clear to you, and now let's run it for 1 and 2 both. Let's firstly run it for 1, and after I wrote 1 and run it, I got the output here as Shambhavi. Now if I make it 2 and now I run it, so I got the output as SE, just hold on a second, SABAI, and this was the same output which we find out here after doing our calculation and after doing our result, SABAI. So I hope I made all the things clear to you about the slicing. Now next comes here, let me comment it. Now here I told you that if you do not mention anything in this, the starting of the index, let's say you did not write, okay, let me take this a little bit more down. Okay, let me change the color also. Okay, fine. So I told you that if you don't write anything here and simply you write any length here, so basically what it will mean that it will automatically take the starting index as 0. Okay, and now after that it will print whole your string, that is Shambhavi is a good girl. It will take this string and consider this index as blank space as 0 and it will print your whole string. Clear? So here let me run it, and the output which we will get is Shambhavi is a good girl. Now after this, I hope I made this clear to you that if you're not writing anything here, so it will automatically take 0. So this is also the same example. Here what I have done is that I had taken colon, and after colon I have given the ending index as 5. So it will simply print SHAMB. Clear? Okay. Now, if I don't give any of the things here, like I have not given the starting index also and I have not given the ending index also. So basically what it will do is that it will print your whole string which is starting from the 0th index till the 24th index. Clear? Okay. Now hash. Okay, now I have already told you about this one in the example which I was showing for 0, 24 and 1 and 2. So basically let me run it and it will print the whole string like it is, because here the default gap is 1 and default gap I had told you n-1, so 0. Clear? So it will not skip any of the characters and it will automatically print the whole string. Now, okay. Now if I don't write anything here and then I write 2. Okay. See it here. If I miss the starting index, I miss the ending index, and only I write the how much characters to skip. So this thing I had already told you that it will take the starting index as 0. It will take your whole length of the string, that is 24, and it will skip each one of the character, that is n-1, and print you the output. Now let me run it and let's check it out. Run. So basically what it does is that Shambhavi is a good girl was my whole string, and it has skipped each and every of the characters and printed me this string. Clear? So here we completed our positive indices for the string slicing. Now comes the negative indices for string slicing. Now let me take you a little bit down. And okay, we have already checked the string of our length of our string. Now here it is -4 is to -2. Let's move to the PyCharm IDE, and this has created a little bit of mess up. Now let me move a little down and let me create one more rectangle here like this. Okay, and now let me make some lines and write my name. Okay, let me do Shambhavi. Okay, so here it is Shambhavi. Okay, so from here we have started the positive indices, that was 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 1, 2, and we have gone up to 8 here. And Shambhavi is just a second, let me is a good girl. So this was our whole string in which we are doing some string slicing options. Now here what if we move from left to right, we get the positive indices, and now if you move from right to left you will get negative indices. Now what I wanted to say is that if you are going and doing the indexing from left to right hand side, that is from Shambhavi, so you will get the output as you will get the indices as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and up to 24. But if you are going to do the indexing from here, so here from the negative indexing starts, and this L will be -1, -2, -3, -4 and so on up to -24. So what I wanted to convey from here is that if we move from right to left, we get the negative indices. Clear? This is the negative indices side, and if we move from left to right, we get the positive indices. So I hope I made this thing clear to you, that how do we do all these things. And now what I am doing here is that I am taking the starting index as -4 and ending index as -2. So from here, see, let me take it a little down and let me just write simply girl here, and -1, -2, -3, -4. Now I have given the starting index as -4. Clear? And I had given the ending index as -2. Clear? So what it will do is that it will here start from -4 is to -2. So it will print me -3. It will print me the character which is stored at the index -4 and stored at the index -3. So what I will give the output here as GI. I will not get RL else, because it prints the index, it prints the character which is one index prior to it. So basically if I am printing from -4 to -2, it will give me -4 and -3 characters which are stored in this string. So here that I got was print my str -4 is to -2. So I got the output as GI. Now in positive, if we wanted to write, so this was our index 20, 21, 22 and 23. So in positive, if I wanted to write, so I will write it as 20 is to 22. So that means your starting index is 20 and your ending index is n-1. that is equal to 22 minus 1, which is 21. So what I will get the output as G and I. So I hope I made this negative indices thing clear to you, and let's run it once again. So I am getting the output as Gi here. Now instead of minus 4 and minus 2, if I write this 20 and 22 here, so then also I will get the same output, that is Gi, because I told you from left to right we have positive indices and from right to left we have negative indices. Now let me comment this and make it the same, minus 4 to minus 2. Okay, so this is done. Fine. Now, what I told you was that if we don't write anything here, this side, this one, what it does is that it will print the whole string as it is given without skipping any of the characters in the positive thing. Now the same thing applies to the negative also. What we do here is that if let me change the color of the pen so that everything seems to be a little bit different to each other, otherwise they all will mess up here. So if I write nothing here, nothing here, and if I write minus 1 here, so this one is the starting index, as I told you, this one is the ending index. Now if I do minus 1 here, so minus 1 starts from where? So as I told you, this is just a second. So this minus 1 starts from L, then it goes to minus 2, then minus 3, then minus 4, and keep one thing in mind that all the blank spaces which are here, these are also counted in the number of indices. So this blank space is minus 5, then D is minus 6, minus 7, minus 8, and so on till minus 24. So if I write nothing in this side and colon, nothing, I write nothing here and I write minus 1 here. So simply what it will do is that it will not leave any of the characters, but it will reverse the whole string. Why? Because I am taking here the positive indices. I haven't mentioned that you need to take the negative indices here. And after that I am asking it to print the characters from minus 1. So what it will print is that, oh, let me go a little down. So I'm writing it here. So what it will print the output as L R I G D O O G S I, and it will reverse the whole string. As you are saying that reverse of girl I have written here, reverse of good I have written this, A will be same, and reverse of is I have written this side. So what it will do is that it will reverse the whole string and it will give us the reverse of the whole string. Now let's run it once and see what I am getting is the reverse of the string which I told you here, that LRIGDOOG, see it here, LRIGDOOG. So this is how the string slicing works. And now if I write minus, instead of minus 1, I write minus 2 here. So it will reverse the string also and it will skip one character and print us the output. See here, LIOGASVHMH. So this was the string slicing thing that I wanted to tell you. So this is how string slicing works and this is how we do the string slicing. Now let's move to some functions for strings. Now here I had taken a string that is my str, and in that I had stored a string that is subscribe fun with data science. Now what comes here are the string functions. I had written print in bracket my str.isAlnum. Now what is this thing? What is isAlnum? Let me take you a little bit down. Okay. Hold on a second. Okay. So let me take a color. Okay, so this one. So now what is isAlnum? IsAlnum. So basically it means that is your string alphanumeric or not. This function tells you that is your string alphanumeric or not. Now, what is alphanumeric string? So, alphanumeric string is a string that contains numbers and characters in its string. So, let's say I have written a string that I have mentioned there only, subscribe fun with, and let's say I have written only this much, subscribe fun with. So basically this is not an alphanumeric string. Now why it is not an alphanumeric string? Because it has spaces between this string. So a string that has only and only numbers and characters is called an alphanumeric string. The string which has blank spaces between it is not called as an alphanumeric string. If I write subscribe fun with data like this, and now again if I combine this whole string and write subscribe and then fun and then with, so this is an alphanumeric string because it does not have any of the gaps between this string. Now let's say if I write SU123B. If I write this thing, so this is also an alphanumeric string because it doesn't have any gaps between it, and it basically has some characters and some numbers also. So that is why it is an alphanumeric string. Now let me go to this PyCharm IDE and let's run this. Okay, let me comment all these functions firstly. Okay, now this isAlphanum function gives us the output in the Boolean format, that is true or false format. So basically it will give us the output true or false. Now let me run this, and here what I will get the output is as false. As I have told you that subscribe fun with data science, whatever I have written here is not an alphanumeric string because it contains some gaps between it. Now if I combine these whole string and I remove all the gap between this string, so what is it now? It will give us the output as true here because yes, it is an alphanumeric string because it does not have spaces between it. I hope I made this thing clear to you that what is alphanumeric string and how to check that it is an alphanumeric string or not. Now next comes here is another function that is called as ends with. Now what is this ends with function? So basically it helps us to check that do our string end with this name or not. So let's say my string is subscribe fun with data science. So what I wrote here is that print my str dot ends with, and in bracket I wrote science. So now here I will check that does my string ends with the word that is science or not. If it ends, it will give me the output as true, and if it does not, it will give me the output as false. Now let me run it and I will get the output here as true because yes, this string contains the last word which is science. So basically this string ends with the word that is called science. Now let's say if I write science s here, sciences. So our string was ending with science, but I wrote sciences here. So basically what it will do, it is a case sensitive language. So basically it will print as the output that is false. So I hope I made all these two functions clear to you. Now our next function comes that if we want to count that how many a single character is present in our string how many times. Now let me go to OneNote and okay, let me go a little down. So let's say I wrote my whole string here, that is subscribe fun with data science. Now let's say I want to count that how many E are present in my this string. So here I have 1. This is in science I have 2 E. So total count for the E is 3 here. Now this is a very small string of only some characters. Now let's say we have a very big string and let's say we have 20-30 lines. So there you are not going to sit and count each and every letter, that is this letter E. No, this is not. Let's move on to another alphabet. Now, is this letter E? No, let's move to another alphabet. So you are not going to do this thing there. So here comes the role of the count function, that this count function which we are writing here, it helps to count that this character is present how many times in your string. So basically what I wrote here is that print my str dot count e. So it will count that e is present how many times in this string, and now it is giving me the output as 3, which I mentioned here as when we counted our e was present 3 times in our string, so it is here only, it is present 3 times. So I hope I made this thing clear to you about the count function. And if you write any alphabet which is not present in this, let's say which alphabet, let's say Z is not present here, and now and run this function, so it will give you the output as 0. So it will tell you that no Z character, no Z alphabet is present in your whole string. Now we have a function that is called capitalize. So what it does is that it helps to capitalize the first alphabet of your string. Now let's say your first alphabet of your string is small. Now this S is small. Now we want to make this S capital. So what we do here is that we run this capitalize function and see. We have the capital S here. So it helps to capitalize your first letter of your string. Now next we have a find function. Let's say you have a very long string of 100 words. Now there you want to find a word. Let's say you want to find a word there. So how you will do? You are not going to see the whole string of 100 words, and you are not going to find it on your own. So here comes the role of the find function. What we do here is that we use a function find and in bracket we write that word which we want to find in our string. So this function returns us the starting index of that string, of that word, that it is starting from this index. So you can go and check it out there. So basically this is the function of the find function. Now let me run it and it will give me the output as 0, because my subscribe function is starting from the 0th index. Now let's say I write fun here. Let me do it a little bit down. Let's say I write fun here. So it will tell me the starting index of the fun, that fun is starting with this much of index here. So now it is giving me the output as 10. So it is saying that fun is starting from the 10th index. Okay. So now, let's firstly do the upper function, because my string is already written in the lowest one. So now here comes the two functions that are uppercase and lowercase function. Uppercase means the capital letters and lowercase means the smaller letters. Now this uppercase character, how does it work? That if your string is present in the smaller characters, that is in the lowercase, so it helps to capitalize all your letters and gives you the output as the capital letter string. So for writing this I used print and bracket my str.upper. So when I did this and I run it, I will get the output as subscribe fun with data science in whole of the capital letters. In the string, the main string was in the lowercase, but in the output we got all the capital letters. So this is the function of the upper function, that it helps to capitalize and make all the letters of a string capital. Now let me make this string capital, subscribe fun with data science, SCIENC. Now I have made this string whole in capital letter, and now I want to make it in the small character. So there I use the lower function. So for using the lower function, I write print mystr.lower, and what it does is that it will convert this whole string into lower function. Let me run it and see. Here the output I got is the whole of the lower case characters. So this was the string slicing and the string functions. We had seen some functions, some slicing on the strings. Now next comes our topic of list. Now what is a list? So basically a list is a thing which contains many of the you can say strings in that. It is a single variable that stores many things in a single variable. Let me explain you this with an example here. Okay, So just a second. Now we were making single variables and storing a single string there. But now we have introduced list to you. So basically if I make a, let's say I make a variable list here. No, not list. Let me remove it. Let me go a little down. Let's say I make a variable here as a, and I want to store multiple things in that. So what I will do here is that I will put this large bracket. So basically this large brackets are the denotion that how do we denote our list and how do we check that it is a list only. So if you write this large bracket, so it will tell you that yes, this is your list. So inside this I will put some semicolons and I will continue writing the things here. So let's say I wrote ABC. Now I put a comma and then again I wrote DEF. Again I wrote comma GHI. And it is not necessary that you can write only strings here. You can write some numbers. Let's say I write 5, I write 7, I write 6. So basically this is how the strings work. So now let me show you a string which I had made, and that string is stationary. Okay. So just hold on a second. Let me comment all these things. Okay, just one more. Okay. So I guess I have this thing's downside also. Let me comment it once more. And are there any more like these things? So, okay, let me comment out. Okay, fine. So I had made a string named stationery here. So in that string, I had stored some string. I had made a list that is known as stationery, and I have stored some words, or you can say characters or a string inside this list. So what I had written is that pen, pencil, eraser, scale, marker, and after that 56. Now if I want to print my list, so for that what I use is that print and then list name. So print station. Now when I run it as, I'm getting an output like this. See, I am getting the output in these large brackets only. So basically what it tells that it is a list. Clear? Now, if we want to access any of the elements of this list, we use the same thing, that is indexing here. Now, let me tell you that in the strings, what we were doing that if we write this A, B, C here, so it was having individual indexes, that is 0, 1, 2. Now, this thing does not happen in a list. If you write something in these semicolons, this whole thing acts as a single index, and that will be the first index, that is 0. Now, this whole will be the first index. This whole the second index, this would be third, this would be fourth, and this would be fifth index. So here the individual indexes do not work. The write-up, or you can say the string which you have stored in these semicolons, that whole string acts as a first as your 0th index, and then we'll move on to the further indexes like that only. So if I'm printing stationery of 0, so what I will get output here is pen. So this is the thing which I got the output pen, because this pen whole is having the index 0. Clear? And if I write 1 here, let me write 1, and now if I run it, I will get the output as pencil here. Clear? Okay. So now we have seen these two functions. Now let me make one more list, and let me name it as digits. Okay. So this I had made in a list that is known digits, and I have stored some values in it, that is 2, 5, 9, 1, 6. Clear? Now, if I want to print this, it is very simple to print that. Use the print function and simply write the list name. So I got the list here. This is no much rocket science here. Now next, if I want to access any of the elements from this there is also the same thing only. Let's take it in this. Okay, so I made that list, and numbers were 2, 5, 9, 1, 6. I guess this was the list 2, 5, 9, 1, 6. Okay. Now if I want to access its third element. So what I will do here is that this one will be the 0th, this is 1, this is 2, and this 1 is the third index, and the 6 is stored in the fourth index. So I will get the output here as 1 because 1 is stored in our third index. So now come this side and let's run print digits 3 and I will get the output here as 1. Clear? Done. Okay, now next comes that if you want to sort your list in the ascending order. So for what you will do that, you will write a function that is sort. Sort means to arrange something in order. So here for sorting your list into ascending order, we use the function that is known as sort and we write digits dot sort and in brackets, and after that I will print the digits. Now my real list is 25916. Now when I will use this function and again see my list, I will get the output in that this whole string is arranged in the ascending order, and what I will get here is that 1, 2, 5, 6, 9. My real string was 25916 and I got the sorted list which is in the ascending order after using the sort function. Now if I want to reverse my whole string, so what I will do here is that I will use the function digit.reverse and then in bracket I will use print digits. Now this my whole of the string is reversed 25916. So what my real string was, my real list was 25916 and in the output what I got is that 61952. So my whole of the string is reversed here. So this is the method to reverse your list. Okay, so I'm sorry wherever I had said the list as a string, I don't know why am I saying again and again string here. So please do not mention that. Wherever I had used a string word, it means that I'm using the list. I wanted to tell you about the listing in this list function only. Clear? Now if I want to access some of the elements of my list, that is as I told you there that we can also access some of the elements of that list also. So here what I will get is that 1:4. Now 1:4, as I told you in the string thing also, in the string slicing I told you about this one. So I don't think so that this would have any doubt here that it will start from the first index and will go on to the third index. So the final output which I will get here is that 591. Clear? Okay. Now let me move down and okay. So let me comment these two things. Clear? Okay, so for finding the length of the digits, it is simple. You all must be knowing that we have already discussed. Now, whatever was my list, if I want to find that what is the maximum digit which is present in my list. So my list was 25916. So in this, the maximum digit is 9. So if I want to find the maximum digit, I use a function that is max. And in bracket, I am using the name of our list, that is digit. So now when I will run this function, I will get the output as 9, which is the largest number in my list. And same for the minimum, that if you want to find the minimum number in your list, then what you will do, you will use the min function and then run it. I will get the output as 1 here because 1 is the minimum element in my list. Now here comes that if you want to add any number in your list, let's say your list was, what was the list? Your list was 25916. Now you want to add one number in at the last of your list. So what you will do here is that you will use a function that is digits.append, and this append function will add this number at the last of your list, and after that what you will do is that you will print your list. So now the what output will you get here is that 25916, and after 6 you will get 13 also because you have used the append function here. So clear? here we have got the list 25916 and the number which we have added in our list, that is 3. We also got that. So the use of append function is to add the number in the last. Clear? Print digits, dot insert. Okay. Now, hold on. These all are the similar things. Now, if I want to remove any of the numbers from my list, so for that, what I will do here is that I will do digits dot remove, and in bracket I will write that number which I want to remove from my list, and then I will print the digits. That is my list and see, my older list was 259163 and my final list, when I removed my second two number from my list, that I am getting is 59163. So here my two number is removed from my list and the final list I am getting is 59163. So basically these were the functions which we have seen in the list, and these are the things which you can do. You can perform these functions on the list. Now comes here our last topic for this today's video is tuples. So basically tuple is another data type. List was one of the data types. Now tuple is another data type. Now, this tuple and list, they both are same, but what is the difference in that? So basically, the difference in tuple and list is that list is mutable and tuples are immutable. Now, let me tell you the meaning of mutable and immutable. Let's go to OneNote and let's go a little down the side. Okay, so let me write here mutable and immutable. So mutable are the things that can change and immutable are the things that cannot change. So basically we have seen in list, we have performed many of the functions in which we can remove any element, we can add any of the elements, but we can't do these things in a tuple, because tuples are immutable functions. So basically this is the most important difference between list and tuple, that lists are mutable, tuples are immutable. In list you can add any number, you can remove any number, you can perform all these functions, but tuple do not allow these functions, and if you are going to do all these functions it will give you an error because tuples are immutable. Clear? Now let's move to a PyCharm IDE, and here it is how we define the tuple. I write tuple which is equal to, and we denote tuple in these small brackets. We were denoting list in the braces, like you can say large brackets, and in tuple we describe it as in the small brackets, and inside this I have written a tuple, that is 1 2 3 4 5. Now if I want to print it, it is just simple as the list one. I will simply write print tuple and I will run it. So it is, okay, just a second, this upper one 1 2 3 4 5. Clear? Now if I want to find the length, it is also that simple. And now if I want to find the starting index, the starting index is the 0 and -2. So now let's run this and see what output did I get here is 1 2 3. So now 1 2 3 why, let me explain you here. Okay, so my tuple was 1 2 3 4 5. So if I start from here, its index, let me change the color for index. Its index will be 0 1 2 3 4. Clear? And if I start from here, its index will be -1 -2 -3 -4 -5. So what I wrote there was blank and is to -2. So this blank will contain the 0th index. It will start from 0 and go up to -2. So what I will get the output as 1 2 3. Clear? We have already discussed all these things in the strings in very detail, so this must not create any problem here. So I'm getting the output as C, this 1 2 3. Now here comes that if we want to swap two numbers. Now swapping means to interchanging of two numbers. Okay, let me explain it here only. Downside a little. Okay, let's say I have A is equal to 4 and B is equal to 6. I have two variables A and B, and I have stored the value 4 in A variable and I have stored the value 6 in B variable. Clear? Now, if I want to interchange both of these and I want that in A 6 should be there and in B I should store 4. So now this is basically what is called as swapping, to swap the numbers, to interchange the numbers. So now here if I want to swap two numbers, so what I will do here is that for Python I am telling that I will take these two variables, A is equal to 4, B is equal to 6. Then I will write A comma B is equal to B comma A. Now here what happens is that the value of A will go into B and the value of B will go into A, and I will get final output that will be the swap number. So now let me tell you how that here I had written A comma B which is equal to B comma A. This A comma B will this A will point towards B because A is here and I had written B here. So whatever value will be stored in A, it will go to B. And when this B and A, so whatever value will be stored in this B will go towards the A, and what I will get in the final, if I have stored A is equal to 4 and B is equal to 6, so here what I will get as the output is A is equal to 6 and B is equal to 4. So this is how we do swapping in Python. Swapping means to interchange the two numbers. Now let's move to that PyCharm IDE. Now this is the basic concept that we use in other languages like C and C++ for swapping of the two numbers. So basically this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines of code, and in Python we do the same thing in basically you can say 4 lines of code. So this is how we do swapping in Python. So I have taken A is equal to 1, B is equal to 2. Now here what I had done is that I had swapped the two numbers, that is A comma B is equal to B comma A, and after that I had print A comma B. So what happens here is that the value of A will go into B and the value of B will go into A. Now let me run it, and the output which I got here is 2 comma 1. So basically this is the thing which I wanted to tell you, that we have entered A is equal to 1, B is equal to 2, and then after swapping when we print A comma B we are getting the reverse, that is 2 comma 1. And elif condition. Then we'll move on to for loop, while loop, shorthand if else, and let's see do we cover functions and docstrings or not. So basically without wasting time, let me take you to this PyCharm IDE. So this is the PyCharm IDE in which we write codes and we run that, we make projects and all that things. So firstly let me tell you that in the last video we have discussed about the lists and tuples. So basically lists were denoted by the large brackets. Let me take you to one note, and what I discussed was that these brackets are used for the list, right? If you remember and if you have watched that video. And after that these small brackets were used to denote the tuples, okay? So these two are the main things about the list and tuples, about the, you can say, denotion of list and tuples. And after that let's say I wrote this curly braces. So this curly braces, it's for dictionary, dictionaries. So basically dictionaries, which are the third data type which we study, which we are going to study. These are the dictionaries and they are always written inside the curly braces. So this is the basic difference which differentiates between list, tuples and dictionaries. And I also told you about the mutable and immutable concept, and now today I'm not going to revise that. And if you want to see that mutable and immutable concept, then you can refer to my previous video that is given in the description. You can even check that. Okay, so now let's start writing about the code. And let's say I wrote this d1, and simply what I did, that d1 is equal to this curly braces. Okay, and after this curly braces, this I told you that these curly braces are the denotation for dictionaries. So as I write this d1 is equal to these curly braces, after that when I'm going to print the type of d1, let's run, and it is going to give me the type as dictionary. That is, you can say dict. Okay, so here I got the answer, that is class dict. Now, let's see that how do we write a dictionary. So for writing a dictionary, we have this process. Like let's say I made a variable that is d2. Okay. And after making this variable d2, I use this curly braces which we use for writing dictionaries. And after that, what I'm going to do, that in dictionary there are two things. That is the key and the, you can say, value or element. So this basically the one which is written on the left hand side of the colon is the key, right? And the things and the like string whichever is written on the right hand side of the colon, they are, you can say, they are known as values, or you can even name this as elements. Okay, so here I had taken a name Mira, and let's say Mira eats noodles. Okay, so in this Mira is the key and this noodles are the elements. As I told you that the things written on the left hand side are the keys and things written on right side of the colon are the elements, or you can say values. Okay, then after that I separated using a comma, and then I wrote Ria. Let's say Ria eats burger. Okay, and after that let's say Priya drinks coffee. So this was the list. Okay, and after that I had taken some more topics, and let's say Muskan. Okay, now Muskan wants to spend her weekend like shopping and going to movie and enjoying. So I made this value, this key as Muskan, and after that I made a separate dictionary for Muskan. Let's say in the separate dictionary on Monday, Muskan wants to go for shopping. So for that, what I wrote is that M and then shopping. Okay. After that, let's say Muskan on Tuesday, Muskan wants to go for movie. So I write T and then movie. And let's say on Wednesday, Muskan wants to go for picnic. So what I wrote, that W and let's say this picnic. So here I wanted to tell you that we can even make a dictionary inside a dictionary. Okay, so what I did, I made a different and a separate dictionary for Muskan. Now this is how we write and this is how we declare a dictionary. And after that, when I'm going to print d2, the output which I'm going to get is my whole dictionary, and let me exceed it. Okay, so like Mira noodles, Ria burger, and all that things which we have written. And for Muskan, I got a separate dictionary, that is Monday shopping, Tuesday movie, Wednesday picnic, and all that things. Okay, so this is how we write a dictionary and this is how we print a dictionary. And now let's say I want to access any element of my dictionary. Let's say I want the element which is stored in Ria. Okay, so for Ria is the key and the element which is stored in Ria is burger, right? So when I'm going to run my program, I would be getting the output as burger. Okay, so this is the way how we you can say how we access a value from a key. Like I wrote print d2 is my dictionary name, and in bracket I wrote Ria. So the value, or you can say element which is associated with Ria, I will get the output here as that. So what I got the output was burger. Okay. Now let's say I want to access that Muskan dictionary, because I had made this Muskan given a Muskan a different dictionary. Okay. So let's say I want to access this. So for that, what I'm going to write is print, and in brackets I'm going to write my dictionary name. After that, I'm going to write the key. Okay, the main key, that is Muskan, that is the name. Okay, and then in the separate braces I'm going to write that in this Muskan, which key I want to access. Let's say I want to access Wednesday. Okay, so for Wednesday, now here I'm going to get the output as picnic. And let's say I'm only going to write this W. I'm not writing Muskan here. So how it will get that from where I need to take that W? Because I have made a separate dictionary for Muskan. So for that, if I want to access any element from this dictionary, that is Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, so I would be needing this Muskan name also in the print statement. Okay, so now when I'm going to run it, I'm getting the output as picnic. I hope this must be clear to you that how do we access this, you can say, dictionary. Okay, now just let me comment this out. Fine. Now let's say I was making my dictionary and in that I forgot to enter a name. I forgot to enter one name. That was Simran. So now what is the way for adding this Simran into our dictionary? So the way is that firstly we need to write our dictionary name, that is D2, and then in brackets I need to write the name which I forget. Okay. So it is like I wrote my dictionary name, that is D2, and in brackets I wrote Simran and I assigned it a value as South Indian. Let's say that Simran eats South Indian. Okay. So this is the way how we add an element to our dictionary. Okay. So now when I'm going to run this my D2 dictionary, I would be getting this Simran also. You can see it here. Okay, let me zoom it and hold on, let me take it the side. So this is Simran and this is the South Indian. Okay, so this one new element has been added to our dictionary, that is D2. So this is how we add an element into our dictionary. So I hope I made all these things clear to you. And now let's say I added that same Simran. Okay, and now I want to delete that. For that, what I'm going to write is del. Del is for deleting that element. And del, then I'm going to write my dictionary name, that is D2. And in brackets, I'm going to write that name, whatever I want to delete. So let's say I want to delete Simran. So what I wrote is that del is for deleting, then my dictionary name, that is D2, and in brackets I wrote Simran. And after that, when I'm going to print my dictionary, that is D2, okay. So here what's the error? Okay, let me hold on, let me uncomment all these. Okay, fine. Now let's run this and see what I got. The output is that I got Mira, I got Ria, then I got Priya the side, then I got Muskan also, and at Muskan this dictionary ended. I did not got Simran here. Why? Because I used this, you can say the syntax, that is del and D2 Simran. So it deleted this Simran element from my dictionary and printed the whole dictionary like that only after deleting this Simran. Right? Okay. So now let's say I stored, hold on, let me comment and comment. Okay. Now let's say I wrote D3 is equal to D2 and D3 is equal to D2 dot copy. Now I'm copying my whole list, that is D2, into D3. So what I wrote for that is D3 is equal to D2 dot copy. Okay, I use the copy function here. And after that, when I'm going to print my D2, I'm going to get the whole, like you can see this upper one. I have not commented the upper side. Hold on, let me do that. Okay, so where's my cursor? Right. Okay, let me comment that out. And here what I did, I had copied the whole D2, that is my dictionary, into D3. And now when I'm going to print it, I'm going to get the desired output, that is my dictionary. Okay. Now let's say I write print d2 dot get Mira, and when I'm going to run this d2 dot get Mira, what I'm going to get is noodles, right? So okay, let me tell you how. See this dictionary, that is D2. In Mira, what I stored was noodles, right? So when I'm going to write that print D2 dot get Mira, so whatever element, or you can say whatever value is stored in Mira, I'm going to get that output, that is noodles this side. Okay, and now okay, I have printed that whatever the element, yeah, or you can say value is there with Mira, I got that as the output, which was noodles. And now if I want to update that noodles to chocolate, so what I'm going to write is that d2 dot update, and in braces I'm going to write Mira, the name for which I want to update, that is my key, and after that I'm going to write the updated value. So basically previously in Mira I have stored noodles this side, right? And when I'm going to update this Mira, update this noodles from chocolate, so I'm going to write d2 dot update. Now here I'm going to use my update function. Okay, so I wrote d2 dot update, and in braces I wrote my key, that is Mira, and the changed element which I want to update is the chocolate. Okay, and finally when I'm going to run that d2, and let me comment the above one, hold on. Okay, so see in Mira what I got is chocolate, right? So this is how we update. If you want to update any element of your dictionary, so this is how you do that. Okay, now okay, now the last thing for dictionary comes is that if you want to print the keys of your dictionary. So I told you about the keys, that keys are the names which I was taking, like keys are Mira, Ria, Priya, Muskan, and all these things. So what I told about the keys was, keys are the things which are written in the left hand side of the colon. So here when I'm going to access this, print d2 dot keys, and when I'm going to run it, I'm going to get all the names. See, it is saying that dictionary keys, dict keys, that is dictionary keys, are Mira, Ria, Priya, and Muskan. So I hope you got the point about the dictionaries, that how we perform, you can say perform functions on dictionaries, how we declare dictionaries, how we access the elements of dictionaries, how we update any element, how we delete any element, and all these stuffs which I told you. Okay, so if this is here, we completed our dictionary. Now I'm taking you to if else and elif conditions, and yeah, I know you all must be familiar with all these conditions, but let me take you to them, and let me comment this out. After that what I am going to do is that, okay, so here what I did is that I had taken two variables, that is var1 and var2. Then what I did is that I stored a value 1 in my var1 and value 2 in my var2. So this thing must be clear to you all, as we are studying these things and studying these things since the starting of all the lectures. So this is the thing which must be clear to you. Okay, so and after that I had taken a third variable also. Okay, and for this is the way of taking the input from user. Okay, so let me write a message also, that enter, okay, enter the third number, and let me put a colon for, like you can say, for looking nice. Okay, so now here I had taken another variable, that is var3, and I have taken the integer input from the user. And how do I guess that I had taken integer input? So this is the thing which tells me int, that I have taken an integer input from the user. And if I had written here float, so that means the user has to give float input. Okay, float means decimal values. And if I haven't written anything here, so it means that you are asking the user for the string value, right? Okay, so here I have declared three variables, var1, var2, var3, and assigned the values to it. And now I'm going to use some if and else conditions. So basically if and else conditions are here, like I wrote, if I want that if var3, that is the value which is in var3, is greater than the value in var2, then print me greater. Okay, and after that else, okay, else print lesser. So if my condition, that is var3, is greater than var2, if my condition satisfies, then I'm going to get the output as greater here. And if my condition does not satisfy, so this loop will go to else, and in else what I have print is lesser. So it will print me the output as lesser. I hope you got the point that how we use if and else conditions. Let's say I have these three numbers and I want to check that if var3 is greater than var2, and that means if the value which is stored in variable 3 is greater than the value stored in var2, then print me greater. And if this condition satisfies, this first condition, that is for the if this condition satisfies, then I'm going to get the output that is greater, right? And if this condition does not satisfy, then I'm going to get the output that is lesser. Now, I hope if you have listened my words very clearly, and you can say if you are paying total attention towards the words what I am saying, then you must have got the whole and the proper idea about the if and else condition. So now when I'm going to run my program, let's check these outputs and let me zoom it. So it is directly asking me to enter the third number. Why? Because I have already entered the variable 1 and the variable 2. Okay. So this time I'm going to enter the greater value. So I'm going to enter 3 here. And when I'm going to enter, it is going to give me the output that is greater. And why it is going to give me the output greater? Because in my if condition, I have said if the value which is stored in var3 is greater than var2, then give me the output as greater. So here I input the value that is 1 in var2 and I store the value 2 that is in var2. Then I ask the user for the input, and then I entered the value for the third number as 3. And yeah, this is obviously true that 3 is always greater than 2. So you can say that there is no dilemma in saying that variable 3, that the 3 is greater than 2. So I'm going to get the output here as greater. And let's one more runs this program run, and now I'm going to give a smaller value to variable 3. Okay, so now here I'm going to input the value as, let's say, 1. So now let me take a upside, and now I'm going to get the output that is lesser. Why? Because I entered the first condition that if my var3 is greater than var2. So this condition doesn't satisfy here because 1 isn't greater than 2, right? So here it will go to else condition, and the print statement, whatever it will get in else, it will print me that output. So here I have written lesser, so I am getting the output as lesser here. So I hope you got the point about the if and else condition. Now let's say if in this program only I want to check that if variable 2 and variable 3 have equal values, then print me that they are equal. So now here comes the role of the elif conditions. So how we write elif, it is something like we write el, and after that we write if. Okay, so the ones who have studied C and C++, they must be knowing it in a form like else if condition. So in Python we use it L like elif, we don't use else if, we use L if. So it is basically ELIF, and after that I had given this condition that if my variable 3, like the value which is in variable 3 is equal to the value which is in variable 2, then print me equal. Okay. So now when I'm going to run this program, so like in my variable 2 I have stored the value as 2. So now in my third variable also I'm going to give the value as 2, and when I run it I'm getting the output that is equal. So like because 2 is equal to 2, so that's this condition satisfies here, and I got the output as equal. So I hope you have got a proper idea about the use of if, else and elif conditions, that how we use these conditions and what's the role of these conditions. Okay, now let me take you to a little bit Okay, let me comment all these things once and let's see an example using in the list. Okay, so here what I have done is that I have taken a list. Okay, so I have given it a name as list 1, and then I have stored these 1, 4 and 7, these 3 elements in my list. And at the starting of this lecture only I have told you that how we declare a list. So we use these large brackets to write a list, or you can say to declare a list. Okay, so I have written a list 1 and given it a value of 147. And now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write my if condition if 15 in list 1. Okay, hold on. Okay, so if I return that if 15 in list 1, okay, first let me write a number that is there in my list. So if I wrote if 1 in list 1, then print me yes, it's in the list. And if 1 not in list 1, print no, it's not in the list. Okay, so here what I have done, I had taken a number from my list and I asked if 1 in list 1, then print me that yes, it's in the list. And if 1 not in list 1, then print no, it's not in the list. Okay, so now when I'm going to run this, I'm going to get the output yes, it's in the list. Why? Because you see this list, that is list 1 which I have written, and here I have given 3 elements, and these 3 elements, in these 3 elements 1 is also an element, right? So when this satisfies the condition that yes, 1 is in your list 1, so it is going to give you the output yes, it's in the list. And let's say I'm going to write a number that is not present in this list. Okay, so I wrote 2, and now when I'm going to run this, it's going to give me the output that no, it's not in the list. Why? Because it first goes to this condition, this if condition, if 2 in list 1, it checks that is 2 there in the list 1. But no, 2 isn't there in this list 1, so it goes to another condition that if 2 not in list 1, then print no, it's not in the list. So it simply print me the output that is no, it's not in the list. Okay, so this is how we check the elements of a list, that are these elements present in list or not, using the if condition. So I hope I made all these if, else and elif conditions clear to you, that how we use them and what is the way to write the syntax and what is the way to write the code. Okay, now I'm taking you to for loop. Okay, so let's zoom it a little. Fine. Now, okay, hold on. Let me just uncomment all these things. Okay, what I'm going to do is this for loop. Fine. Okay, so here what I had done is that we are discussing about the for loops, right? Okay, so what I have done is that I have made a list 1, okay, named it as list 1, and I have given these 3 names inside this, that is Lina, Mira and Samira. Okay, I have made a list and I had used this large bracket, so it is a list, and I have given 3 names here, that is Lina, Mira and Samira. Now if I want to access every element of my list, okay, so far what we have seen that in the list topic, that if we want to access the elements of our list, simply we were writing, hold on, let me write it here only. Simply we were writing print list 1, okay, and we were running our program, and what output were we getting? So we were getting this whole output, like this whole thing, that is these braces, and after that in the middle we were getting these Lina, Mira and Samira, all the 3 names. And now when I'm going to access all the elements of all the items of my list 1, so what's the way? Here we are going to use the for loop, and for using that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write for, and these all are the items of our list, right? So I'm going to write for item in list 1, okay, for item in list 1. So list 1 is my list name which I have written here. Then I put a colon, and after that when I entered, I automatically get this space. So this is called the indentation, okay? And whenever you are not giving this space, say I wrote it like this, okay? And when I'm going to write this, I'm going to get an error, that is indentation error. Okay, let me show you only this thing. See, what I got here is the indentation error, expected an indented block. So this is how we make mistakes, and you need to take care of all these things using writing your programs, okay? So here we give the indentation of 4 spaces, okay? So now here what I wrote is, for item in list 1, print item, okay? So I'm going to print all the items which are present in my list, but see the difference, that what's going to be the difference here. Okay, so what I did here is anything, okay, I'm so sorry. Just let's hold on and let me, okay, done. So now I'm going to run this once more and see what's the output. I got here as Lina, Mira and Samira, okay? And this, and when I'm going to uncomment this print list 1 also, and now I'm going to run both the things. So now see the difference. This, when I'm going to print list 1, okay, which we have learned in the list topic, that how to print that list. So how I'm getting the output is these braces, and in brackets I'm going to get the items, that is Lina, Mira and Samira. And when I used my for loop for item in list 1, print list 1, then I'm getting every name in a single line. Like once in a one line I'm going to get Lina, in another line Mira, and in a third line I'm going to get Samira. So I hope you got the difference for printing the list, only list, and after using the for loop and then printing our list. So here just keep one thing in mind, that when you want to print this list 1, then simply you need to write print list 1, and when you want to only print the items which are present in your list, so like I wrote for item in list 1, then I need to print item here, okay? Item, not the list 1. Okay, so just let me comment it out, and I hope I gave you a basic idea for using the for loops, okay? Now let's move to forward, and here what I had done is that I have taken one more list, that is list 1, and now these are the things that you can say the curly braces, the denotation. And now what I did is that I made a list inside a list, okay? So this Lina comma 5, this is also a list because I have separated it using these large braces, okay? So this is also a list, and now what here I have made is a list inside a list. So these braces which are the outside, only at the outside, these are the first list, and inside this and this Mira comma 2 and this Samira comma 10, these are the other list. So this is known as making a list inside a list. Okay, so now when I wrote Lina, and let's say Lina eats 5 chocolates. So for that I'm not going to put any colon here, right, as we were putting in the dictionaries. So that is a way of defining a dictionary. And if I want to add any element in my list also, then what I'm going to write is I'm going to write the name, and then I'm going to put the comma, and then I'm going to write the value, okay? So this is, let's say Lina eats 5 chocolates, and let's say Mira eats 2 chocolates, and let's say Samira eats 10 chocolates. So I made a list for that, and now when I'm going to access this using the for loop, so how do I need to access is that I need to use this for, and after that I need to write item. Item are the names, that is Lina, Mira and Samira, and after that I'm going to write the chocolate. So this chocolates is basically point to the integer numbers that I have written in my list, that is 5, 2 and 10, okay? So the whole line is like, for item comma chocolates in list 1, and then I put this colon, and then what I write is that print, and in braces I wrote item comma chocolate. So now here in the previous example I only told you how to access the item from a list, and in this example I'm telling you how to access the item as well as the value from a list. So this is the way for writing, like for item comma chocolates in list 1, please print item comma chocolates, and when I'm going to run it, see the output. What I got is Lena 5, Mira 2, and Samira 10. So this output says that Lena eats 5 chocolates, Mira eats 2 chocolates, and Samira eats 10 chocolates. Okay, so this is how we use the for loop in our programs. Okay, so I explained this for loop, and if you have listened all my words very clearly, then you are not going to face any of the errors in this for loop also. Okay, now after discussing about the for loops, let's move to while loop. And yeah, this while loop is a very, you can say, very easy topic and very small topic. So let's say I want to print all the numbers from let's say from 0 till 45. Okay, right. So what I did here is that I had taken a variable that is a and assigned it a value as 0. Okay, and just hold on, let me rough this right. See, a is equal to 0, and after that when I'm going to use this condition, now here I'm going to give a condition using my while loop that till the point the value which is stored in A is less than 45, just print me that value. Did you hear my words? Okay, let me repeat it. Like here I had given a condition for while that till the value which is stored in A is less than 45, then print me that value. So now what it is going to do, it is going to print me all the values from, you can say, from 0 till 44. Okay, so for, and after that what I used, a is equal to a plus 1. So basically this is called the increment. Now here I am incrementing the a value, and let me show you how. Let me take you to the OneNote and hold on, let me take it down and let me take a little thinner pen. Okay, right. So what was the condition which we were writing? Like our condition was a is equal to 0, and then we were using our while loop, right? And in bracket I was using a less than 45, and what I was writing is the print a, and then I was doing a is equal to a plus 1. So now how's the working of this while loop? Like I had taken a value that is a. Okay, I have stored a value that is 0 in a. So now this 0 will go into my while loop, the a. Okay, now 0 is less than 45, right? So this condition will be true, and hold on, I'm going to tell you. Okay, so this 0 will go to a. Okay, now 0 is less than 45, this condition is true, so it is going to get inside this loop, and it is going to print me 0 from here. Okay, so now after that this 0 will go to here. Okay, and here it is that 0 plus 1. So now after that the value which is a, which is in a, is 1. So this 1 will go here. Okay, again here, right? And yes, the 1 is also less than 45. So from here, after that I am going to get 1. Now again it will come to this side, and now it will work like this, that a is equal to 1 plus 1. Now my value of a is updated to 2. Okay, and now it will again go to my while loop, that is here, and yes, 2 is also less than 45. So it is going to again print me the output, that is 2. So this is how my while loop is going to work, and it is going to print me like 0, 1, 2, and it is going to print me till 44. And when my condition 44 will come, let's say my a value is updated to 44, and okay, my a value is updated to 45. It has printed me the output as 44, and now my a value is updated to 45. Now my a value, the 45 value will go here, this side. Okay, and now it will check that is 45 less than 45. No, the condition is false here. Okay, So it will not get the true condition, it will get a false condition, and my loop will stop and I will get the final output from 0 till 44. Okay, so this is how the while loop works. And now let me take it to PyCharm and now let me run it. Okay, so see, I got the output till 44 and okay, hold on. Let me zoom it and let me take you firstly to the upside. So it started from 0, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and it will still goes to 44. So this is how the while loop works and this is how the while loop functions. I hope this thing must be clear to you now. Okay, so this one, right. So now here in this video only I have told you about the if else and elif conditions. Now there is one more way to write this if else condition and that is called the shorthand if else. Okay, so now let me tell you how we write and after that I'm going to tell you that why we don't write this, why we don't use this in our program. Okay, so let's say I wanted to write a program here. See, if I wanted to write a program, if A is greater than B, then print greater, okay? And otherwise else print B is greater. So this was my program which I wanted to write, that if A is greater than B, print A is greater, else print B is greater. So how we are going to write this in the shorthand if else condition? Like I'm going to take a variable that is A and ask the user for the input. Okay, so I'm asking the user for the integer input, that is I have written int here. Okay, now I'm going to do the same thing for B also. I have taken a variable that is B and what I'm going to do is that I had written int, that is I'm going to take the user's input, that is integer value. Done. And now here I want to write my conditions for A and B. Like I want to write if A is greater than B, print A is greater. So there are two methods to write the same thing. Here, if I only want to write one condition, that is if A is greater than B. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write if A is greater than B, colon, and after that I'm going to, in the same line, I'm going to write print, and in this semicolons I'm going to write A is greater, right? So this is the way how we write only and only if condition. So here I haven't used else because sometimes we need to use only and only if conditions. It is not necessary that wherever I have used if condition I should also use else. No, it's not necessary. Somewhere I would be using only and only if condition, but where I have used I can't use this else condition singly. Okay, for that else I need to write this if also. Okay, so now when I'm going to run it and I'm saying that enter a number A and let's say I entered 3. Okay, and now I'm going to enter a smaller number than 3, that is 2. So it is giving me the output that A is greater, right? So I hope you got the idea how to write this if condition in a shorthand like this. Now, if I want to write if and else both conditions in the shorthand if else like, so what I'm going to do is that firstly, I'm going to write my print statement for that condition, that if my condition is true. For that, I'm going to write my print line, print output, that is. So here I wrote if A greater than B, right? So this side I'm going to write the condition for that, this my condition, that is if greater than B satisfies, then I'm going to get this output. So here I wrote print A is greater than B and I wrote this if A greater than B, right? And besides this A greater than B condition, I wrote else. And then I wrote the second condition, that if my this if condition is false, then it will come to my else and it will print me that B is greater than A. Okay, let me revise this once. Like I had written a condition if A greater than B. Okay, so when I am going to enter the numbers, if this condition, that is a greater than b, is true, then it is going to give me this output. So in this line, what I wrote is print a is greater than b. Okay, and after that, this condition, that is a greater than b, I wrote else. Okay, and then if my if condition is going to be false, then my else condition is going to give the output, that is print b is greater than a. Okay, so in the previous you can say, we were studying the previous topic, this if else condition. There I was writing the conditions like if a greater than b, then print a is greater, else print b is greater, right? So here I have done the same thing, print a is greater than b, and if a greater than b, else print b is greater. The only difference is that I have written all the things in a single line. So this is the name for the shorthand if else. Now let's once run this, and then I'm going to tell you disadvantage for this. Okay, so it is asking me to enter the number a, and firstly I'm going to make the if condition true, so I'm going to enter true. So now I'm getting the output that a is greater than b, and yes, it's true because 4 is greater than 2, right? And now I'm going to give the wrong outputs for the else condition output. Okay, so now I'm going to give the a, you can say a is smaller value. So let's say I wrote 3, and for b I'm going to give the larger value. So my if condition will not satisfy here because 3 isn't greater than 4, right? So I'm going to get the output that b is greater than a. So I hope I made this shorthand if else clear to you. And now I'm going to tell you that why we don't use like, let's say you are working with a team. Okay, you are working on any project, and there you are going to write the if else conditions. Okay, you will writing a program in which you will need if else conditions. So if you are going to write the shorthand if else, so what's your thinking, that will 90% of your group members be able to understand that what have you written? No, they will not be able to understand because it's a very complicated thing, and basically it is not used anywhere. This is only the shorthand if else. Like if you want to write the whole condition in one line, then you can write, but I will never prefer you to write this, use the shorthand if else conditions, because we write a program in a way that everyone can read and everyone can understand that what code are we writing and what is the main motive of our code. But when you are going to write the shorthand if else condition, it is a bit complicated, and most of your friends or the ones who are working with you in the project are not going to understand this. So after that, if any one of your friends are not going to understand, and what's the use of writing it, right? So we never use the shorthand if else condition, but this was a topic in Python, so that's why I covered, and I don't want to leave any of the topics uncovered. So this is the only reason that I told you about the shorthand if else condition, but I will never say you to use these conditions. Okay, so this is here we completed our this lecture. So let me summarize that what we studied. Firstly, we studied about the dictionaries, that how we make dictionaries. Let me take you to the same slide only. So this is how we declare dictionaries in the curly braces. Then I told you how to print that dictionary. Then I told you how to access the elements of a dictionary. Okay. Then I told you how to add an element into your dictionary. Then I told you how to delete that element. Then we saw that how to get the you can say get the element of a key, and after that I told you how to update your elements, and at last I told you how to print the keys in of your dictionary. Okay, after that we have moved on to if else conditions, and this condition I told you about taking two variables, and the third was taking the input from the user. After that we had taken some conditions like if var3 is greater than var2, then print greater. If var3 is equal var2, print equal, else print lesser. So this was the if else and elif condition example which I had taken to explain you. And okay, then after that I had taken this list example also, in which I declared a list and I use this if condition that if 2 in list 1 print yes, it's in the list. If 2 not in list 1 print no, it's not in the list. So this is how we ended up with the if else and elif conditions. Then I had told you about the for loop, and in for loop I had taken one more list, that is list 1, and given the elements as Lina, Mira and Samira in this list. After that, using the for loop, we have accessed all the items of our list. Then what I have taken the same list and I had made a list inside a list in which I have given the number of chocolates these girls eat. So I said that let's say Lina eats 5 chocolates, Mira eats 2 and Samira eats 10 chocolates. So after that we had seen how to access the elements as well as the chocolates from our list. Okay. So this is how we studied for loop. Then I told you how the while loop works. We have taken an example like say let's say I had given a value 0 to a and then I had put this while conditions, and this while condition was printing me the output till the value a is less than 45. So it was giving me the output from 0 till 44. And here I told you about the increment, and in one note I told you how this while loop works and what is the functioning of this while loop. After that we moved on to the shorthand if else. I told you how to simply use if condition in a short way and how to use if else condition in a short way. And I also told you why not to use this if else shorthand conditions. So our today's topic of discussions are break and continue statements. After that we are going to see that what are functions and there are how many types of functions, and then we will see about the docstrings. After that I have two more functions that are try and except functions. We are going to see that why they are used and how we can use them in our Python programming. Then we are going to see the file handling, that is Python file input output functions. This will include the theory of about the Python file input output functions, and at last we are going to see a random module which is a Python module. So let's get started for that. So first we are going to discuss about the break and continue statements. Now let me tell you that where we use break, let's say the previous program which I told you about the while loop. Okay, let me open my OneNote and let me write here. Let's say in the part 2 I told you about the while loops, right? So in while loop I had written something while I had given a condition a less than 45, then colon, and inside this while loop, no, in the upper side I had declared I is equal to 0, or you can say a. This was a, right? So a is equal to 0, and then I did print, and in brackets I wrote a, and here what I did was a is equal to a plus 1. So in this while loop here I had given a condition that till the condition satisfies, that is till the value of a which is less than 45, just print me the output, and here I had taken the increment operator. Now let's say in this while statement I wrote true, like true, or you can see it as 1 also. So in this my while loop, if I write true and I wrote 1, so it means that the control of my program, that like my control will go inside my loop. There is no condition like that, that if this value is less than this value or if this value is greater than this value, then only you can go inside my control loop. No, it's not like that. Here what I wrote is true, right? So this true means that you need that this control will always go inside our program. So whatever is written inside my while loop will always get executed if I write this true, or you can say 1 inside my condition, that is condition brackets for the while loop. So I hope you got that how we write true. And let's say I wrote this true here. Okay, so here what I had done, I had taken the same example. The only difference is that I had changed the values here, right? Okay, so this one only. Now when I'm going to run it, so after running, see what is this? This going to an infinite loop, right? See this, it's running and running and running. Okay, so now let me stop it. Okay, so let me show you that this how many ones I had got input, and it is going for an infinite loop rather than I had written I is equal to I plus 1. Why is it so? Because I have written this true is true, I have given the condition true inside my brackets. So for that, here comes we need to use a break statement, right? So whenever I'm going to give this true, or you can write it as 1 also inside my while loop, then I would be needing a break condition. So what does break means? Break means to, as it is understood from its word only, break, that means to stop the loop. Okay, so here if I want that my loop should be stopped at a point, and in this while I need to write this true also. So here what I'm going to do is that I have taken a condition for if, right? So if I is equal to 44, then it need to break the statement from here, and this I is equal to I plus 1 is the increment operator which we always use. Okay, so now when I'm going to run my program, what I'm going to get is that I'm going to get the numbers from 1, which is starting from 1 and it is ending till 45. Okay, now here my it will stop my if condition when my I is equal to 44, right? So my I is equal to 44, that is when my I will be 44, it must stop the loop, that is will break the loop. But why I'm getting this 45 here? Because in my print statement I had used I plus 1. Okay, so it will break the statement and go out of the loop. Okay, so this is I is equal to I plus 1, so that's why I'm getting this 45 this side. Okay, and it is starting from 1 because in my print statement I had written I plus 1, print I plus 1, so my I was 0. So when it got into the print statement, it was something like 0 plus 1, which is equal to 1. Okay, so I hope you got the idea that how to use the break statement. So break statement is basically used there where we are going to give this while condition as true, and we don't want an infinite loop. We want that my this loop should stop at a point, right? At the given condition where I'm going to give that condition, my loop should stop there. So there we are going to use this break statement, and if we are not going to use the break statement, I had already shown you that what happens, our loop goes to an infinite loop, right? So in my condition, when I did not put this break statement here, it was simply going from 1 and it was writing 1 infinite times. Okay, so this is the use of the break statement. Basically, this is why we use break statements in our as a condition. Okay, and now so this break statement is over. Now let's move to this continue statement, and why are we going to use this continue? And yeah, let me comment the above I also, so because downside I had already written this I. Okay, so here is the same example where I have written while and I have in the bracket given the condition as true. So this is so fine. Now hold on, just let me uncomment all these things. And okay, just outside, right? Okay, now let me take these things one side. Okay, fine. So here what I had done is that I had taken the same condition, that is while, and in bracket I had written true. So my control will go inside my loop. After that I had written a condition that if I plus 1 is greater than, if I plus 1 is less than 5. Okay, and inside this if I plus 1 is less than 5, I had given a condition that I is equal to I plus 1. So basically what it is doing, it is incrementing the I value. So above I had given the I value as 0. So this is the I value which I had given, and I wrote the condition if I plus 1 is less than 45, less than 5, then it will go inside my loop, and here I had used an increment operator. This all these things you are familiar with, and what I had used here is continue. So what happens is that whenever I use continue here, so it will go inside my loop, it will increment and it will run only in this thing. This continue will not let my control go outside this loop. So where I had used this print I plus 1, so this will not be printed. Why? Because my continue will run inside my this while this control only, whichever I have marked here. Okay, so this is the use that when I want to run my control inside a, you can say inside a particular loop, then we use continue here. Okay, so the conditions will be satisfied. Let's say I have given I is equal to 0. Okay, so it will go that 0 plus 1, that is 1 is less than 5. Yes, it is true, it will go. And 1 is equal to 1 plus 1, that is true, and it will continue. But after continue, it is not going to go and print this I plus 1, this line. Why? Because as I have told that my continue restricts the control of my program, and it will be again after continue, after it will see continue, it will again be going into my while loop. Then again it will be going and satisfy the condition till the value of my I is 4. So let's say according to it, till then I am not going to get 3 plus 1 is less than 5, that is 4 is less than 5. Till then it is not going to print me any of the outputs. After my condition is this condition, if condition is false, it is going to go in the print statement, and then after that I'm going to use if I is equal to 44 break and then print I plus 1. So here what I'm going to get the output is that I'm going to get the values from 5 till 45. Now why from 5? Because it will restrict the values from printing till 4. As I had told that I had used this continue statement here, so it is not going to let this I value come into this print statement and be printed. So I will not get my outputs as 1, 2, 3 and 4. My final output will start from 5 and it will end till 45, and by 45, because I have told it in the above thing also that I have used I plus 1 in this print statement, that's why. Fine. Now let me run my program and see. This is the output which I was telling that my loop will start from 5. Okay, so this is the reason why we use continuous statements. And okay, let me increase this a little, because yeah, and it will go till 45 because I had used I plus 1 that side. So I hope this break and continue, both the things are absolutely clear to you, right? Okay, so this was the example for the break statement in which I had taken a condition while true and print I plus 1, I is equal to 44, and then I have done with this continue also. So continue is restricting my control to go and print this statement because I had used continue here only. So it is going to work only and only inside this loop till my if condition is false. Okay, so this was all about break and continue. Now as second topic of today is try and except. Okay, so no, sorry. Today, now we are going to discuss about the functions and docstrings. Then we are going to discuss about the try and except. I'm so sorry for that. So let me take you to one note and let me write some things here also. Okay, fine. So here let me write that functions. And functions are of two types. Okay, so functions are of two types. First is the, okay, let me write in a little neater handwriting, BUI. And first is the built-in function, and second are the user defined. Okay, so as the name suggests that built-in, and in English what is the meaning for built-in? That the things which are already there, which are already built. So this is something in functions also, that if I'm the function which I'm going to use which already exists, which are already there in our modules, that are known as the built-in functions. And as the name defines user defined, it means that these are the functions which we make, which are defined by the user, means which are defined by us. So built-in function, the example for built-in function which we are going to take today is of sum. So here sum is a built-in function, right? And user defined function, we are going to make a function which will be something like fun. Okay, I hope it must be like fun, or let's see in the PyCharm IDE. So here is the built-in function. First I'm going to tell you about built-in function. So excuse me. So here what I had done is that I had taken a variable that is a, and I have assigned it a value as 2, right? Then what I have done is that I have taken another value that is b, and I have assigned it a value as 4. So these both the steps must be clear to that, because we are discussing all these steps from the first part of this videos. Okay, So these are the basic things. After that, what I have done is that I have taken a variable that is c, and I had written sum, and in bracket I have passed a comma b. So as I told you that we will be using the sum built-in function today. So this is how we use a built-in function in our program. So I wrote sum, and in brackets I passed a comma b. So a comma b are these two variables which I have declared here, and the value for a is 2 and the value for b is 4. And after that I had written print save. So now this sum function is going to add these both values, that is 4 and 2, and it is going to result me the output as 6. Okay, so I guess I haven't commented the down thing, so just pay attention towards this 6 only. Okay, hold on, let me comment the things which I haven't commented. Okay, hold on. Right. And now let me again run it. Now you are going to get the single output, that is 6. Okay. So you can see this is 6. So this is how we use built-in functions in our programs. These are the functions which are already there. And here I didn't use any plus sign or any other special symbol or any operator here. So simply I wrote sum. So this function is already built in, and it is saying that I need to add both the things. Okay, so that is a and b. So when I passed a comma b here, what it is going to do is that it is going to take the value of a, that is 2. It is going to take the value of b, that is 4, and it is going to add both these values, right? So it is going to add 4 plus 2, and that will result in 6. And here what I had done is that I had printed c. So now that's why I was getting the output as 6. So this was the whole built-in function that we were discussing. And now let me take you to user-defined functions. And first let me uncomment all these things. Okay. Okay. So here what I had done, I had declared a user-defined function. So this is how we write a user-defined function. The things which I have highlighted, this is the way how we write user-defined functions. For writing a user-defined function, what we need to do is that firstly we need to write def. DEF. Okay, so this is the defining of our user-defined function. So this is how we define a function, that is DEF, and after that we write our function's name. And now let me just make it too fun, because this function is a little bit confusing, like user-defined function, built-in function. So every word contains function only. Okay. So here I had taken a function that is fun, and I had made a user-defined function. This is the way for making a user-defined function. I simply write def, and then I'm going to write this fun. This fun is my user-defined function which I have made, and after that I'm going to put some brackets. So why these brackets? You will get this question's answer in 2-3 minutes only, because we are going to see the next example only for this thing. So first let's focus here that now one important thing, that wherever we define our function, let's say I had written this def fun. So what is this? This is defining our function, right? So this is called as function declaration. This is how I'm declaring my function. This is how I'm defining my function. This is how I'm making my function. Okay, so it is something like def, and then I'm going to write fun. Okay, so this is the way how we declare our function. So the function, the step, the line in which I'm going to write this def, and then I'm going to write my function name. This is this line. This step is known as function declaration. Okay, so this is function declaration, and after that, going inside my function, I had written print my name is Shambhavi. So this is the basic thing, and after that I came out of my function, right? And after my function, after coming out of my function, simply I wrote fun. Okay, and then I put these brackets, which is my this function name, right? So what I had done is that after declaring my function and writing something inside my function, I have come out of my function and called that function. Okay, so this step is known as function calling. It is a step where I call my function. Like, so for calling a function, what you need to do is that you need to simply write the function name here. So this is called function calling. So if I have defined and declared my function, and if I'm not going to call my function, I'm not going to get the output. So is this thing clear to you all, that when I need to declare or define my function, then I need to call the function also, right? So now when I'm going to run it, see, I got the output. My name is Shambhavi, right? So this is how we make a user-defined function. And now let me once comment this fun. And now let me run this. See, did I get any output here? Hold on, let me zoom it a little. So did I got any output here? No, I didn't get any output because I have commented my function calling. So this is the way that what is the use of function calling. I need to write this function. I need to call this function. So it means that this fun is written here. So when it will see this fun, it will go back to my function where I have declared my function, that is fun, and then it will go inside my function and see what's the thing that I need to print here. So it will get that my name is Shambhavi. You need to print this statement. So it will come out and it will print my statement, that is my name is Shambhavi. Okay, so I hope this thing must be clear to you all, right? Okay, now this is the user defined function. Next I'm going to tell you that how do we pass arguments to our function. Okay, so just a second. Let me rename this function. I'm going to name that fun1. Okay, and I'm going to name it fun1. Okay, so one more thing, that the function declaration and the function calling names should be same. Okay, there's like you can't add different names. It is going to give you error if you are going to name a different function at the declaration and you are going to call a different function till the time this function is not present in your program. Let's say you have written some function here and after that you are going to call this any other function here. So this function, the name, if you are going to give any different name in the function calling, then that function name should be present in your program. Okay, then only it's going to run, otherwise it will show some errors to you. So this is there, I have taken the same example, and now in this fun bracket I had given a comma b. So basically this is called, these are known as the arguments of a function. So this a and b are the arguments of our function. So I hope you got the point about the arguments, and after that in the bracket I have written print my name is Shambhavi, and after that I put a comma, that is I separated, and I wrote a minus b. So what's this a minus b? So this a minus b is the arguments which I have declared in my function. So hereby what I wanted is that I should print my name also and I should subtract two values also. So this is how we do like this. I'm going to write in the print statement that my name is Shambhavi, and after that I'm going to pass this a minus b, and okay, after coming out of my function, right, I'm going to call my function, that is fun1, and in brackets I'm going to pass the values. Now I have passed two values 5, 1 here. Why? Because I have taken two arguments in my function declaration when I was declaring my function, I had taken two variables here, right? That was a and b. So in the function calling I need to give these variables values. Now what will happen, that the value 5 will be assigned to a, the one value will be assigned to b, and it will go inside the function. It will print my name is Shambhavi, and after that it will see that it is written a minus b. So it is going to subtract 5 minus 1, and now what the final output I will be getting is my name is Shambhavi at 4. So now let me run it once. See, this was the output which I was telling that we will be getting, that my name is Shambhavi, and after that I got this 4 here, right? So this is how we pass arguments to our function. So this is the way, the arguments which you are passing above, you need to write these values when you are calling the function. In the function declaration you need to pass the arguments, and in the function calling you need to pass the values of that function, right? So this is how we pass arguments to a function and make a user defined function. Now I have one more example, and here I'm going to tell about the docstrings also, that why we are going to use this docstring. And just let me comment out all these, that I mean uncomment all these things, right? So okay, and above side, fine. So here I had made a new function, that is user defined function, and I have named it as new function, right? So this is clear, and after that I have passed a and b. I mean a comma b. So these are the two arguments which I passed in my function. Now just leave this 20th line. I will come to this a little bit later. Firstly, inside my function, I have declared a variable and its name is multiply, right? And I have assigned a multiply by b. So keep in mind, it is not x, it is a multiplication sign, okay? So here what I have written a variable that is multiply, and that I had given it a into b. So this a and b are the arguments which I had already passed inside my function, okay? So and after that I print the multiply, fine? So this is clear, and once let me comment this thing, return multiply, okay? Now after coming out of my function, I had taken another variable, right? That is s. So till now what we were doing is that I was simply coming out of my function and calling that function without giving any variable, without storing this function into a variable. But now this time what I did is that I had taken a variable that is s, and I had assigned it a new function, and in bracket I passed the values of the arguments. So these values of the arguments, now I hope you must remember the working which I told few seconds before, that this 2 will be assigned to A and this 5 will be assigned to B. Right, so this is how this s works, and I had then print this s. So now when I'm going to run my program, now see the differences that what I'm going to tell you. Okay, hold on. What I had done is that I need to comment it out, right? So now see what is the output which I get is that firstly I got the 10. Okay, so this 10 is the find which I got here, like here I use this multiply a into b, and then I printed that multiply. This is fine, totally fine. Now, what I got here is one more thing, that is none, but I haven't printed it somewhere, right? Because like this was our program and I haven't printed this none somewhere. So how did I got this? So this is the thing where comes the role of a return. Okay. So here in my function, when I had taken this variable that is multiply, okay, and now when I print this multiply, I did not return that variable, okay. So it in our function, when we are going to declare a function, inside that function I am going to take a variable, then I need to, if you want to print, then print, otherwise we need to return that variable also in our user defined function. So here what I need to do is that I need to write return, and then I need to write in bracket, no, not in bracket, I need to write simply multiply. Okay, so this is how in a function we write, we return. And now let me comment this print statement once, and now let me run this program. See, what's the output which I'm getting? I'm simply getting the output that is 10. Why? Because I wrote here that return multiply. So it is going to return me the value of multiply, which is like 2 into 5, which is equal to 10. So simply this is also a way to return any value or any variable in something in our user defined functions. So I hope you got the point how we do all these things. And now let me tell you about the docstring. So what is a docstring? It is something like, let's say you have written a 200 lines code, okay, and now you have used, let's say, 20 functions inside your program, and now you forget that what your new function does, what's the work of your new function. So if you have added that docstring inside a function, so the way for adding the docstring is like, you need to write these three semicolons. Okay, now let me move a little bit downside, and now let me tell you like how we write. So like it's something like this. See here what I had used. Okay, one more, this. So this is the way, like you need to write these three semicolons this side and three semicolons this side, and you need to write a sentence between these lines. Let's say I write, okay, this is Python programming. Okay, so I wrote this is Python programming inside these semicolons. Okay, so this is how we declare a docstring, and this is how we write a docstring. Now let me comment it out because I haven't written this inside my function, and here I had written a docstring inside my function. Okay, so this is like I have written this is a function which will calculate the project. Okay, so in the bracket also I had written this is a docstring. So and now when I'm going to write something like print new function. Okay, new function is my function name which I had used, and I'm going to write doc. Then I'm going to put these two underscores. Okay, this two, I mean this double underscore. Then I'm going to write doc, and then again I'm going to put two underscores. And now when I'm going to run my program, see, this is the output which I am getting here is that firstly I'm getting the value, and when I write this print new function and then I wrote doc, so what it is going to give me the doc string which I have written inside my function. That is, this is a function which will calculate the product. Okay, this is a docstring. So this was the thing which I had written inside my function. Let's see this like this one. Okay, so this is the use of docstring. Like if you are using many functions within a one program, and after that you forget that what your this function does. So anywhere you can write this simply print, and after that you can write this new function and then doc dot underscore doc underscore, and when you are going to run it, it will tell you that okay, your this function does this, but it is going to tell you then only if you have inserted a doc string inside that function. So it is a good practice to insert the doc string inside the functions, like it's going to help you writing in when you're writing like big programs. There it is going to help you with telling that what is this function does. Okay, so this was whole about functions and docstrings. So I hope this all these things must be properly clear to you all, right? Now okay, I'm so sorry, let me open the PyCharm. Right, now let's see about the try and except. These are the two things, try and except, right? So here what I had done is that I had taken a print statement and I had written enter number1. Num1 is equal to input. Okay, so when I was discussing about the data types, then I told you that if I am not going to write any of the, you can say any of the data type before my input function, like if I don't write somewhere int or float, right, then my input value will always be treated as a string value. Whether it is a number, whether it is a string, it doesn't matter. If I am not going to typecast my input into integer or float value, then always my input will be treated as a string value. So here what I had done is that I had taken a num1 as my variable, and I had written this input, and simply I had put these brackets. So the number or the string which I am going to enter here will be always treated as a string data type. So I hope I made this thing clear to you, and I had already discussed all these things in my previous videos, right? So this is how, you can say this is one more way how we ask the input from a user. Like you can firstly write print, and then in brackets you can write enter number1. Okay, and let me put these colons. It looks a little nice after putting these colons, right? So now, and after that I had taken a variable that is num1 and I have written is equal to input, right? Then what I did is that I had taken another print statement that is enter number2, and then I had written num2 is equal to input. So these two inputs will be in a string format, right? Because I haven't used any int or float data type before my input function. So it will automatically take my inputs in the string format. Okay. Now, here what I had done is that I had written try, right? So this is try. Now, you all must be knowing the try meaning, like simply a English word that is try, okay, to try something, to experiment something, right? And except this except you all must be knowing in the English language that what's the meaning of this try and except. Now, just relate it to the proper English language, like what's the meaning of try? What is the word that why we use try? What is the meaning of it? And what is the meaning of except? If you are going to relate this try and except from the normal English language, then you are going to get this topic very, very, very clear. Okay, so just relate it and just think about the what is the try meaning in English, what is the meaning of except in English. Okay. Now, here I wrote try, and after that inside my try I wrote print. The sum of number is, and I wrote num1 plus integer num2. So now, what I am going to get here will be an exception, right? No, I'm not going to get an error here. No. I'm not going to get error. You are thinking error. No, it's not error. Why? Because I have used this except function. So this is the only thing that why we use except function. It's something like if I write something inside try, okay, I write try and inside try I wrote something like you can say if I wrote something and there's any error inside that try, then it's not going to throw me the error, and other than the error it is going to throw me a exception. Like, you know the error, like how we get errors. If I am typecasting this num2 into an integer value, and here if I am not typecasting this num1 into an integer value, and if I have written this program in a normal way without using this try and except, then I would be getting a logical error because I haven't typecasted both the values, and we can't add string and integer values, right? So this is the truth that we can't add a string and an integer. We can add an integer and float, but we cannot add a string and integer. So it would be giving me error. But here if I have used this inside this try function, and after that I have used this except function, so it is not going to give me error. What it is going to give me a exception like you haven't typecasted both the values. It is going to give me an exception like this, right? Hold on, let me comment it out. Right, so here inside this try I wrote print the sum of number is, and I wrote comma num1 plus int num2. Right, and this I had written one exception. This is the way how we write exception as e. So in this e you can write anything like your wish, any number, any alphabet, a b c d, anyone. Okay, and then I'm going to print that e. So now it is not going to give me an error, it is going to print me an exception, something like, let me run it. And now, okay, so in the starting I had asked for numbers. So first number let me enter as 3, and it's asking to enter number 2. Let's say I entered 4. So right, see, I haven't got any output, but what I got is an exception that can only concatenate a string, not int to a string, right? So this is the exception which I got. And if I haven't used this try and except functions, that what would I will be getting is something like you have made a logical error. So it would be something like int plus str cannot be added, or they cannot be concatenated, right? So here I'm getting an exception that can only concatenate a string, not int to str. So it is clearly telling me that you have not typecasted your strings into integer values. So it is telling me that you have one string value and one integer, and they both cannot be concatenated. So now let me once convert it typecast into integer, right? And now when I'm going to run this program, see, it's asking me to enter number 1. Let's say I entered 5. And now once I entered 2, now it is going to give me that the sum of number is 7. Okay, so this thing, I hope this thing must be clear to you that how we use try and except functions in our Python programming. And if I'm going to write this statement like this print, this line is very important, and if I'm not going to typecast it, I'm going to not typecast this num1, I'm simply typecasting integer and num2. So it is going to throw me an exception, and with that it is going to print me this line also, that this line is very important. Like, okay, hold on, let me take it a little down. So first what it will do, it will ask me the numbers, I will input that. After that it is going to throw me an exception again, because I have again removed that integer typecasting from here. So it is going to give me an exception, something like concatenate integer to string, something like that. And after that, coming out of that exception, it is going to print me this line also, that this line is very important. And now let me run into number 1. Let's say I entered 4 here, okay. Now into number 2, let's say I entered 3. So this was the exception which I got, and after that I got this line. This line is very important also, right? So this is how, if you have any error, if you have any exception in this line, it is going to print that exception, and after that it is going to print all the other things which are written outside this except function. So I hope I made this clear to you. And here, if you have watched my videos from the starting, then you must be knowing that why I am using this int. So this is which type of typecasting, right? So this is the explicit typecasting, which I had already told in a very detail in my previous videos. Okay, so this is how we do try and except functions in our Python programming, right? Now let me take you to a little bit of theory, and let me explain you these things a little bit. Okay, right. So these are the file input output basics, which we also call as file handling. So okay, so in this what we do is that we write a text file. Okay, so we perform some operations in that text file, like opening that file and adding some more content to that file, and writing that file, and all these functions like this. So this basically, these are the modes. This whatever you are seeing, like R, W, X, A, T, B, and plus. So these are the modes in which we can use our text file which we will make. So today I'm only going to tell you about the theoretical functions of these values, so that you can learn them by the next video. Okay, so if somewhere it is written like R, so it means open file for reading. If you are going to set the file mode as R, then it means that open file for reading, and it is a default mode. There are two default modes in our file IO basics, that is text mode and open file for reading, R and T. So these two are the default modes. Okay, and if you write R, that means open file for reading. Then if you write W, right? Okay, hold on, this W, so this means open file for writing. Okay, R open file for reading, W open file for writing. Then if you see this X somewhere written as a mode, then what it means, that creates file if not exist. Okay, so here what we are discussing, that we will create a file and then we will read, write and like perform the functions. So if your file is not exist, so you can write X and then it will create a file for you if your file does not exist. Okay, A means to add more content to a file. Okay, T means the text mode, which I already told you. B is the binary mode, and plus, this plus sign, wherever it is written, you can treat it as read and write both. Okay, so it will open the file, it will read your file and it will also write your file. Okay, so these are the file input output basics, which was a little bit theoretical, and you need to remember all these things. I guess you need to keep in things all mind, because in the next video we are going to discuss all the input output basics. Like, we are going to see all the file handling tools at a one time, right? So you need to remember all these things. So that's why I'm discussing this thing, because after that I'm going to give you 1 week time for learning all these input output basic functions, right? So these are the things. like R, W, X, A, T, B, and plus, right? So these are the modes in which we can open our file, we can read our file, we can write the file, and all that things. So this was a Python file IO theoretical basics which we discussed, like these are the modes for our file. So we'll be working on a text file, right? Now let's move to our today's last topic. That is the Python module that is random. So what does this random means, right? So in English language, if you are going to search for random, what's the meaning for random? So then you will get this word more accurately, and you will get this video more, like you can say, more in a better understanding way, because the words which are used here, they are just similar to the English language words, like what's the meaning for random. Okay, random means to print something, like print anything, right? So it is like it can print anything. Now let me tell you, right, how, like let's say I wrote import random. So this is the way how we import a Python library in our programs. So this is the like way, firstly we write import, right? And after that I write that library name, whatever I want to import in my Python program. Then now what I did is that I had firstly imported random. Now here only let me tell you one thing, that if you want to see all the, you can say, all the knowledge and all the things which are in random, so what you do is that you simply press your control button. Okay, simply press the control button and take this cursor over random. So now presently it is simply black. Now when I'm going to press this control button and take this cursor over this random, so it is going to turn blue. And now when I'm going to click this random, so this is what I get after clicking the random, and you can see that what are the functions you can use in random. So these are the, basically you can say it as a reading file for random. There are general nodes and like try, except, class random. So here you can find many of the functions with which you can work on random, with which you can use random random library and all that thing. So this is a way how you can read about the random library. Okay, so now let me move on with the variable. Now here what I had taken is that I had taken a variable that is number. Okay, and what I written is that I had used my random library here. So what I write is that random. Okay, then I put a dot, right? After that what I wrote is rand in. So it is going to give me a random integer. Okay, and after this rand int I put these brackets, and inside that I mentioned a value, you can say a range, that is 100 to 200. So now my random integer function is going to give me a random value between 100 to 200. So this is how we mention a range, that I want a random value between this 100 till 200. So let me once explain this line more, that I had taken a variable that is number. Okay, after that what I written is equal to, then I wrote random. So this random is my library, there dot, and then I use the rand integer function. So this rand int is going to take a integer value between this 100 till 200. Okay, and then when I'm going to print this number, right, and let me run. So see what I got 189, right? So why I got this? Because I have used this rand integer function till between 100 till 200. And now when I'm going to run this program again, now I got this 102. When I'm going to run this program again, I got 154. So this is how this random module works. If you write a range that you want a random number inside this 100 till 200, so it is going to give you random integer numbers between this value. Okay, so this is how this random function works for the integer values for a given range. Now let's say you define a list, that is list 1. So like for defining a list, I have already told these things in my lecture. It is part 2 of this series English videos. that how do we declare a list, how we declare a tuple and all that thing. So I'm not going to repeat this here. If you want, you can watch that video also. So here what I am going to do is that I had made a list, that is list 1. Then I had taken a list, made a list, that is, and inside that list I have passed some elements, that is coffee, water, milkshake, fruits, and then I had written vegetable. So this is how I declared a list, and after that what I had done is that I had taken a variable, that is a. I had written a is equal to random. Again here I use this random variable, this random library which I had imported above. Then I used dot, then I used a choice function here. So I wrote choice, and inside that I printed the list 1. So now it is going to print me these, you can say, these elements which are inserted in my list randomly. So somehow it will print milkshake. Then if I'll run it again, it will print me coffee. If I run again it third time, it can again print me coffee. There's no issue. It can print a single element many a times. Okay. So now once let's run it, and so see what it gave me output is fruits. And now when I'm going to again run it, it again gave me fruits. And now when I'm going to run it third time, it gave me coffee. So this is the thing which I was telling you, that it can give a single element many a times also, and it can continuously differentiate all the elements. So firstly it gave me fruits, then it again gave me fruits, and now it gave me coffee. So this is how we use this random module in our Python programming. And I told you that you can simply press Control and go over this random function, random library, and then you can see all the functions which are in this random. You can read a lot of things that are written here, written that side, and this is how this random function works. So I hope today's topics must be clear to you, which will break and continue, functions and docstrings, try and accept, Python file IO, that is like file handling, and after that I discussed with you about the random module. So this is how we completed our today's lecture, and if you have any doubts, you can even rewatch this video, or you can ask that doubts into me in the comment box. So this is all for this video, and do like, subscribe and share my channel as much as you all can. So this is all for this video. Till then, thank you and bye bye. Hello everyone, my name is Shambhavi and welcome back to my channel Fun with Data Science. So today we are going to cover the whole file handling in a single video. So in the last video I had already told you that you need to remember all that theoretical Python input output functions which I described there as RWA and all that things. So that's why I was asking you all to remember them, because today we are going to cover the whole file handling thing. Okay, so file handling, and that is also called, yeah, you can say Python input output functions. Okay, so now for that let me tell you first that how to make a text file in PyCharm. So for that what you need to do is that you had already made a folder in which you must be writing all the codes and storing it in a single place. So what you need to do is that go on that folder, just click there. Okay, so it will turn a little blue this side. After that what you need to do is that you need to press the right click button, then you need to go to new, and after that new you need to go on this file. This is the first option, that one is the file. When you are going to click it here, you need to name a text file. So for that, let's say I am going to name it as first. Okay, and I'm going to name it first.txt, and when you are going to click enter, so this will be your text file. Okay, so now you can write some of the lines inside this code, that okay, my name is this and I am this, I'm studying this, I'm doing the Python programming and all that things like that. So I have already made a PyText file here, so which is this file. So the file today on which we will be working is write.txt, and the things which I have written in it is like something. Shambhavi started a YouTube channel. Name of YouTube channel is Fun with Data Science. Do like, subscribe and share the channel. Okay. So these are the 3 lines which I had already written in my text file, and the name of my text file is write.txt, and I have told you that how we make a text file in this PyCharm IDE. Okay. Now let's move towards the programming part, and here let's say I write if. So now after some time I'm going to tell you that what does this if means, but first let's only singly write that if is equal to, and I use this open function. So now what it will do, it will simply open my text file, and the name of my text file is write.txt, which I have already told you, and I have stored these things inside my text file. Okay, hold on, let me zoom in a little. Okay, so these are the three lines which I have already stored in my text file, and this is the way how we open a file. And let's say if you are opening a book, let's say you have opened a book and you have studied from that book for 1 hour. Okay, and after that, are you going to keep that book permanently open, or you are going to close that book also? Yeah, you are going to close that book. So this is the only thing which I want to tell you, that if you open a file, this is also a text file, and you can also take it as your book. So if you are opening your book, you need to close that also. So if you are opening a text file in this programming, then you need to close that text file also. So for that closing, I wrote that f.close. So this is the way to close the text file which we in which we are working, and in which we are going to see the different modes. Okay, so presently I told you two things, that how to open a file and how to close that file, right? So here when I wrote f is equal to open write.txt, this is simply opening my file. Now in the last video I have discussed with you some modes, right? That was read mode and write mode. These two are the common modes. Okay, so here I haven't declared any mode, that in which mode I want to open my file. So this is a simply basic opening of a file, that this is the way how you open a file. And as I have told you, there were two modes which were the default mode. Okay, so in that one mode was read RT mode. So this is a default mode. So if you're not going to mention any of the modes here, it will automatically open in the default mode. Let me open that file only. Okay, so that was python.file basics, and see I told you that this R is the open file for reading. It is the default mode, and we have discussed about the T, that was a text mode, and it is also a default mode. Okay, so this is the thing, that if I'm not going to write any R or T this side, so it means it will already be open in the default mode. Okay, now let me comment this out and let me open it like this. Now if I write like f is equal to open is my function which I'm using, and in the semi-quotes I wrote and gave my text file name, that is write.txt, fine, and then I'm going to open it in the R mode. Now this R is the read mode. I want to read that what are the things that are written in my text file. So here I have shown you that okay, these three are the lines written in my file. Let's say you have many files, and after some time you want to check that what's written in your this text file. So what you're going to write is f is equal to open, and in brackets you're going to use the semi-quotes and write write.txt. Okay, then what is the next thing, that you need to put a comma, and after that you need to declare the mode, that in which mode you want to open that file, right? You want to add something, or you want to write in that file, or you only want to read that file. So these are the modes, that in which mode you want to open the file, and here I had used this R. Okay, now let me tell you that why I am using if. So it's like if function returns the file pointer. It is the thing that okay, my file is pointing to this. Okay, this is my file pointer. You can remember this in a way that this if returns the file pointer. Okay, so this was the opening of the file in the read mode, and after that if I want to read the content of my file, that what's the material or what are the text which I have written in my file. So for that what we do is that we take a single variable. Okay, so let's say I have taken the variable content here, right? Then I will put a equal to sign, and then what I'm going to do is f.read, and I'm going to put these brackets sync. Now this will return me the whole file. Okay, so when I'm going to print this content, it is going to return me all the three lines which are stored in my file. So when I'm going to run it, see, this is the output which I got, and these three were the lines which I had already written in my text file. Now let's match it. See, Shambhavi started a YouTube channel. Name of YouTube channel, Fun with Data Science. Do like, subscribe and share the channel. Okay, so these were the lines which I had already written in my text file, and here what I did is that after writing this code, That is, I had opened the file in a read mode. After that, what I had done, I had taken a variable that is content, right? Then I assigned it f.read. That it means I want to read my file, okay? And after that, finally, I printed that content. That is the variable in which I have stored that I want to read my file, right? So this is the way how we write and simply how we read our file, that what is written in our file. Now, let's say if I write 3 here, and now if I'm going to run this, it is going to give me the first 3 alphabets written, yeah, also you can say characters written in a file. And that were SHA. Now let's match it. Yeah, it was SHA only because in the starting of the line I had written my name and the starting 3 characters are SH and A. So this is like if you want to read some characters simply of your file. So this is how you do that. You simply write f.read, okay? And after that you pass the numbers that okay, this much characters I want to read from a file, okay? Now, as we have seen in the in the string functions, we have seen some function like if you are going to give the length which is greater than your file. Okay, let's say in my file that is write.txt, let's say there are 45 total characters. And now, if I'm going to give a very much larger value, let's say I'm going to give 600 here. So now, what it's going to print? If you have already watched my string slicing video, which I have covered in the second part, then you must be knowing that it is going to return me the whole file, that whatever the content is written in my file, it is going to return me that, and after that it is going to stop the loop. It is not going to show me any error because my length of my file is greater, which I have mentioned here, so it's not less, okay? Now let's add like 600. Let me write the 600 and then I'm going to print this content. Then here I'm going to get my whole file. Like see, this is the whole file which we have written here. So because 600 is a very large number, whatever the characters and whatever is the length of my file, it is a very large number than that. But then also it is going to print me all the content which is present in my text file, and then after it will stop the loop. Okay, so this is how this read function works, and this is how we read the content from our file. Now this is done. If I want to read a single line from a file, let's say till now we were seeing that if you want to read a whole file, right? If we need to read the some characters of a file, we have seen the process that we simply declare a variable that is content and we assign it as f.read, and in bracket we are going to you can even mention some of the length, or if you don't want, you can't mention any of the length here, and then it will print you the whole whatever the file content is there in a file. Now if I want to read a single line from a file, so for that there comes the readline function. There now one more function is there, that is readline. Now let's say in my write.txt I have 3 lines written here. I simply want to read my first line. Okay, that is Shambhavi started a YouTube channel. I simply want to read this line. So now what will I do? I will simply write print and I will use my file pointer that will that is f, and I will write f.readline. Okay, so this readline is a function which helps to read a single line of your text file. Okay, so here what I wrote is that I wrote a print statement, then I wrote a file pointer, and I use a readline function which is used for reading a first line of your program, of your file. Okay, and now when I'm going to run it, simply I'm going to get Shambhavi started a YouTube channel. So yeah, let's match. This was the first line of our text file which I have added here. So this is the way how we read a single line of our file. Now if I write this, what was this f.read line function one more time. So now what it is going to give me, it is going to give me the another line also. Now it is going to print me 2 lines. The first one is Shambhavi started a YouTube channel, and the second one is name of YouTube channel is Fun with Data Science. Okay, so this is how we read lines in our text file. Now let me summarize this topic for open read and readline function, that If you want to open a file, that what you write is that you use a file pointer, that is if. After that you wrote a function that is open, then you write the file name. Whatever the name of your text file is there, you simply write that text file, and after that you write the mode, in which mode you want to open. And if you are not going to write any of the modes, it will open in the default mode. Okay, now I have told that this if is a file pointer. Then next is that if you want to access some of the content, or if you want to print and read whole the file, so for that what you need is that you simply take a variable, assign that variable f dot read. You use read function here, and in bracket if you want to read some character, then you mention that character's length. If you want to read some, you can say read whole file, then you do not mention anything here and simply print that variable. So it is going to print you, it is going to give you the output of the whole text file whatever we have made. And now after that, if you want to read single lines of your text file, then what you do is that you simply use a readline function, and the way for using is that print, and in brackets you are going to use the file pointer, that is if. Then you are going to use a dot, and after that you are going to use the readline function. Okay, so this is the way that how we read the our file, text file. Okay, now we have completed this open, read and readline functions, right? Now here are some, like, now we are going to see the writing and appending, two functions of our file. So for that also I had, okay, hold on, let me comment all these things once. Okay, so like control and backslash, fine, and let me close this now, write.txt, and let me open a new file. Okay, so for now writing and appending, what I'm doing is that I am making a new text file. Okay, so my first text file name was write, and my second text name file is write2.txt, fine. And now I'm going to just keep it blank. I'm not going to write anything here, because now we are going to see the write and appending function, that how can we write in our text file. In the previous we have seen that we had already written some lines in a text file and we were reading that text file. Now we have made a text file, and now we are going to write on that text file using our Python program. So for that, what I have done is that I have taken a blank text file. Okay, now f is a file pointer. Okay, and now after that I'm going to open my file. Now I'm going to open my new file in which I haven't written anything, and the name of the file is write2.txt, right? I'm going to separate this using a comma, and then I'm going to open my this write2.txt file in the write mode. And for using that write mode, what I need to write is that I need to write w inside these semicolons. Yeah, I have told you all of these things in the previous video only, and I have asked you to learn all these things. If you have learned that, well and good, and you will be understanding the whole lecture today. And if you haven't, then I don't know what's going to happen, right? So like f is a file pointer, and you need to open your write2.txt in a write mode file. Okay, after that I want to write this line in my file, that is best YouTube channel for Python. Okay, now if I want to add any line inside my text file which I have made and it is already blank, so for that what I need to do is that first I need to open my file in the write mode. Okay, after opening my file in the write mode, what I need to do is that I need to write f.write. I need to use this write function here. So after using the write function, in the brackets I need to write the whole sentence, whatever I want to print in my, or you can say whatever I want to add in my text file inside the semicolon. So I simply wrote that best YouTube channel for Python. Okay, and then after that I closed my file. Now when I'm going to run this program, see, I haven't got any output here. Why? Because I haven't printed any line for this output. But when I'm going to open my write2.txt file, I will see that here it is written best YouTube channel for Python. So this is how we write in our text file. What we do is that we simply take a file pointer, we open our file, write the name of a file, and you open that file in the write mode. After that, you use the write function using the file pointer, and then simply you write the sentence whatever you want to print in your file, text file. Okay, and after that you close the file. When you are going to run this program in this, in the same, you are not going to get any output. Simply you are going to get process finished with exit code 0, because you haven't added any of the print function here that you want to print this line or something like that. But when you're going to open your write2.txt file, there you are going to get the same sentence which you have used here in the function that was write. So this is the way that how we write a you can say write sentence in our text file. Okay, now okay now here next function comes is a. Now this a will a means to append something. Append means to add something in our file. In our file, this best YouTube channel for Python is already written. Okay, and now let's say I want to add this sentence once more in my file. Okay, so for that what I'm going to use is that I'm going to firstly use our file pointer, that is if, and I'm going to open my file. Now the difference between the upper code and in this code is that I'm going to open my file in the append mode. Okay, I'm not going to open in the write mode. I'm going to open it in the append mode, because I want to add some more content into my file. Now for after that I have opened this in the mode of a, then I will simply write f dot write. I will use a write function to write the line, and now let's say I want to write the same line, right? Best YouTube channel for Python. After that I'm going to close that file. Now when I'm going to run it, I'm not going to get any output here because I haven't used the print function. But in my write2.txt I got this best YouTube channel for Python one more time. Like you saw this best YouTube channel for Python. And now if I'm going to run this one more time, I'm not going to get this any output here, but in this I am going to get this thing in a new line. Why in a new line? Because I have added this backslash in this side. Okay, now let me change and use this backslash in this side. Okay, and now when I'm going to run it, okay, where's my text.txt? And now see, I have got this best YouTube channel for Python in the next line and leaving some space this side. Okay, so this is how we do this appending in a file. So we simply write and open our file in the A mode. That means the opening our file in the append mode, and after that we whatever we want to add, we simply write that sentence and just run our program. Okay, so this is how we write and add some more content into our file. So this was my file. Okay, now our next thing which we are going to see is that it's written here that for seeing how many characters you have written. Now our next thing, let me comment it out. Next thing we are going to see that how many characters we have written in our file. So the way for writing is that I had taken a variable that is a, and I have, okay, hold on, I need to open my file in the write mode. This one, right, fine. Now what I had done is that I had taken a variable f and I had taken my file pointer, that is f.write. Okay, so I have written this best YouTube channel for Python in my file. I do print a, and after that I am going to close my file. Now when I'm going to run it, it is going to show me that this line contains 31 characters and you have added these 31 characters into your new file. So this is the way that how we see that how many characters we have written in our file. So in the above I had also used as append function, but I wanted to see this best YouTube channel for Python. It will consist how many characters, like it is going to take 31. Okay, so the like I have added 31 characters in my this text file. Okay, so this is how we see that how many characters I have added. Now let me comment this out and let's, okay, hold on, what's this? And what I introduce it, okay, and now I want to comment it, right? Okay, now just hold on, let me uncomment this all. Now if open this file in write mode, mo, Okay, now I have added these comments also because I'm going to give you all these codes in the link that is in my GitHub, so you can refer all these codes for for studying from my GitHub account, which is mentioned in the description box. So here what I have done is I have added this if is my file pointer, and I had again opened my file in the write mode, right? I had okay, now another variable, that is a, is equal to f.write best YouTube channel for Python, print a, and f.clone. Let's run it once. And okay, so this is also that single way, if I'm going to open a file in write mode, then I'm going to get this 31 as the output. Okay, now once changed, let's open it in the append mode, right? And now when I'm going to run this, then also I'm going to get this 31 as out. Fine. So this is how we check how many characters we have added. Okay, what I'm doing again and again. Let's hold on. Okay, fine. Now the last thing which comes in this writing and appending these two functions is to handle read and write both. And let me go to Python IO file. So there I had already told that if you want to read and write, open your file in both these two modes, then what you use is a plus sign. So this plus sign will open your file in the read and write in these both the modes. So what I had done here is that I have taken the file pointer, I have opened my file, that is write2.txt, and I had used this plus sign. Okay, so it will open my file in read and write, both the modes. Fine. After that I had written print, and simply I had written f.read. So it will read my file also, and after that I'm going to write on this file also, that is f.write, and it will show that \n. Do it now. Let me just remove this space, and now when I'm going to run it, okay, my write2.txt file. So this is my file, right? So this is my file in which I was opening. So f is equal to open, right? Open the file in the read and write mode. Then what I did is that I print f dot read. Okay, I read the content which is written in my file, and I wrote that do it now. So when I had done f dot write do it now, what it is printing me as it is going to write do it now here, and the above all the things that I have written, that best YouTube channel for Python is erased because I have commented all that things. So that's why it has been erased, and so it is not going to show this, and I'm not going to uncomment all these things. But if you do not comment the above things, it will show you the whole that best YouTube channel for Python, and after that it will show you that do it now, right? So this is how we read and write, perform both the operations at the same time in our file. So here we have discussed about the writing and appending two functions, okay, of the file. Now come some more functions, and these functions, okay. Hold on, just let me comment all these things because we are working on the same files, right? So that's why I need to comment all the things. So where's that? Okay, this more function. So now here what I'm doing is that I'm simply opening my file. So for that I used if is equal to open and then write.txt. Now here I'm going to work on my write.txt file, and where is it? This one. Okay, in which I have added Shambhavi started a YouTube channel, name of YouTube channel Fun with Data Science. Do like, subscribe and share the channel. So I'm going to work on this file. Okay, so okay, now this f is our file pointer, and now if you want to check that what's the position of a file pointer, then what we use is f dot tell. So now here tell is a function which we use for checking that what's the position of my file pointer. Now here let's see that firstly what I did is that I had simply opened my write.txt file, and I have not printed any of the lines or something here. So it is obvious that my file pointer will be pointing to the 0 value because I haven't read any of the content from my file. what I'm simply using is that f.tell, and it is used to tell the position of my file pointer, that if file pointer is present at this value. So when I'm going to run it, I'm simply getting the output here as 0 because I had already told that we haven't read any of the things here. So that's why it is giving me 0. Now, let's say I read a line, and with before few minutes only, before 10-15 minutes, I have told you the use of readline function that is used to read a line from a text file. So now in my text file, the first line was Shambhavi started a YouTube channel. So it will read that file to me. Okay. And after that, when I'm going to use my printf.tell function, okay, when I'm going to use my tell function, then it is again going to tell me that after reading this line, this is the position of your file pointer. Now let me show you this thing, that firstly what I wrote, that I simply opened my file, that is write.txt, and I wrote f.tell. So this gave me the output as 0 here, right? And after that I read a line from a function using the function that is readline. So I used Shambhavi started a YouTube channel, I got this output. Then again when I use this printf.tell function, now it told me that now your file pointer's value, now your file pointer has a value, the position of a file pointer is 38. So this is how this tell function works. It helps to tell you that this is the position of your file pointer. Okay, now this f.seek function, what it does is that it tells you that you use this seek function whenever you want to read your file from a particular point. Let's say I write here 6. Okay, and now when I'm going to run this, okay, so I'm so sorry, let me print also. Now let's run it. Okay. So, see here. So what I did is that I used f.seek, that is 6. Okay, in brackets I have written 6. So now it will start reading my file from the 6th. Okay, so here also the index thing is same, that it will start from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so here the thing is same like the string slicing thing. There also the characters and the strings were starting from the 0th index, and here also thing is same, it will start from the 0th index. Then I used my file pointer dot seek, okay, and I wrote file f.seek, and in bracket I passed the value as 6. So it will tell that now, okay, from here you want to read your file, from this point. And after that I printed a line, that is I used this f.line function, I printed that. And now when I run this, what output I got is AVI started a YouTube channel. So what is missing? So simply SHAMB, these 5 characters, SHMBH, these starting 6 characters are missing from my sentence, because I said I want to start reading my file from the 6th position, and that's why I use this f.seek, and in bracket I use 6. Okay, so I hope you got the point, that how your seek, tell and readline function works, and this is how we use our functions. Okay, so this is the basic way for using this readline, tell and seek functions. Now, okay, hold on, just let me comment all these things. Okay, fine. So this is with block. Now wait a second. Okay, so here we simply use with block. With open, write.txt as f. A is equal to f.read and print 20. Okay, now let me explain what's all this. So here I had used a with block, and I had opened my write.txt file as f. F is my file pointer. Then what I did is that I had taken A is equal to f.read 20, and then when I'm going to print that A, the output which I am going to get is the starting 20 characters of my file, that is Shambhavi started up, right? And yeah, just remember one thing, that it will also include the spaces, the single space that you have given between the you can say words. Okay, so as yeah, I have already told all these things, yeah, right, in the previous videos. Okay, so write open with write.txt as f is equal to a dot f dot read and 20, then print a. Fine. So if we wanted to read the lines from our program, we were writing like, okay, hold on, let me, we were starting the starting characters. Writing and appendix. Yeah, so this was something like, this was something which we were doing. Hold on, where it is my has moved. Okay, this was something which we were doing to open the file, and then we were using that seek function. Okay, so it's that seek function that we want to start it from here, but now this is the shortcut for using. We use this with block. Okay, with open write.txt as file pointer, and now it is going to give me the till that 20th character. The value, the string, it is going to return me the string till the 20th value. And what was my seek function doing? It was starting my string from that value. And my with function will return me the value, will return me the string till that value. So I hope you got the difference, that seek function was giving me the string from that respective starting position, like I mentioned 6 there. So it was printing me the string from the 6th index. But my with function, what it is doing is that, let's say I wrote 6 here, so it will print me the string till the 6th index. Now let me run it. See, I got my string till the 6th index. So this is how, and this is the difference, that if you want to print the string from a respective index, then you use seek function. And if you want to okay, sorry, I guess I messed up with this. Let me correct it, that if you want to read a file from a particular index, okay, then you use this with function. And if you want to read a line till the particular index, then you use that that was like seek function. Okay, let me go to OneNote. I'm just confusing you all for this thing. Okay, fine. Let's say I wrote a string that is, okay, my writing is not too much bad, which is seeming it. Okay, I'm going to write Shambhavi. Okay, right. Now, if I want to print something from S till B, if I want to print my this much characters only, then what I'm going to use is the with function. With, okay, and I'm going to write my file name. And if I want to start from this A only, okay, I don't want to print this previous string. I want to start my printing the string from A, then I'm going to use my seek function. Okay, so now I hope I made this clear to you. Now let me take one more time Shambhavi and let me write it once more. No, don't think that I'm learning my names spelling. I already know that, but I'm going to tell you all. Okay, so here what like if I want to print SHAMB, okay, then what I'm going to write is that I'm going to use this write function. And if I want to print from this A till a line, you can say till a line, then what I'm going to use is the seek function. Now I hope you got that point, right? So now this is how seek and write function works, and yeah. So this is all about this file handling, that what are the functions in the file handling and how do we perform these functions. So I hope you all got the proper idea for the file handling Python input output functions. We saw open, read and readline functions, then we saw writing and appending, and then we saw seek till functions and after that we saw the with block. So These all are the functions which includes file handling, and these all are the ways to write, read, append, and you can say seek a position and all that things which includes file handling. So I hope I made all these things clear to you, and if you have still any doubts, you can rewatch the video or you can ask your doubts in the comment box. And yeah, don't forget to like, subscribe and share the channel, and share this channel as much as you can. Okay, so this is all for this video. Till then, thank you and bye bye. Hello everyone, my name is Shambhavi, and today we are going to discuss about some topics, and they are named as global and local variables, recursive versus iterative approach, lambda functions and if strings. So basically we are going to see that what are all these and how do they work in Python programming. So firstly let's move towards the global and local variables. So quickly let me tell you about the things that global variables are. The variables like global variables means any number of functions can use this variable inside the program. So what does this mean? This means that global variables means any number of functions can use this variable inside the program. Okay, let me tell you this thing in a very simple definition, that global variables are always declared outside the function and local variables are always declared inside the function. So basically this is the you can say very easy definition for this global and local variables. Okay, let me go to OneNote and here let me open a new notebook. Okay, and just let me write the things here. Okay, and let me go a little down the side. Okay, fine. Now let's say here I have made a variable x and I have stored a value as 5 here. Okay, other than that I have made a function here, and let's say the name for my function is def1. Okay, and in the bracket I pass some parameters like let's say n. Okay, and inside like a colon, and inside this also I use this variable x and I declare this value as 10 here. Okay, now my x is equal to 5 would be acting as a global variable, and my x is equal to 10 would be acting as a local variable. Okay, because x is equal to 5 would be acting as a global variable, because global variables are the ones who are declared outside the function. So this global variable, this x is equal to 5 is declared outside my function, so this one is a global. And next, my x is equal to 10 would be treated as local variables because it is declared inside the function. Okay, so local variables are the ones who are declared inside the functions. Okay, so this is the main difference about the global and local variables. Now let me go to PyCharm, and here we are. Okay, so here what I have done is that I have simply made a firstly I have made a simple function, that is div function, and in bracket I have passed a parameter that is int. Okay, then other than that inside the function I have written L is equal to 5 and I have simply printed L. Okay, after that outside I have called this function and I have written this is me. Done. Now when I'm going to run this, I would simply get the output as 5. See, okay, because inside my function I have declared this L is equal to 5. Now inside my function when I have declared L is equal to 5, so this L is equal to 5 is acting as a local variable. So this L is equal to 5 is a local variable because this is basically just declared inside my function. So this is the thing how we say that okay, this is a local variable. Next, this I have done. Other than that, I have made a new variable m is equal to 8. Okay, and I have declared that m is equal to 8 also inside my function. Okay, next what I have done here is that I would simply print this L and n. Now when I'm going to run this, I would get 5, 8. So this is what I got. This is 5 and 8. So this is simple. Okay, first what I have done till now, I have simply made a function and its name was def function, and in bracket I passed a parameter that is n. Other than that, I have made one L is equal to 5 and m is equal to 8. Okay, so my L is equal to 5 is my local variable. Other than that, I have printed that L, and after that I have print L and m together. So this was about my local function. Now let's see if I have declared one L is equal to 10 outside my function. I have written L and I have declared it a value as 10 outside my function. And now when I am going to run this, I am now also getting the output as 5, 8. 5 and 8. Why? Because here comes one more thing that we need to have a knowledge, that is the scope. Now what is this scope? So here it is something like whenever we are going to run our program, Okay, so first is sees our local scope and then the variable scope. Now let me tell you that what is this. So let's say inside my function I have declared a value that is L is equal to 5. Okay, so this one is my local variable and here it is my local scope. Okay, and I have printed like here. Outside my function also I have declared a value L is equal to 10. Now, what it does is that it first goes and looks into my local scope. Okay, is any variable having value is any variable declared inside this function? So when like I simply printed L comma N, so it simply goes inside my function and it checked that okay, is any L present here? So yeah, it found that L is equal to 5. So now it had like it will not go outside my function. It will not go that side. What it will do, it will simply print me the value of L which I have written inside my function, because like it first sees the local scope and then the variable scope. Clear? So this was about local and global scopes. Okay, now next thing, if I have simply written this global L, okay, and now just let me just comment these things. Okay, now let it be. I have written global L. Now what I have done here is that I was having a variable that is L, right? Here I have written it as global. Now what it will do? It will go and it will, wherever I have written global L, for this L, it will automatically go out of my function and search, okay, is there any L present? It will find that okay, one L is present and it is having a value of 10. It will take this 10 value and come inside my function. Here what it will see, it will say L is equal to L plus 50. So it will give L is equal to 10 plus 50 and it will give L is equal to 60, and I would be getting the output like print statement as 60 comma 8 when I would now run it. So let me quickly run this. Okay, name L is okay, sorry, I just want to comment these things. Okay, done. Now quickly let me run this once more. Okay, so now just say that what output did I get? The output which I get is 60 and 8. Okay, so now let me quickly once more explain that what it is going on here. So simply when I have written this global L, so global variables are those variables which are declared outside my function. So it will when as I have written global here, and when I would run this, it would quickly go outside my function. It would see, okay, is there any L value present here? Now here it would find that L is equal to 10 is present. It will quickly take that 10 and here, now this L is equal to 10 plus 50. Now it will become L is equal to 60, and when I have written as print L comma M, it would simply print me the output as 60 comma 8. So this is how local and global variables work. Now quickly let me once more revise the definitions, that global variables are always declared outside the function, okay, and local variables are the ones which are declared inside the function. Next I was talking about the scope. So basically whenever we run the function, so basically it first says the local scope and then the variable scope. If it is seeing the local scope and if it getting the value like okay, in this function I have some local variable and it is having the value, so it will basically print me that value rather than going outside my function and checking out my variable scope. Okay, so it is always the local scope is checked always first. This was about local and global scope. Now let me comment all these things and let's go and see one more example for that. Okay, now here what I have done here is that I have made one function. Okay, the name for the function is def1. Okay, and I have written x is equal to 2. Other than that, what I have done, I have made one more function. So here what I am doing is that I am making nested function inside of functions. Done. Now here what I am going to do is that I would simply make a function that is def1. Inside this function I declared a value x is equal to 20. So this is my local variable, and I have stored a value as 20 in my local variable x. Other than that, I have declared one more function that is def2. Done. Then I have written global x and I have written the value as x is equal to 88. After that, after coming out of my function, I simply print before calling 2, and I wrote the value for x. Okay, so now what I'm doing here is that I'm simply printing the value before calling my to function. Okay, after that I have simply called my to function and I am printing print after calling 2, and here what I am outside printing as 1. Let me comment this thing. Now let me run this once more, and now let me explain you one more thing here. Now what I got as the output is the unexpected one. I just got before calling 2 is the value 20 and after calling 2 the value for x is 20. Why? But here in my 2 function I simply mentioned the value for x is 88 and in my 1 function I mentioned the value of x is 20. But why am I getting this before calling 2? The value as 20 and after calling the 2 value as 20. Why am I getting? And okay, so if you have heard my the lecture from the starting, so you must have got the answer because I have written this global x here. Now what it will do, it will simply and quickly go out of my function. As soon as I have written this global x here, it will go out of my function and now it would search, okay, is there any x value mentioned here? But what it will do, it will not get any x value here because I haven't mentioned any value of x here. So now what it will do, it will not get any of the values. So it will simply print that before calling to and after calling to the value for x is 20. Now this thing is happening because I have written this global x as I have told in the above example also, that as soon as I have written this global, it would quickly move out of my function and it would search that, okay, is any x value present here? It will not get any of the value because I haven't declared any x function, any x variable outside my function. So it will not get any of the global value there. So it will simply print x is equal to 20, that is my local variables inside my functions, and it will simply print me the output. But one thing. Now when I would print this x after calling my one function, when I would print this x, now here it would give me the output as 88. Okay, so this was the thing about the global and local variables. How do we make these global and local variables? What is the basic concept behind global and local variables, and how do we write and initialize all these things? So this was all about global and local variables. Now let's move towards our second topic for today, that is recursion. And for the recursion, let me make a new Python file. So for making that, let me just go to practical and let me just make a new Python file. And let me name it as recursion. Recursion versus iteration, let me write it. Okay, done. Now here what I'm going to do is that I am taking an example for the factorial, finding factorial using recursive and iterative, both of the approaches. So fine. Now firstly let me tell you that what is this recursion. Recursion is declaring a function inside a function. This is the basic and the very easiest definition for recursion. Now this is basically it is the defining a function inside a function. Okay, so here what I am going to do is that firstly I am going to make a function, and firstly we will be seeing the iterative approach for finding the factorial. Okay, I would write def and I would write factorial and underscore I would write iterative. Okay, in bracket I would pass a parameter that is n. Done. So here what I have done here is that firstly I am making a function here, def factorial iterative n. Now next what I want to do is that I have simply made a variable fac, and now here I have initialized the value as 1 into my variable that I have made as fac. Okay, now done. Next what I need to do is that I would simply apply the for I in range. I would apply a loop, for loop. Okay, for I in range, and I would, in bracket I would simply pass n. Now here my n would be my this number, which here I have written, okay, which I have passed as a parameter. So before writing all this, let me quickly tell you about the factorial, that what is basically the factorials. Okay, let me just pick up my pen. Okay, and where's that factorial one? Done. So basically this is how we find the factorial of any of the numbers. So now let me just write all the things here. Okay, so this is basically the denotation for n factorial, right? Now let's say I wanted to find the factorial for a number that is 5. Okay, so here what I would write 5 factorial. Now I would simply write my n, that is 5. I would put a multiplication sign. I would write n minus 1. So this is the formula for finding a factorial of any of the numbers. Okay, so let's say I have taken example for a 5. I would write 5 factorial. 5 into 5 minus 1, that is 4. Okay, then I would write 5 minus 2, that is 3. Then I would apply 5 minus 3, that is 2, and it will go. Okay, so it will go till 1. Okay, as soon as my value becomes 1, it would stop there. So this is the way how we find factorial. So basically factorial is found using n factorial And okay, so this exclamation mark is the representation of a factorial sign. So wherever you find something like n factorial or this 5 exclamation mark, 6 exclamation mark, so basically this is how we denote the factorial sign, this exclamation mark. Okay, so here what I wrote is 5 factorial is equal to n. Now this one is a formula. N factorial is equal to n into n minus 1 into n minus 2 into n minus 3 up to something like, it will go up to the value till it becomes 1. Right? Now, so this one was a long form and this is the short form. Okay. So here n factorial is equal to n into n minus 1 factorial. So this one is a short form. If you want to remember any of the one, you can just take that. Okay. So now just quickly let me write one more. So factorial for 5 is equal to 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Okay, and it's simply resulting me as the output as 120. When you are going to multiply all these things, it will simply result me the final output as 120. So basically the factorial for 5 is 120. Okay, so this is the thing that how we find the factorial. Now let me go to this question which we were just solving about the iterative and factorial recursive approach. So simply what I do here is that I have written a for loop for I in range, and bracket I pass that parameter which I have just passed in my function. So I passed in. Now next what I need to do is that I need to write fact is equal to fact into, and in bracket I would simply write I plus 1. Okay, this is the you can say mathematics, how do we solve for factorial. Okay, and after that, after coming out of my function here, this I would simply return fact. Okay, now after going out of my function this side, I would declare another variable, that is number, and now I wanted to take the input from user only, right? So what I would write number, and I want the integer input, so I would write int. And so basically what I have done here is that I have typecasted this user input into integer format. Okay, so int input, and I would write enter number. Okay, and I would simply put this colons. Now what I would write is I would simply rewrite a print statement. I would write factorial using iterative. Okay, APPROA approach. Okay, and I would put a colon. And after coming out here, what I will do is that I would simply write, factorial iterative, and in bracket I would pass number. So basically number is the, you can say, variable which I have taken to store my user input. So this is about the factorial iterative using the iteration. So here what I have done the iteration using my for loop. So this was the iterative approach. Now let me run this, and okay, so now let me just have a little bit. Okay, now it's asking me to enter a number. Let's say I entered 5 because just now I have calculated the factorial for 5 and that was 120. So as soon as I enter, so it is giving me factorial using iterative approach is 16. Okay, so here it's something like we have made any sign mistake. Okay, so I'm so sorry, here I should not put this plus sign, I should put this multiplication. Okay, now let's run this, and now it's again asking me to enter a number, and I would, let's say, enter 5. Now it is giving me that factorial using iterative approach is 120. Okay, so here I got the correct output using my iterative approach to find the factorial, and let me just correct the spelling, it's ITE. Okay, now here what I have just done the factorial iterative approach. Okay, now I would do it using my recursion process. So here I would just make a new function. I would write def, and I would write factorial underscore, I would write recursive. Okay, and in bracket I am doing the same things. I would pass the same parameter inside this also. Okay, now I need to use my mathematics, whatever I use. So I would write if n is equal to 1. Okay, now here what I'm giving some conditions. Okay, so here if I'm saying that if the value for my n is equal to 1, now return me 1 only, because the factorial for 1 can always be 1, right? Because if we have 1 factorial, so we cannot do n minus 1 because it will turn into 0. So the factorial for 1 is always 1. So I have written that if n is equal to 1. If the value for n is 1, so simply return me the output as 1. If not this condition, then else, and I would write else return return n into n multiplication. Here I would write factorial recursive, and in bracket I would use n minus 1. Now just have a look at what have I done here is that I have first made my function that is factorial recursive, and I have passed a parameter that is n. Now I have just put the condition that if n is equal to 1, then return me as 1. Otherwise, what I am saying that return me n into factorial recursive and in bracket n minus 1. So this was the thing which I was saying, that using of a function inside a function is called recursion. So here I have used this factorial recursive function inside my factorial recursive function. So here this is use of recursion, and I have simply wrote return n into n minus 1. Now what I would do, I would just go out of my functions, and here I would just write number, number is equal to int, and in bracket I would write int input, and here I would say enter a number, number. Okay. Now other than that, what I would do is simply print, and I would write just 1 second. Okay, I would write factorial using a recursive approach. Okay, is, and I would put this colon, and other than that I would put a comma, and I would just use my that factorial recursive, and in bracket I would pass number. It's number. Okay, so this is my whole program. I've completed my whole program, and now when I'm going to run this, so just firstly let me do one thing. Let me quickly comment the above one, because we have already seen the output for this. Okay, comment it. Now let me quickly run this. Okay, so it's asking me to enter a number. Let's say I would enter the same number, that is 5. Done. So what I got, factorial using recursive approach is 120. So what I wanted to tell you is that I just want to tell you about the recursive approach, and this is how we do the recursion. This is function inside a function. Okay, so this is how we simply do the things, right? And okay, so let's say I would pass 1 also one time. So when I wrote here as 1, because I have given a condition. So it said me that factorial using recursive approach is 1, because I have given one condition that if my value for n is equal to 1, so simply return me the final value as 1. Okay, so this was about using the iterative and recursive approach. Now let's move towards our third topic, that is lambda function. So basically, what is lambda function? Lambda functions are also called as anonymous functions. Let me comment this thing. And okay, one more time. Done. Okay. See, now here I'm firstly going to tell you a little bit about the functions, and then we will go and discuss about the lambda functions also. Okay, so here what I have done, I have simply made a function def add. So this is how we make a user defined function. Okay, so here I have defined, so this is def. Basically this def is used to define a function. Okay, so I have used def, and here I have used my new function, and I have made a user defined function that is add. In brackets I have passed two parameters, a comma b, and what have I done here? So I have simply returned a plus b. Okay, so this is the thing which I have done, and just let me once check the things. Okay, just hold on. Okay, done. No issues with that. This is all. So this is how we basically make a function and user defined functions. And now let's say I want to make a function, user defined function for printing for this minus. For that, what I will do, I would simply write a user defined function. I would write def. Okay, then I would use minus. I have made a user defined function. You can just take any one of your choice. Other than that, I will pass two parameters inside my function, that is x comma y. Whatever you wish, a comma b, c comma d, whatever you can say. But here what I have done, I have simply passed x comma y, and then after that I have returned x minus y. Then after coming out of my function, what I have done here is that I have simply printed my minus. So what I am doing here is that I have written print, and in here I have used my function that is minus, and inside my minus I have passed two values that are 9 comma 4. Now what's happening is that this my 9 comma 4, 9 is automatically going to x, 4 is automatically going to y. So it has now both the values 9 comma 4. Now when this function would run, it would simply go to return, and it would return 9 minus 4, and the output would be 5. Let me run this. Okay. So here what I'm getting is the 5 that I have told you that this is the way how we just make a user defined function and we do that things. Now if I want to make the things using lambda function, so for that what I would do, it's very easy, that I would simply write minus is equal to, I would use this lambda. So this lambda is used for making the lambda function. So this is the keyword which we use for making any of the lambda function. So I simply wrote minus is equal to lambda and I wrote x comma y. So here what I have done, I have passed two values that are x and y, right? Now I wrote lambda x comma y and I simply put a colon. After that colon, I simply wrote x minus y. Done. Other than that, after coming into my print statement, I simply wrote print. Then inside this, I simply wrote minus. Minus is my variable in which I have stored my lambda function, which I have just made here. So I have simply written print. I have used that minus variable here. Inside that, I have passed just two values that are 9, 4. And now when I am going to run this, I would simply get the output as 5. So this lambda function is another way you can say for writing this user defined function. So here what I was doing, I was just defining a function and I was returning the values and all that things. But in a lambda function, what I need to do is that I simply need to make a variable. I simply wrote lambda x comma y and I need not to return also. I simply put a colon, write x comma y, x minus y. And here I simply printed the values. So this is how this lambda function works. Okay. So this is the way for using the lambda functions. Now just let me comment it and let me comment this one also. Let's go and see some more examples for lambda functions. Okay. Okay. Done. Sorry. Okay. So here what I am doing is that, okay, let me just uncomment the things and let me explain you all the things. Okay. So this one is a user defined function. After that I will tell you how to write this function in lambda also. Right. So here what I have done is that I have simply taken a function. I want to make a user defined function. So I have taken the keyword that is there for making a function. Then I here named the user defined function a underscore first. Okay. And in bracket I passed a parameter that is a. I returned a and in brackets I returned 1. I will let you know what is this. Okay. Here, after coming out of my function, I simply made a variable that is a and I wrote a is equal to, I made a list inside a list, a nested list. Okay, so this is a list inside a list. I pass some values in this list that are 1, 41, 9, 6 and 8, 23. Okay, now I want to sort these values. Okay, so what I wrote, a dot sort key is equal to a underscore first and I simply print a. Now just let me quickly run this. Okay. Now just see what happened here. My second values are sorted. Okay, so now just check out here for these. I have written a is equal to 1, 41, 9, 6 and 8, 23. So the values which are sorted here are 41, 6 and 23. Now just see in the output which I am getting are 6, 23 and 41. Why is this so? Why my first values are not sorted? Because in the return function where I have used this return, I have given the value as 1. If I have changed this value to 0, then my 9, 8 and 1, these would have come in the sorted value, means these have come in the ascending order. Let me just show you. I have written return a and 0. Now here my first values that are 1, 8 and 9, they are sorted. So this is the way how we if you want to sort any list inside a list inside this. So this is the way we make a user defined function and we just use this sort function. Now if I want to do all these things using my lambda function, so what I would do, I would simply declare a variable. And let's say here I have declared a variable that is a. Okay, and I have passed to return the same list which I was using above. Now I need not to make any function. I need not to use anything. Simply what I need to do is that I need to use my sort function. I would write a dot sort and here I would use key is equal to. Earlier what I was doing is that I was using key is equal to a underscore first. Now a underscore first was my function name. Just check here. It is a underscore first is my function name, right? Now what I am doing, I am simply using this lambda function. Key is equal to lambda x. Now colon x0. Now 0 means my first values of my list. So it is 1, 5 and 8. So they are automatically sorted. Let me write a different values and let me write something like 9 here. Okay, and now simply what I'm doing is I'm printing A. Now quickly let me run this once, and okay. So now just have a look that all my first values are sorted here. See, 1, 8 and 9. So basically all my values are sorted here, right? So this is the way how we do the things. Okay, now in this lambda function, what it is doing, it is automatically sorting my all these things also. So here in the 8, 23 is come this side and got this side. So this is the way how we sort these lambda functions. So I hope now you got the point about the lambda function, that how do we use these lambda functions and basically why do we use this lambda function. So basically they make our work easier. Okay, now here I have told you about lambda functions. Now if you are just watching my videos for the data analysis, which I am just presently doing on Google Play Store dataset, which I basically upload on Thursdays. So in that, if you are just watching it, in there you will get a lot of uses of these lambda functions. So basically there I have not used my user defined functions. I have just made that lambda functions and I have used all the things here. Okay, so this is the thing. So next we have the topic is if strings. Now what are these if strings? So basically if string is something, let's say you have taken any variable, okay, and like let's say you have a variable that is my, okay, and you have stored some string in that variable, and in the output you want to print that string. So basically if strings are used there. Now let me quickly tell you that how do we do this. And okay, where is if? Okay, done. So basically firstly let's see this. Okay, I have used a variable that is my, okay. In this variable I have stored a string and that the string is Shambhavi. Okay, other than that I have made one more variable and I have used my name is, and here what I have used %s. So, right, and outside my functions I have used my %my. So basically this %s is that, okay, one string has to come here, and outside my function what I have used is my, %my. So %my, what it will do, it will simply print Shambhavi here. And when I am gonna print all these things, and just let me comment this thing, and okay, when I am gonna print this, I would get that my name is Shambhavi. Okay, downside something is uncommented, so just leave that. Just see the highlighted part which I am telling that my name is Shambhavi. Okay, so this is the thing which I was saying, but here I haven't used my if string. Now my use of my if strings is this side where I would tell you. Okay, this is the same example which I have told you. Just one more thing here. Okay, let me go upside, and okay, let me go like sorry, and uncomment this. Okay, this one is the thing. Done. Now see what I have done here is that I had made a new that same variable that is my, and I have stored a string that is Shambhavi in this. Okay, then other than that I have used a variable that is s, and I have stored as a value of 10 this side. Other than that I have made one more variable s1. Now here what I am doing is, right, I am writing my name is, and I just put these blank brackets. Okay, after that s2 is equal to s1 dot format my comma s, and in print s2. Okay, just let me run this. Now for printing this my and s values, what I need to do is that I simply need to write s2 is equal to s1 dot format my comma s. For printing this my and s value, I need to write both of these things here. Now if I want to use this f string, so for using this f string, what we simply do is that we simply write, let me comment this thing. Okay, now for using my if strings, what I need to do is that, let's say I import this math, these are the other things. Here I made a variable that is my. I stored that Shambhavi s is equal to 10. Now here what I did, I made a variable s1. I simply outside declared f. Now this f is what I was telling you about the f strings. This is how we write this f strings, right? So here I would write f. I would put semicolons. I would write my name is. I would put this curly braces. Okay, I would put this curly braces, and now inside this curly braces I would put that variable name whatever I want to print. Let's say I want to print my name is, in the brackets curly braces I put my. So here this my refers to Shambhavi. Okay. Now this Shambhavi would come here. Other than this, I was having a value of s. This s was come here as 10 value, and like this is a simple example that you can even use any of the, you can say, libraries also. Like I would just say I would just imported a module, let's say, that is library, that is math, and here I just use math.call60. This is a way for showing you that okay, you can use these things also, none other than that. Okay. After that, I just printed this s1. Now when I'm going to run this thing, just see the output which I got here is that my name is, so this my name is I have printed. Other than that, with the help of my f string, I was able to print this my inside this curly braces. So the variable my was having a value, I was having a string as Shambhavi stored. Okay, so here I have stored that thing. So here it simply printed me Shambhavi. Next, I was having another curly bracket. Inside that curly bracket, I was having s variable. Inside that s variable, the value 10 was stored. So it simply printed me 10. Other than that, I was using the math.call60, so it just printed me 60. So this was like value for 60. This was a way for telling you that okay, you can use these things also. But let me just erase these things, and now let me quickly run this one. Okay. Now here I would be simply waiting that my name is Shambhavi, and then this is the s that I have here. Basically what I told is that this f string is basically used when you want to print some variables, like you have stored some variable, sorry, you have stored some string, or you have stored some value inside a variable, and you want to print it, print that thing in some of the statement. So basically there you use this f string. Okay. So like in the above example what I told, that this was also a way for doing this, but this was a very long way. So for that, this f string is used. Simply you will write f, here you will use semi-quotes, my name is, in the brackets you will use that variable's name which you want to print, and then you will simply print that s1. So this was about f strings. So now let me quickly have a recap of all the things which we have discussed today. So first we have discussed about the global and local variables. Okay. So here we have seen the example that the global variables are the ones which are declared outside the function, and the local are the ones which are declared inside the function. Then here what I have done, I had simply made a function, and there I have made some local variables. Now when I had just made this L as global, so this whenever as soon as I will write global and I would make any variable, it will simply go out of my function and search for that variable outside my function. Okay, so this was the thing which happened this side. Then we discussed about the scope also, that whenever we run the function, it first says the local scope and then the variable scope. Okay, so whenever we run the function, so it will firstly see our local scope, and then it will go and see out for the variable scope. Other than that, we have just discussed one more example where I have simply made a function inside a function. I have written def1, def2, and then I have assigned some x values, and then we have simply printed the values. Next, we have simply moved towards a recursive approach and iterative approach for finding a factorial. So these were the two ways where I told about the recursion, that it is like, okay, let me just have a quick definition for recursive approach, and it is something like it is use of function inside a function. Okay, which I told that it is a use of function inside a function. So here in this recursive one, I have simply used my factorial recursive function inside my this function. So basically this is a use of function inside a function. So here we have seen about the factorial, we learned about factorial, and we have seen that how to find a factorial using iteration and using recursion. Then moving towards the third, we were dealing about the lambda function, which were also called as anonymous function. I told that what are these lambda functions and basically how we use and why you will use this. Okay, because this is a shortcut form for using this user defined function. So this is how we use this lambda functions. At the last, I just told you about the f strings, that basically what are these f strings and why we use this in programming. So let's say you have a variable and you want that variable's value or string to be printed in your output. So you will simply write f. Now, don't forget to write this f. If you are not going to write this f, then these values will not be printed. Okay. So if you simply write this f, then you will put semicolons and you will write whatever the thing you want to write, and here you would, in this curly braces inside this semicolons only, you will write that variable names or whatever variable value you want to be printed. Let's say I wanted to print the like whatever the string is stored in my, so I simply wrote my here. Okay, and I wanted the value which is to be stored which is stored in s, I wanted to print that here. So simply I wrote S. So I hope I made all the things clear to you. So today we discussed about if strings, lambda functions, recursion versus iteration, and global and local variables. I hope I made all the things clear to you. If you have any doubts, you can rewatch the video and you can even ask the questions with me in the comment box. So this is all for this video. Till then, thank you and bye bye. That what are the topics that we are going to discuss today, and they are named as enumerate functions. Then we are going to see the join function. After that we are going to see the main function in Python, and at last we are going to see that can we use for and else together. If yes, then how, and if not, then why we can't use for and else together. So basically these are all of the topics which we are going to discuss today, which I have just now named, right? So just let's get started with discussion of all these topics. Okay, so let's firstly discuss about the enumerate functions. That what are these enumerate functions? Okay, let's say okay, basically let me just write the code, and after that I would just like with that code only I would explain you. Let's say I'm making a list here. Okay, so let's say I'm making a list, and that list contains of some elements, and they are just named as book, and then I have copies, and then I have pencil. Other than that, I even have eraser. Okay, so just let me write the correct ones. Okay, so basically what here I have done, I have made a list. Now what is a list and how we make the list? For this I had already made a video, so you can just go and have a look over that videos. Okay, so here just okay, just let me give a brief revision this side, that whenever we use these large brackets, so you can just see that they are big brackets. Whenever we use something like this, and inside that whenever we write some string or numbers or something like that, so that are called as list. So basically there, like here what we are doing, we're just making a list. Okay, now what here I have done, I have just taken a variable that is a1, and I have stored this list in my variable that is a1. Okay, now let's move forward, and here I would write b is equal to 1. Okay, b is equal to 1. Now why I have written this, I will let you know in a little time. So now I would be using my for loop. Okay, so if I just say, if I write for item in a1, okay, for item in a1, let's say I want to access all of the elements which are just present in my a1 variable. Okay, now again this is the for loop, and this is how basically we use for loop. And on for loop also I have just made the video, so you can just go and have a look over that one. Okay, so for item in a1, now here I will just give some condition. Okay, I will just give some conditions. If b percent 2 is equal to 0. Okay, let's say if my b percent 2 is equal to 0. Now just let's put this colon, then print. Now here I would be using one of the if strings. Okay, now I would be writing if, and here I would be writing give me, and in the brackets I would be writing I. Okay, now just let me quickly give you the brief revision for if string. That if strings are the ones that I use to if you use if in the starting, and after that you put the semicolons and basically write the curly braces inside that if you write any variable. So basically that variable name gets printed, right? So this I have already, we have discussed about all of these things in a very detail, right? So here what I have done, I have just used my for loop for item in a1. Now a1 is my list. Okay, I have just applied one condition. If b percent 2 is equal to 0, then give me item. Okay, now I would be just coming out, and here I would be applying the b plus is equal to 1. Okay, and okay, b plus is equal to 1. So here I have done. Now just let me comment, and let me just tell you that if someone writes b plus is equal to 1, something like that, okay, something like this, if someone writes, that means just b is equal to b plus 1. Okay, this one is the use of assignment operators. Okay, so this basically is a short form for writing this one. Okay, so this is done. Now this is my program which I have just written here, right? So let's say this is my program, and here what I have done, I just wanted to print those elements which are having the you can say which are having which are having odd numbers. Okay, here what is my condition, that if b percent 2 is equal to 0. Let's say, yeah, right, I have written if b percent 2 is equal to 0. So I have what I have stored, in b I have stored a value as 1. Okay, so my this 1, and then it this condition would be false for 1, and 3. Okay, so my condition would be false for 1 and 3, but it would be true for 2 and 4 because 2% 2 is equal to 0. So here what I have done, I have just written the condition. If 2% 2 is equal to 0, then print me that, like, give me that item where the index is index is even number. Okay, so now when we are just going to run this one, so okay, so what output did I get? Give me copies and give me eraser. Now let's just see that how we got this one. So here I got give me copies and give me eraser. Okay, so here I have just written give me item. Now just have a look. I have written that B is 1. Okay, my books would be belonging to 1, then copies would be 2, pencil would be 3, and eraser would be 4, right? So here when I just applied this condition, if B percent 2 is equal to 0, right? So that means my B is having some you can say even values. Okay, like my books is having a 1 index, my copies is having a second value, right? So when 2% 2 is equal to 0, so this condition became true, and just it got inside my loop. So in my condition, what I have written, print if and give me item, right? So give me, and inside that item, what I have written copies. So that means just give me copies. So it would be true for copies and it would be true for eraser. I hope you just got the point that what I have just done here, right? Now this one is the program in which I need to use for loop, and after that I need to use this condition, and it is a little bit big one, right? So let's say I have just taken a very simple question here, but let's say if we want to do something like something more complicated, something like that, so that this might be a very big program, right? So now for that, what I can do, so here comes the role for the use of enumerate functions. So this is a way where we use enumerate functions. Let's go and see how we use these enumerate functions. Okay, so for using that enumerate function, what I would write for index, comma, item in enumerate. So basically this enumerate is used whenever I want to use this whenever I used to make this enumerate function, use this enumerate function. So basically this enumerate keyword is used. Okay, so what I have written for index and item in enumerate A1. So basically we have already declared this A1 above side. So A1 was having a list, and that list consists of book, copies, pencil, and eraser, right? So here what I have done, I have written for index in the sense that whatever is the index for my values of A1, and item. Now item are books, copies, pencil, and eraser. In enumerate and in bracket I wrote A1. Okay, now A1 is my list that I have done. Now I will go beside and I will write if index percent, and okay, where is my percent? Index percent 2 is equal to 0, right? And here I would write int, and I would apply that if string, and I would, let's say, write give me item. Okay, I would be just writing this item inside this brackets. Okay, now this is my complete program. So here I have completed this thing in the 3 lines, which I was just using 4 to 5 lines to do above. And let's just see that what's the thing here. I would be getting the same output this side also. Okay, sorry, give me books and give me pencil. Okay, so here what I have done, I have just written that. Okay, so I'm sorry, here we haven't used that B, I just forgot that. Here we have used the index one. Okay, now with the condition what I have given, if index percent 2 is equal to 0, print give me item. Okay, so here what it is printing, it is printing me books, copies, pencil, and eraser. Now how I am getting these things? Okay, let's see that how we are just getting. So here my index starts from 0, right? So if we have in the list, so index starts from 0. So books is having a index of 0, and what is my condition? If index percent 2 is equal to 0, right? So this would be 0, always this would be 0. So it just printed me give me books. Now my copies is referring to 1 this side. Okay, other than that my pencil is having again the index 2. So as soon as it got inside my condition, so here it is, if 2% 2 is equal to 0, then print give me item. So basically here I got the output as give me pencil, because they both are having 0 and 2 indexes. Books is having an index of 0, copies having index of 1, pencils having index of 2, and eraser having index of 3. So basically this was about the enumerate function, that when above we wanted to print the numbers, print the items which are present at the even positions, we just use one more variable, and other than that we need to apply some conditions, and then we need to do increment and other things also. But when we use this enumerate function, so we need not to do all these things. We simply write for index comma item in enumerate. Okay, so this is the enumerate which I was just telling about, and here inside the bracket we just write the variable name. Other than that, inside this for loop, I just put the condition that if index %2 is equal to 0, then print and return me the item. Okay, so whatever is the item, in whatever place of the index the value is, if something %2 is equal to 0, then return me those things. So here in the output I got books and pencil. Okay, so I hope you just got the point about the enumerate functions, that like what are these enumerate functions and how basically they work. Okay. Now, so this was about the enumerate function. Now let's move towards the join function. Now we will be seeing that what is a join function. Okay, so this one. Now I will just using, and just let me zoom. Now I'll be writing some more code for like explanation of the join function. Right now, let's say here also I would just make a list, and my list like variable would be list1, and inside this, let's say I just store a list. Let's say I would be writing A comma B, and let's erase that. Let's say I would be writing pencil. Okay, so pencil, then I would be writing apple, then I would be, okay, let's remove this comma, then I would be adding pen, then I would be adding, let's say, eraser. Okay, let's say these are all the 4 things which I just stored in my list. So here I just taken a variable that is list1, and inside that I had just taken one more, like I had just made a list, and I have used this big bracket. Inside that I have just used pencil. Okay, I stored 4 items which are pencil, apple, pen and eraser. Okay, this is done. Now what I need to do is that if I need to just join all of these, now what I would be doing, just sorry for that. Okay, now if let's say I want to add these things, now what I would be doing here, I would be writing for item in list1. Okay, I will be writing for item in list1 print. Let's say I want to print the item, so I will writing print item. I would be separating a comma. I would writing and again I would be putting a comma, and here I will be writing end is equal to, and let's say this. Now let's say we have just seen all these things, and now if I just want to separate, I want to add and between all of these. So what I will do, I will just apply this for loop in which I will be writing for item in list1 print item, and I would be adding that end, and here I will be leaving these blank spaces, right? So this is done. But here I haven't used my join function, but I just wanted to tell you a way that even like this also, if you want to add using and, so this is the way also you can add. So what is this? Pencil and apple and pen and eraser and. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's give a little bit of space this side, and now let's run the program. Okay, so now I'm getting everything like in a very finer way. So it is showing me pencil and apple and pen and eraser and like this all things. Okay, now this is done. But here what I have done, I haven't used my join function, and here for like without using that join function, I need to use my for loop, right? Now if I want to do and continue the same thing using my join function, now what I would do, let's go downside, and here I would be writing, okay, here I will be writing, let's say I would take a variable, okay, that is s is equal to, I would be putting a semicolon. So now let's say I wanted to separate them using comma, I would be writing comma. Now here I will be using a function that is called join. Now what my join function would do, my join function would combine all of these values with the comma. So like the output would be pencil, comma apple, comma pen, comma eraser. Okay, it would be something like that. Now if I just want to print that, I would write print, and in the brackets let's say I want to print s. Okay, so this is done. And even if I want to print my list1, okay, now just let's run this once. Okay, so this is my list in which I just got this comma separated values, right? So this one is the thing which here I got. This is my comma separated values which I just told you, right? Now if I just want to join them using a dot or something else, so I can just mention that thing here. Now if I want to add something at the last, let's say this was the list, right? So this was, okay, just let me go this side down. Okay, this was the list: pencil, apple, pen and eraser. Okay, now let's say I just want to add something more. Okay, let's say I want to add print s comma, and I would, let's say, add one more is left, and let's say I would write that is E. Okay, let's say I would write that is E. Now when I am just gonna run this one, just let me comment this out and let's run it once. Okay, I'm sorry, so here we need to just print that list also, and now when I am going to run this, okay, now just see above, that what is happening. And let me just maximize this one, and let's go and see here that when I am just using this pen and pencil and apple and pen eraser, then one more is left. Okay, what I need to do here is that just let me comment the above thing. Okay, let's comment this one. That is why like the output is, okay, I'm sorry, I need to just comment this one, so let's do that. Okay, fine. Now let's once run it. Okay, so now just see the output. Now it's totally fine. So here the output which I'm getting is pencil, comma apple, comma pen, comma eraser. And here what I am getting, after eraser I am getting one more is left, that is E. So now just from where did I get? So this is the like this 6th number line which is just printing that. So here what I have done, I have just taken a variable that is S. Okay. Now after taking that variable, what I have done, I have just put this equal to sign. I have put these semicolons, and inside these semicolons what I have done, I have put a comma, right? Now after putting this comma, I just use a function that is join. So inside that join, I just use that variable where I have stored my list. So for me that variable was list1, right? So after using that, what I have done, I have just used this print, and after print I have written S. Okay, here I have just written S, that is my this variable in which I am just storing this join function. And I have put one more is left, that is E. Let's say I want to just print this statement also afterwards, that is one more is left, that is E. Okay, and then print list1. So as soon as I'm doing this, I'm getting that pencil, comma apple, comma pen, comma eraser. So this all is done using the 6th line where I have written in print S. So there it is like doing something like that. It is differentiating and separating all the values using a comma, and after that whatever the sentence I have written, it is just printing that sentence. Okay, so this is basically how we use a join function. Basically this is used for joining the you can say values or items which are present in your list. Okay, so this is the main function of this join function. So we have just studied about the enumerate function and join function. Let's move towards the for and else condition, and after that we are going to see the main function for the Python. Okay, now my first question is that, like in the starting what I asked was for and else. Can for and else be used together? Yes, they can be used. Now if they can be used, so how they can be used? So let's get started after like for seeing that how this for and else, both of these conditions can be used together, because for is a loop and else is a condition, right? Because for we have just studied that for is a loop and else is a condition. So basically how they can be used together, let's see that. Let's say I want to make I have made a variable that is A. Okay, and in that variable what I have done, I have just stored my name. Okay, so this is basically a string, right? So here I have just written a string and I have stored this string in a variable that is A. Now if I just want to access this string, so what I would do, I would write for ch in A, and I would put this semicolon and I would write print A. Okay, so this is the like basic way for printing the, if you want to just print something. If you have written any characters, right? If you have written any characters and store that in a variable, so what you do, we basically write for ch like ch is the character for ch in A, and here we just print that statement. So if I'm going to do this one, so it is absolutely printing me this Shambhavi. So it is just printing me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That after that like nine times. Okay, so it just printed me that thing. Now what I need to do here is that, let's say I want to just, okay, now here I can just use one of my else condition, and I can just write print this statement ended properly. Now when I am going to run this, So what output I am getting here? Just see. Have a look at the last side. At the downside, very downside, I am getting that this statement ended properly. Now what does this mean? Now let me just explain. So here I have written, taken a variable that is a and stored a string that is Shambhavi in that variable. After that I used my for loop and I printed my name. Done. After that I used my else condition. So whenever I have just taken a variable and like I have written some loop, so it will just go inside this thing. Okay, that is I have used for chna. This will go just inside this thing, it will print, and after that coming out of this for loop it will go into my else condition. So after going into my else condition, it will print that this statement ended properly. That is, there is no of the error. And like at last, it is going at my else statement and I have written this statement ended properly. Okay. So I hope you just got the point. Okay, let's say I just make an error this side. Okay, let's say I add B because we haven't written any B inside our program. So see. Here I just got the output. I got the output name B is not defined, but I haven't got my else part executed also. Why? Because my for loop does not work, like it hasn't worked, it has some errors, and that is why my else part also did not work. So what I just wanted to convey here is is that if your for loop and like whatever you are any condition, whatever any loop, if you are using just above the else condition, so if that condition and like that loop works properly, then only the above execution will be finished. After that, your control will go into the else condition, and then only it will print that this statement ended properly. So what I just mean to say from here is that your first loop or first condition, whatever you're writing, that should be absolutely correct. Then only your last would be printed. Otherwise, it will like show an error. And after showing that error, your control would not go into your else part. Okay, so I hope just I have made this clear to you. Let's take one more example for demonstrating this thing. Okay, let's go down and let's do one more example. Let's say I again have taken a list here. Let's say my list is again a list 1, and here in the bracket, let's say I want to store something. I would write 1, then I would store 2, then I would store 3, and let's say I would store 4 also. Okay, I would write 4. Let's say I had just made a list here, and the variable for that is list1, and inside that I have stored these 4 items. Now I just want to access this, so I would write for item in list 1, and I put the semicolon, and after that I would write print item. Okay, so this is how basically if you want you can to print item. After that, if let's say I put a break statement, here I am just taking a little bit complicated program. Okay, let's say I just put a break statement. After what I did, I write if item is equal to 1. Let's say if my item is equal to 1, let's say O is capital, then what to do? Let me go down. Let's say if item is equal to 1, then break that statement from there itself. Okay, and after coming out, now what to use? Now use this else condition here, else print, and I would just again write the same thing that this loop ended properly. Okay, properly. So this was my program which I just wrote. Now just let me quickly explain you the program, that what it is like saying. So it is saying that list 1, like here I have just made a list that is list 1, and in that I have just stored this list that is 1, 2, 3 and 4. Other than that, I just want to access the elements of that list. So what I used the for loop for item in list 1, print item. Okay, and I just break that statement from there itself. After that, I have just added a condition. If item is equal to 1, then break the statement from here itself. Okay, and after coming out a whole of my loop, what I have used my else condition, else print this loop ended properly. Now what is the basic use of this break statement? Now I'm not going to discuss this topic here because I have already discussed this in my previous videos. So like you can just go and have a look over that videos for the proper explanation of this break statement. So here it just gave me the output as 1. Okay, now because why it just gave me the output as 1? Because I just use this break statement, right? If I am going to use this break statement, so it is just not going to go and execute that else part. It just gave me the output here as 1. Now just let's say if I just do not comment, okay, let's comment this thing, and now if I run my program, so now what I am going to get? Now just have a look and just let me like increase this thing. Now just have a look. Now here what I got, I got 1, 2, 3 and 4, and after that what I got this loop ended properly. So now here I got the output from the for loop also, and even I got the output from the else condition also. Now I hope you just got the point about the use of for and else together, and basically why you can use this for and else together. Let me once more explain this program to you. That is, here I had taken a list, that is list 1. Other than that, I have just stored this list. Now, if here, let's say if I write for item in list 1 print item, let's say if I want to just access every element of this item, I would use this. Now, if I'm just using this break statement, after using this break statement, my control will not go into my else part. It will automatically go out and just print me that thing only. So here also what I have written, if item is equal to 1, then break. So as soon as my item became 1, it just break my loop, and break means that it would just like control would come out of my loop. It would like not go into the else part also. So that is why it does not printed me that this loop ended properly. But as soon as I commented all these 3 statements, that is break, if item equal to 1, and break. So when I run that, so it basically give me all the 4 items, and other than that, at the last it just gave me this loop ended properly, right? So basically this is the use of for and else together. Now we just move towards our main function, which I was just talking about, use of main function in Python. Okay, so basically how we use them. So like when we you have even like I don't know, have you studied about C and C++ or not? But in C we have just void main, int main, and in C++ also we have just void main, int main. So basically these are the main functions. Okay, now in that manner only in Python also we have a main function, but that main function is written as if underscore underscore name underscore is equal to main. Okay, just let me do one thing. Okay, let's explain this thing in a very detail. Here, let's say I made a function. My function name is def function, and in bracket I just pass the string. Okay, after that what I did, I just used my return, and here I just use my return if string Shambhavi is a good girl, and in bracket I just return my string. So this is the basic thing which we all know. Now just let me do one thing. Let me comment this thing. Okay, done. Now here what I have done, I have just used my function def function, in bracket I have used a string. Return if Shambhavi is a good girl, and in bracket return that string. Okay, let me comment this thing also, and let's run this one def function, right? So when I am going to run this, okay, I'm sorry, I just need to write something here. Let's say I would be writing, okay, I have even written that this side. So just let's copy this one. Okay, let's copy this thing and let's paste it this side. Okay, now as soon as I am I have written and I would run the program, so it would just return me that Shambhavi is a good girl, and after that it just return me sentence completed. So because here I have used that def function, in that function I have just passed a string, right? And going inside that function, here I have used a return statement. After that I have used a if string, and Shambhavi is a good girl, in bracket I have just used a string. So basically what is my string? My string is sentence completed, because here I just called my function, and inside that function calling I have used sentence completed, right? So I just got the output that Shambhavi is a good girl, sentence completed. So this is done. This was the basic program, how we just make a function. If you want to execute any string, we do that like that. Okay, here what I have done, I have just made one more function, that is add, and here I have passed 2 values, that is a1 and a2, like they're called the parameters, passing parameters to a function. And then what I have done, I just returned the statement. Okay, that is return a1 plus a2 plus 10. Now if I just want to execute this also, what I would do, okay, I would just copy this one, and let me just paste it here, and okay, this side also. Okay, now just let's quickly run this one, and I would be getting the output as 40, because here in the A I have passed 10, and here in the A1 I have passed 10, and A2 I have passed 20, and other than that what I have done, A1 plus A2 plus 10. Okay, so it is giving me the output as 40. Now done. So now what I would be doing, right? Now let's say I just want to use this function in my next program. Let's say I just made one more you can say file here. Okay, now what I need to do is that, let's say if I want to use this function in my next program, only this function. Okay, so here what I did, I just made import, I just write tutorial 31 initial. Okay, so my tutorial 31 initial is my file name. So basically, if like I don't know, you can just see or no, like, but here my file name is tutorial31 initial.py. Okay, .py is the extension. So what I did, I just imported my tutorial31 initial in my another file, in my another Python file. Now I only want to use my add function. Okay, my let's say I want to use that add function. So this is my add function. Okay, I use that add function. Now what I would do, I would write print in bracket. I would write my, you can say, my file name. My file name is tutorial31 initial. I would use this dot, and other than that I would use the inbuilt function. Sorry, here this is the function which we have just built. Okay, so this is a user defined function, that is add, and I would pass some values at 40, 40. Now when I am going to run this one, now just have a look what I am getting. What I have done, I have used only my add function, right? I have made here two functions. The first was name was function, and second name was add. I have, but in this like 31 final, what I have done, I have just used one of the function, that is tutorial31 initial dot, and here I have used add. But when I am just running this, so why I am getting all of the things which I just got in my previous one? So I have used the Shambhavi in my previous function. Shambhavi is a good girl in my previous file. I got this 40 because of my previous program, and even I got this 90 of this one. So here this 90 is coming, but what to do of these two things? So this is the main issue. This was the main issue basically. If you want to just import that your another file in some of the files, and like you want to use some function, any of the functions, so basically all of the functions were just giving the output and returning the output. So now here comes the role for using if that main function of Python. So what is the main function of Python? Let's just see. So this is how you write main function in Python. Okay, so now let me just tell you the way for writing the main function. So as soon as you're going to write main in like main, and so this like something would come here, and as soon as you're going to enter, you will just get the whole main function. That is like this is the main function which we use in Python. So this is done. Now if I just want to use that function, I would write if name, if underscore name underscore is equal to main. Now here just let's do one thing. Just remove this thing and even remove this one. Okay, so let's make the program as it was previously. So I have done that. Now what I have done, I have just used my function inside this one. Print function sentence completed. A is equal to add 10, 20 and then print A. Now when I am going to run this one, so here I just got that output which is here, that is Shambhavi is a good girl, sentence completed and 40. Now if I am going to run my final one, that is like I have just named as tutorial 31 final. Now see what output I am getting. So basically I am getting only 90 here. Now rest the things which I was getting, that was 40 and Shambhavi is a good girl, sentence completed, that is not appearing here. Why? Because I have used this main function here. So what is the use of main function? Let's say you are just like let's say you have made a file and two files just are having absolutely same names, and if you want to use one function of first file into the second file, okay, let's say you want to do this, so there you would be needing main function, because only the function that you are using, you want that to be executed, right? You need not you will not want that whatever all the functions are used in my program in my first file, that should be executed, right? So that is why you just use this main if name is equal to main function. So basically what it does, it just restrict the output in the sense whatever the program and whatever the function you are just calling in your another file, it would just print you that output only. It will give you all of the outputs, right? So this is the thing which is the use of main function. So this is the main motive that why we use this main function. Okay, so here what we have done, we have just made two functions. The first function was the name is only function, and other than that what we have done, here I have just returned a f string, return f, and here Shambhavi is a good girl and string. So this is done. Now here what I have done, I have just written def add a1 comma a2 and then return a1 plus a2 plus 10. Now this is done. After that I have used my main function. So my main function restricted the output. So basically whatever is the function that I'm just calling in my next program, next file, that only function would be executed. It is not the case that whole of my functions would be executed and I would be getting whole of the outputs. No. The function that I am calling, that would only be executed. So this is the basic use for the main function, right? So today what we have discussed about enumerate functions, for and else. Then we have discussed about the main function and then join function. So let's have a quick recap for all of these things. So basically in the enumerate function, what we have done, we have just made one of the list, right? So that list was book, copies, pencil and eraser. Now, if I just want to access those elements of my list which are having index as even, because here the condition which I have given if b%2 is equal to 0, right? So, and I have assigned my value of b as 1. So, b%2 is equal to 0 is the condition for the numbers which will it is a condition for the even numbers, right? So, here I just wanted to print the items which are present at the even position, even index of my list. So here when I just use that for item in A1, if b%2 is equal to 0, print f string and I just print give me item. Okay. And other than that, what I just did the increment b plus is equal to 1. Now, if I want to do the same thing using the enumerate function, so what I would do, I would write for index comma item in enumerate, and in bracket I would pass A1. Now A1 is my name of the variable in which I have just stored my list. Okay. So I just write for index comma item in enumerate 1 and that is A1. If index %2 is equal to 0, that is here what I have done, I haven't initialized any variable before and I just assigned it a value. No, I haven't done like that. Here what I have done, I have simply written for index and comma item in enumerate A1. So that is it. It is just index accessing the real index, whatever are the real index, that is 0, 1, 2, 3. So basically the first index in the list start from 0, right? And it goes till n. So here it is doing if index %2 is equal to 0, print f string and give me item. So after that, when I have just used that, I just got the output, and this was the use of the enumerate function. So how we use them in Python programming. After that, we have just discussed about the join function. So what is the join function? As we can just read from the name only, it is used to join some things, right? So join function is used to join. Let's say here also I have just made a list, that is list 1, and in that I just pass some elements that are pencil, apple, pen and eraser. Okay, these were the 4 elements which I have passed. Now I wrote for item in list 1, print item comma and comma end. So here if I just want to put something, or you can say join this function for using and, so I would be just using my for loop, and then inside this print statement I would be writing item, then and then end. Okay, but using this join function the things are very easy. So here if I can write s is my one of the variables in which I have taken, I would write s is equal to, I would put these semicolons. Okay, that semicolons, and I would put a comma. Now this comma is I want to separate these values using this comma. So I have just used this comma here, and then I have used s is equal to comma dot join, and here in the bracket I have used list 1, right? And after that what I have done, I have just used print, and there I used s comma 1 more is left, that is a. So as soon as I just run my program, after running my program, I got pencil, comma apple, comma pen, comma eraser, and after eraser what I got one more is left than e. Okay, that is e. And even in this for item in list 1, when I was just accessing this using for, so when I had just used this and, so my and was even coming at the last. So it was something like pencil and apple and pen and eraser and. But when I just use this comma using my join function, so this comma is not coming at the end. It is like giving the output as pencil, comma apple, comma pen, comma eraser, and after that it is printing me one more is left, that is e. So basically this is the how we use join function. Okay, then we have just discussed about the for and else condition. So yes, we can use for and else condition together, and the way is that you just take a variable that is a. Okay, and what I have done, I have just stored a string in this variable, that is Shambhavi. Other than that, I have used for ch in elif. Now ch is if you want to just access any of the strings using for loop, use something like this. Okay, for ch in a, it just print a, and after that it just use the s and print this statement ended properly, right? So this is the use of for and else together. And in the second example what I have done, I have written list 1 is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. I have just taken a list. After that, I just like use my for loop and I wrote that items, printed that items. And here what I have done, I have used even my one of the conditions for if, and after that I use break. So here what we have seen, if you are just using this break statement, so after that your else condition is not executed, okay? And if you in a program you're not using this break statement, your program, like your if your whole concept for the program and if there are no errors in the starting, so your else part would also be executed. Now using for this break statement, I have already explained this in one of the videos, so you can just go ahead and have a look over that videos, okay? Now the last thing which we have discussed is main function. So basically what is this main function? Main function, if you want to just use any one of the function in any second file. Let's say my first file is Python 31 initial and my second file is Python 31 final. If you just want to use one of the functions in another of the file, then we use if name is equal to main. So basically what it does, it just like restricts the control of your program. Control of the program in the sense, let's say I just want to use this add function in my second file, that is file 31, and here I just imported that first of my file, and from that file I just want to use this add function, okay? So what I would do, I would just write this main function. I would just declare the calling of my functions inside this main function. So here what I have done, I have just used my print statement. In that I have used function, then I have written sentence complete, and even I have used my add function. So basically here what I have done, I have done the calling of both of the function, that was function and add. So when I have just done the calling, so here when I am just using my add function, okay, so it is just restricted the control. So it is like in this file from 31 initial, it is just going for this add, and like here even I have passed the values that are 40, 40. So it is just resulting with the 90 output. So let's once run it. So yeah, it is just giving me the output as 90. And why 90? Because like if you have just noticed, so in the above I have return a1 plus a2 plus 10. Okay, so this is the use of the main function. So I hope it has got all the topics which we discussed today, and they were something as enumerate functions, for and else, then main function, and after that we just discussed about the join function. So these were the 4 functions which we have just discussed in today's video. I hope you got a proper idea and proper things about this, and if you have any doubts, you can either rewatch the videos or you can ask your doubts in the comment box. So this is all for this video. Till then, thank you and bye bye. Different type of inheritance are named as single inheritance, multiple and multilevel. So basically these 3 are the types of inheritance which we have in Python programming. So we are just going to see today that basically how we do single inheritance followed by multiple and multilevel. And other than that, we are just going to see that basically what are public, private and protected classes, basically how we do and how we write the programs, and how we just access if a class is public, if private, or if protected, right? So we're just going to discuss about all of these things today. So just let's not waste the time, and let's quickly start writing let's discuss our code for today. Okay, so for single inheritance, this is a code. Basically, like here, I just want to tell you some more things. So that is why I have just written this code before. But for multiple and multi-level, we'll be writing the code here itself, right? So let's quickly start with the single inheritance, right? Okay. So basically, what here I have done, I have just made a class, right? With this class, I have written the name, and that is the student. So this is my class name, and my class name belongs to a student, fine. Other than that, what I have done, I have just quickly declared a variable inside my class, and that variable is called as a class variable, and the name for that is number of subjects. Fine. So this number of subjects is one of my class variables because I have just declared this variable inside my class. Fine. So this is my class variable, and I have just assigned the value as 5. Okay. Just have a look that here I have just taken a big example. After that, I will just write a very short example and just let you all know about the things. But for now, just let's focus on this thing only. Fine. What next I have? Next I have this def and this the init. Basically, this def init is used. Basically, we have 2 functions: init function and self function. So basically, this is the init function. Now, what I have done, I just wanted that for the I can mention the names for any time. Let's say here I have just taken the class that is student. So we can just identify from the name that in this class we are just talking about the students, right? We are just going to store the details about the students. So details in the sense that name, standard, and section. Let's say these three are the things which we are going to take, that are name, standard, and section. Now, if I just want that, I just start entering the names one by one and just they give me output. So basically in that way, we just use a function that is called a self function. Fine. I would just show you that what is the use of this self function within a while, but for now let's understand basically that we use this function, that is self. Now what here I have done, I have passed several parameters inside my function, right? So that parameters are self, a name, a standard, and a section, right? So these are the parameters which I have passed inside my function. So basically what else I have done inside my function, so I have written self dot name. Now what is basically this name. Now let's say here I have that was my class, right? Let's say here I just want to make a class instance. Fine. So I have just made an instance, that is one. We can just call it as object also. Fine. So this one is one of my object for my class, that is student. Fine. Now let's say I just want to enter the name, standard, and section. So I can just enter it in this form rather than writing one dot name is equal to Ria, one dot standard is equal to 10, one dot section is equal to A. Then if I just want to do it for second student also, then what I would do, then I would write one dot name is equal to 2 dot name is equal to Seema, 2 dot standard is equal to 12, 2 dot section is equal to B. But here I haven't done that thing because I have used that self function above. So I hope for now you just got a overview that basically how basically why we use that self function, right? So the use of that self function is basically if I just want to write the things in a short way and I just don't want to declare each and everything in like other lines, like writing one dot student is equal to one dot name is equal to Ria, one dot standard is equal to 10. I don't want to do the things like that because for that would require much time, and even like that would require very much time. So basically here I just want to write the forms in a like easier way, so that is why basically we use the self. Now I hope like you got the idea for using this self. Fine. Now what is I have done, I have written self dot name is equal to a name. A name is one of my parameters in my function. Then I have written self dot standard. So basically this is equal to a standard. A standard is another parameter of my function, and then I have written self dot section is equal to a section. So basically this a section is the third parameter of my function. So here what I have done, I have just declared some parameters and then I have just used them with the self function. What else I have done inside very first one, so here I just made a one of that. Hold on, just let me take it to a downside. Fine. So here what else I have done, I have made a function inside my class, that is the students. Now what I had just done here, I have just written the def that is used for making the functions, right? And then I have written the function name, that is details, right? So basically this details is used, and here I have just made a user defined function. Inside that function I have passed self, right? Self is one of my functions which I just told you before. Fine. Now what I have done, I have returned a if string here because I just wanted to display that name is this, standard is this, and like section is this. So let's say for example I would write name is Shambhavi, standard let's say 2, and section is let's say B. Fine. So basically I just wanted to display my output in this form, so that is why I just use this if strings. Fine. So this is the use of this if string. Now let's say I have written def details is one of my function which I have written this is if string. Now what else I have done, here I have made another class, that is teacher. Fine. And inside that teacher class I had used my student class. Now here what I have done, this step that is mentioned in the 13th line, that is known as single inheritance. Single inheritance means inheriting one class into another class, and that is known as single inheritance. Let's say you have two classes, so you have just declared one class above, let's say that class is A. Fine. Then you have another class that is B, so you have just declared that class B. Now inside that B class, when you have just written A, so that means you have inherited your A class into the B class. That is, your B class would have and inherit all the properties whatever your A class was having. Fine. This is the main definition, and this is basically how we do single inheritance. So for this example what I have done, I have taken another you can say another class, and that is teacher. Fine. And inside this teacher I have inherited my student class. Now what else I have done? Inside this teacher class also I have declared a class variable. Just let me write a comment, and here let's write class and variable. Fine. So I have written class variable. So inside this class variable, what I have done, I have even written number of working hours as one of my variable, and I have declared the value as true. So this is called my class variable. Then what I have done, I have just taken all the same things, but what I have just done here, I have increased one function this side, one parameter, and that parameter is salary. So let's say for this teacher, what I am doing, I am adding that like let's say we have a teacher, right? So teacher always has some salary, fine. So here I have written self dot salary is equal to a salary. So I have just added that salary parameter one more in this init function, and then what I have done, I have made a new function. The function for that name is print sub. Fine. Now what does this function do? Basically it returns the if string with the name of the teacher, standard that basically which class she teaches, and then what is the salary of that teacher. Fine. Now, after coming at the last, what I have done here, I have just declared the objects for my class, or you can just call them as instance. Fine. So let's say for my class student, I have declared one and two also, right? So here I have just declared two instances for my class that are 1 and 2, and here I have stored some value. Let's say Ria 10 and A. Then I have Seema 12 and B. And other than this, for teacher also I have declared two instances, and that is Tina 6 B 4500 and Meena 10 D 6000, right? So basically this is one like let's say one value just increased here because in the teacher one we have just written the salary also. Fine. Now if I just want to print 3 dot number of subjects, okay, now let's quickly check that number of subjects are present in our student class, right? Here I have just taken the number of subjects that are present in my student class, but what I want to do, I want to access this number of subjects using my teacher class instance, right? So here for my teacher class I have made an instance that is 3. So now I just want to access this from the access this number of subjects that was in my class students using my class object for teacher, right? That is 3. Now when I would just do that, I would get the output. Let's quickly check that, and after that I would just let you know the reason for that, and let's run that. Fine. So see here what output did I got. I got the output as 5, and yeah, this is the same as here I have written number of subjects is equal to 5. Now why I am getting this? Because here in the line number 13 which I just told previously that I have done single inheritance. So basically what I just told before, I'm just repeating that words, that whenever we do inheritance, so basically the properties of the class which you are inheriting in another class, the properties of the previous class comes into your existing class. Let's say in our example we have taken the class student and teacher. So whatever the properties the student class was having, they are coming into my teacher class. So that is why whenever I'm just accessing any variable of my student class using my teacher class instead, then also it is not showing me output, sorry, it is not showing me error, and basically it is giving me the output. So this is the reason why it is like giving you the proper output, and basically this is how we use this single inheritance. Just hold on for a second, just let me connect to internet, and okay, fine. So basically this is the reason why we do all these things. Now I just hope you got the proper idea about the single inheritance. Now let's quickly move towards our second topic for today, and that is multiple inheritance, right? So for multiple and multi-level I will be writing some codes, and let's see that codes. Fine. So here let's say I just make a class, and that class is let's say plant. Okay, I named my class as plant. Fine. So here what I have written, I have used my keyword that is class, and with that I have used my class name that is plant. Now inside my plant class, let's say I make a function, and that function name is div type. Fine. So inside that the self is automatically passed, and yeah, you all know that thing. Fine. That like self is automatically passed inside the function whenever you make any function inside your class. So basically the self is already like automatically passed, right? Now what I would do, I would just like let's say I would print here, print, okay, print I am a small plant. Okay, so here what I have done, I have made my plant class, so that is why here I'm just printing that print and I am a small plant, and basically this print statement is stored in one of my functions, and the name for that function is type. Fine. Now what else I would do, I would make another class. Let's say my class is flower. Okay, so let's say I had made a new class this side. Now my that class name is flower. Inside this also, let's say I make a function, and let's now I would give it a name as def and kind. So kind is another my user defined function, and I have just made it using my keyword, that is def. Fine. What else I have here, I would just write a print statement, and inside this print statement, let me write I am a sunflower, right? So basically sunflower is one of the names for the flower, so I just quickly wrote that I am sunflower. Fine. Now what else? Now just have a proper look over this thing, which I'm just going to tell you right now. That here, let's say I make one more class. Okay, that class is class, and I would name it as purchaser. Fine. Now inside this class, what I'm going to do, I'm going to inherit my plant class as well as my flower class. So basically this step is called as multiple inheritance. So this one is known as multiple inheritance. So that means if you have just made some classes before, let's say for the example which we are taking, I had made two classes, that were plant and flower. Now when we basically inherit both of the classes in one another class, so that is called multiple inheritance. Multiple inheritance means inheriting multiple classes. So now what basically what is happening here, my purchaser class is inheriting, is having the properties of my plant as well as my flower class, because I have just inherited plant and flower into my purchaser class. Fine, so this is done. Moving downwards, I would just write the further code, and let's say here I just declare one function, and let's say I would write it def by. Okay, and here I would just write print, and here I would write I want plant as well as flower. Basically in this one I have inherited my plant and flower. So basically that is why I just wrote that print statement, I want plant as well as flower. Okay, this is done. Now what else we need to do? Basically when we declare a class, we make its object, right? So for making the object, what we will do, let's say I'll make a very simple object, and okay, let me go down. Okay, fine. So basically fine, P is my object which I would be making for my purchaser class. Fine, and inside this just brackets. Now when I would just access my here, just have a look that I have made my purchaser object for my purchaser class, that is P. Now if I want to access the functions which are declared in my plant and flower class, so will they be accessed, or we cannot access? Let's have a look over that. So here I would write P dot, and my first function was type, right? So I would just write here as type. Then what I would do, I would write P dot kind. Fine, and I would even write my third one, that is P dot by. So by was my third of the functions. Now when I would just run that, and yeah, here I would run, see what output did I got. I got first statement is displayed as I am a small plant. Fine. Second statement is I am a sunflower. Third statement is I want plant as well as flower. Fine. So these are the statements which I got in the output. Basically when I accessed the function which is in plant and flower class using my purchaser class object, then also this I do not get any error here. I basically got the proper and the correct output. Let's verify this thing. So just let me do one thing. Okay, so for that, see, this is my type function, right? So inside this type function, the statement was written I am a small plant. So this statement is the same here. Now what next I have? Next I have a flower class. Inside this, the function is kind, and it was written I am a sunflower. So basically I am a sunflower is written. Now what third I have? I third have a purchaser class, and here it was written I want plant as well as flower. So basically I want plant as well as flower. It is displayed to me. Now how is it happening and why? As I just told you the, let's say, a reason, that basically this is happening because in line number 9, what I have done, I have used my multiple inheritance. Multiple inheritance, again I'm just telling that it means that inheriting two classes within a class. Within a class, in the sense I have written a purchaser class, and inside this purchaser class I have inherited plant and flower, right? So basically this means the multiple inheritance. And whenever we do inheritance, so that means that the class in which I am doing the inheritance, that class exists all the properties of the classes which are inherited. Fine, now just listen to my words very carefully for now, because this is the main concept behind this inheritance. So basically here I have made my class that is purchaser. Fine. So inside this purchaser class, I have inherited plant and flower. So basically that would mean that the properties of my plant and my flower class are like they have come inside my purchaser class. They are inherited inside my purchaser class. And now if I just want to use anything, if I want to run anything from my plant or flower class, I can just do it using my purchaser class object only. So for that I would not be needing to make a new object for my plant and flower class. I can just do all the things using my purchaser class object. Fine. Now here one more thing, here we have one more thing. Let's say I just take and I just make all of the functions as same. Okay, let's say I just write def1 here. I would change the name for this also. For this also I would name 1, and let's say for here I would name as 1. And now when I would just let's say I would just comment all of these things, and let's say in the next line. Okay, fine. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, and when I would write p dot 1, and now when I would run my program, now let's see that what happens. Now see what I am getting. I am only getting one statement, that is I want plant as well as flower. Now why I am getting this one? Okay, so basically I am getting only the last one. Let's have a quick look over that thing. That basically when I just wrote p dot 1, what it does, it quickly go to my, firstly it will go to my purchaser class, right? My control will go to a purchaser class, and it will look that okay, is this one function present inside this purchaser class? Yes, one function is present inside this purchaser class, and inside that print statement it is written I want plant as well as flower. So it will quickly come out and just result me the output as I want plant as well as flower. So basically this depends on how you have what is the name of the function. Basically if you have written 1, so it will just come to your first class, that is like class purchaser, and it will look into this class, and will as soon as it will find the one function inside that, whatever be written, it will print you the output and it will just exit from there. Now it will not go upside and check, because whatever you wanted, it has already got that thing, right? So if you're just going to make each and every function name as same, so basically it would be running the output you will be getting, that would be of the last class in which you have just named that function. So this was all about the multiple inheritance, right? So this is the whole concept about the multiple inheritance. Now quickly move towards the multi-level inheritance. Fine. So this is my window for multiple inheritance, and let's start writing the codes for this side. Okay, let's say here I would first make a class, and let's say the class name is mother. Fine. Mother is one of my class name. Okay, inside this, let's say I just make a class variable, and that class variable, let's say exercise, and this I just let's say mother exercises for 2 hours a day. Fine. So this is something of this idea. Now let's say I just make a new class. My class is let's say daughter. Okay, daughter is my another class. Let me just leave a space here. Fine. So class daughter. Daughter is my another class which I have just made. And now inside this daughter class, what I would do, I would inherit my mother class. Fine. So that means whatever the properties are present in my mother class, that will come into my daughter class also. So let's say here I made one more variable, one more class variable, that is badminton. And let's say I just gave it a value as 3. Fine. Now what I would do, I would just make one function here, and I will let's say def is badminton. Okay, I would write a function here. Let's say def and is badminton, inside that self pass, and let's say I would just return a if string here, return, and here I would write if, and this let's say I would write she plays badminton. She plays badminton. And here I would use my brackets, and inside that I would write self dot self dot badminton. Okay, BA. Yeah, fine. So this is basically how we I just wanted to use my this that whatever the values present in my badminton variable, that is my class variable, that should be represented in the output itself, right? So that is why basically here I use self dot badminton. Fine. Now what else I need to do? I would make one more class. Fine. So let's say here I made one more class, and the name for that class is, let's say, granddaughter. Okay, that is grand, DAUGHTER. Okay, now inside this granddaughter class I inherited my daughter class. So this process is called as multi-level inheritance. Let's say I just made a class at the upside that was mother class. Fine. So inside this mother class, what I did, I just made a class variable and I didn't do anything. Next what I did, I just make another class that was daughter class. Fine. Inside that daughter class, I inherited my mother class. So that means whatever the properties were present in my mother class, they had come they are in my daughter class also. Fine. Now what next I have done, I have made one more class, and that is granddaughter class. Fine. So inside this granddaughter class, I have inherited my daughter class. So this is known as multi-level inheritance. Like let's say I made a class. Now I am inheriting that class into another class. Now the another class which I have made, I am inheriting that another class into my third class. So whole this process continues, and basically this is called as multi-level inheritance. Fine. So here I would also make a variable that is badminton. Let's say I would assign a value as 1, and here I would make that same function div dot is badminton, and here I would write a print statement. Not print. I would write a return statement. Right, return f strings, and here what I would do, I would write she plays badminton. She plays badminton. Inside this bracket, I would write self dot, and here I would give the value for this badminton. Fine. So this is how we basically do our multi-level inheritance. Fine. Let me quickly revise that once more. That first I have made one class, that is mother class, and other than that I have made one more class, that is class daughter. Now inside this daughter class I have inherited my mother class. What else? I just quickly, after doing the things inside this class daughter, I quickly made a new class. The name for that class was granddaughter, and now I just inherited this daughter class into my granddaughter class. So basically here what's happening, that basically my classes, I'm inheriting one class into another into third class into fourth, and like this the procedure is going on. So basically this type of inheritance is called as multi-level inheritance. Now what I need to do is that I need to just make the objects. So let's say I would make the object as Ria for my mother class. Okay, and what I would do, let's say I would make Priya for my daughter class. Okay, the capital for daughter, fine, and brackets. And let's say I would make the third object, that is Seema for my granddaughter class, granddaughter, and this brackets, fine. So basically you all know that basically how we make objects. So at the very starting of this video, I'm just telling you for making the objects and basically how we do that. Now what I would do, let's say in the bracket I would write print, and here I would write Seema dot is badminton. Fine, Seema dot is badminton. I just want to run my is badminton function. Oh, okay, fine. Just hold on. Let me put that brackets, and yeah, fine. Because that is badminton is a function, so that is why I just need to put that brackets also. So see, now what output did I get? I got she plays badminton 1. Now what does this mean? So basically the function which I have made here in my granddaughter class, that is div is badminton. Inside that I pass it, and badminton is the value, like badminton is one of my class variable which I just declared, and inside this badminton I pass the value that is 1. Fine. And even inside this function, that is def is badminton, what I did, I just returned my f string, and in f string it was written she plays badminton, and here in the bracket was written self dot badminton. So basically the value, whatever the value was present in my badminton class variable, that just came to me as the output, and that is here I got the full statement that she plays badminton 1. Right? So this is basically how we do multi-level inheritance in Python programming. Fine. So this is the way for doing your multi-level inheritance. Fine. So here for now we have discussed about single, multiple and multi-level. Now what is my fourth topic for today? That is public, private and protected. Now what are these public, private and protected variables? Let's quickly see, and basically let's see that how we basically use them in our Python programming. Fine. Okay, let's say here, what is this public? Public is something that everyone can use, right? We all just understand from the name only that public is something which everyone can use. Now, what is this protected? Protected is something that only your subclasses can use. That is only child class. So basically, in this inheritance, we have subclasses, right? So protected is something that only your subclasses can use. No, you cannot use it anywhere, or like everyone cannot use your you can say protected variable. Only subclasses can use your protected variable. Now private, only the class which you're having that can use your private variable. Fine. So this was about a summary about public, private and protected. Now let's quickly jump into the program. And yeah, here I have made one of my class, and the name of the class is student. Fine. This is done, student. Okay. Now inside that I have made number of subjects is equal to 5. Now what is this? This is basically my class variable. And this class variable is only my public variable also. So basically this number of subject that is equal to 5 is my public, right? So this is the variable which we can use from any class, or anyone can use this variable. Now what about the second? Second, basically we make protected and private. So basically you make a variable as protected. This is a way for writing a protected variable, that firstly you need to put one underscore. So wherever we get a single underscore, that means that you have made your variable as protected. Protected means that subclasses can only use, that is your child classes can only use your this variable. So here for example, I have taken a variable that is underscore prot, right? And here I have just assigned this value as 2. Fine. So basically this means that here I have made my variable as protected. So only my subclasses can use my variable, that is underscore prot. Only my subclasses can use that. Now third thing comes here as a private. Now if you just want to make your any variable private, like let's say you have just like declared a class, and inside this class you just want to make one of your variable as private. So what you will do, you will put two underscores like this. Okay, so okay, hold on, yeah, just 1 second. Yeah, like these two underscores. So basically whenever you see these two underscores, so that means you have just made your variable as private. So the declaration for private variables is two double underscores, and after that your variable name. So here in this example, I have just taken two double underscores, and then I have written a variable that is pri, and then I have assigned it a value as 100, right? So here just have a more proper look that my number of subjects is equal to 5. What is this? This is basically one of my public variable. Fine. This underscore prot, this is my protected variable, and this double underscore pri, this is my private variable. Now let's quickly jump into the final thing, like how we can access. So let's say here I have just taken, okay, hold on for a second. Okay, so yeah, this example is the same which we have just taken in the single inheritance class. So basically the difference is that here I have just removed my second class, that was teacher, and yeah, whole concept is same, everything is same here. Fine. Now let's quickly jump that how just we can access all these variables. So if you just want to access that you can say your public variable, so that is simple. You can only make the object, and just you can even use your class name also. So here you have used student dot number of subjects. Now when you will run that, so see, you just got the output that is 5, and yeah, that is the right one. Fine. Let me just now comment this thing. And now here I have written print 1 dot underscore prot. Now my underscore prot was my protected variable, because here I have just used one of the underscores. Right now when I would just run this one, so here let's have a look. I just got my output that is 2. So yeah, that is right. Let's quickly go above and check. Yeah, fine. So my protected variable was having a value as 2. And now my private is having a 10. Fine. So just let remove this one, and now let's comment this thing, and now let's run this one. Fine. Now when I would just run this one, I would just result an error. Fine. So what it is saying that attribute error student object has no attribute underscore underscore pri. Now basically what does this mean? Now for have a look, proper look here. Let's say you have used your like you have made any of a variable as private. Now you don't want that anyone can access that easily. Fine. So basically like let's say you have just written underscore underscore dot pr, right? And let's say by mistake you just use that in any of the code. So for like not using that thing and for removing that this bit disadvantage, we have one term that is known as name mangling. Now what is this name mangling? So basically this name mangling means that whenever you want to use your private variable, so you need to use that private variable using your class name. Let's say here my class name is student. Fine. So if I just want to use my private variable, what I would write print in bracket, I would write one dot, I would write underscore student. So this underscore student, here what I have done, I have just used my class name, and before that I had put one underscore. Fine. Now what else I have done, I have just put this double underscore pri. Now just let me have a comment on this thing, and let's do. So basically this thing is known as name mangling. So this is name mangling is the thing that by mistake you do not use a private variable somewhere. So that is why for that you would be needing your class name also. Fine. And now let's run that, and now we'll get the desired output, and that is 100. Fine. So this was about the public, private, and protected and name mangling. Now with this thing I just want to let you know all a very one thing, like very rare thing, like you can say only some of you know about that thing. So just let me tell you that thing, and for that just let me make a new notebook, and yeah, new and Python file. Okay. Now what here I would do, I would just I would make a file that is a string. Fine. Now basically there is a function in a string. That function is known as capitalized function. Fine. Let's say I just declared a string. I write my underscore str, and I would just write a name. Let's say I just wrote my name, that is Shambhavi. Okay, I is a good, good. Let's say I just wrote this string. Okay, I just made a variable that is my underscore str, and here I just let me correct my spelling, Vhevi. Fine. So here I just like declared that string. Now what I just want to do, I just want to use my capitalized function. So what is the use of capitalized function? What it does is basically makes our first letter as capital. Now so for that I would use print. I would use my underscore str, and I would use dot capitalize. Fine. This is done. Now when I would just run my program, I would get my first letter as capital. This is fine. This is the concept which every one of you know. But here's one more thing that very rare of you know, that if a like let's say you have a string, in that string you have any capital letters. Let's say I have written this good in capital letter, GOOD, good in capital letters. Now what this capitalized function do is the first function that will do, it will convert my first letter into capital, that is S. Now the second function that it will do, it will convert my GOOD, good, that is present in capital letters, into a small. So basically what this capitalized function do, there are two functions for this. First one is that it makes your first letter of your string in capitals, and the second one is that if it finds any other letter capital in your string, so basically it makes that that letter in a small. So let's say for here I have written S is in like S is small, right? So basically for Shambhavi it will make my S the first character, that is S, as capital. Fine. Now what else it will do, it will make this good as a small because it is written in uppercase. Now let's quickly run that thing and see. Here what I got for like my S as capital, fine. But here what I even got this good in small, that I have written it in capital. So this is a one more function about the capitalized function, which is like very rare of you know about this thing. So I just thought of why not discussing this thing in within this video only. Like let's say this is not a video for discussing this strings. I have already discussed that, but let's say I just want to discuss this function. So I just take it as string and perform this function. So now once more remember that capitalized do not have only one function, it has two functions. What it does, it makes the first letter of your string as capital, and second, if it finds any letter in capital letters inside your string except the first letter, it will convert that into small strings, that is in that is in lower case, fine. So this is done with the string function, capitalized function. Okay. Let's quickly move to single inheritance and just quickly have a quick recap that what are the things which we have discussed today. Fine. So here what we discussed the single inheritance. Now what is the single inheritance? Inheritance of one class into another is called as single inheritance. So for here we have just taken a class that is a student, and now what I have done, I have just inherited this student class into my teacher class. So that is my teacher class is having the properties of its class also, and it is even having the properties of my student class also, because I have inherited my student class into my teacher class. So if I just want to access the student class variable using my teacher class object, then it would run and it will result me the proper output, because all of the properties of my student class are inherited into my teacher class. So basically whatever the variables, whatever the things are in my student class, that are now come into my teacher class. So if I just want to access any variable of my student class using the object of my teacher class, that would definitely run and will give you the proper output, right? So that thing we have just seen also from the example, that here what I was doing, I was using the instance for my for my teacher class, and I was just accessing the class variable of my class student, fine. So when we just run that program, we did not get any error, and basically we got the desired output, fine. What else I have? I have now multiple inheritance. So basically what does this multiple inheritance mean? Let's say I made a class that is plant, and I have even made another class that is plant. Now if I just want to inherit both of the classes in one class, then that is called as multiple inheritance. So inheritance of two classes into one class, that is known as multiple inheritance, and we have done this thing in a line number 9, that here I have just taken a class, and other than that I have taken one more okay, this is my class keyword, fine, and I have made a class that is purchaser. Now inside this purchaser class I have inherited plant as well as flower. Plant and flower, these two are two classes which I have already declared above, and I have inherited both of these classes. Now basically what does this mean? This means that my flower and my plant class, the properties which are present in my plant as well as flower class, they all are inherited and came into my purchaser class. So even if my purchaser, if I just make an object for my purchaser class, and if I run my and yeah, even if I you can say want to use any variable of my flower or plant class, then I can do that. And even if I just make an object for my purchaser class, and even I just want to access any function from my plant or flower class, then also I can do that thing, fine. This was about the multiple. Now moving towards the multi-level. So here what I have done, here I made a class that was mother, fine. So after that I just made one more class that was daughter. So inside that daughter class I just inherited my mother class. Now other than that I have made one third class that was granddaughter class, and inside that granddaughter class I inherited my daughter class. So basically this whole procedure is known as multi-level inheritance, that making one class, then after that declaring a second class, inheriting the first class into second class, then making a third class and inheriting the second class into the third class. Now what do you mean from here, this line, that is line number 9. Here my granddaughter class is having the properties of my daughter class as well as my mother class. How? So basically what here I have done, I have made the mother class above. Now inside my daughter class I have inherited my mother class, right? So here my daughter class is having the properties of this daughter class also and this mother class also, fine. Now what about this, that class granddaughter? Now what about this granddaughter? Inside this granddaughter I have inherited daughter. So my daughter class is already having the properties of my mother class and my daughter class, right? And so for this granddaughter class, here daughter class and mother class both are giving, and both of the properties are being inherited into the granddaughter class. Even I haven't called that comma mother, but then also the properties of my mother class are coming into my granddaughter class, and because of this daughter class, the properties of my mother class are coming into my granddaughter class. Fine. So this is the whole idea about this multi-level. Then we have discussed about the public, private, and protected. So basically I just told you that how we access your public, private, and protected variables, how we make them, how we use them, and after that I just discussed about the name mangling. So basically in that name mangling, I told you how you can access your private variables if you have. And then at the last, I just told you one of the functions about the string, that was capitalized function. That the capitalized function do two things. It makes your first letter of your string as capital, and second, whatever the capital letters are present in your string, it automatically converts them into small characters. Fine. So here today we have discussed about 5 topics, and they were single inheritance, multi-level inheritance, multiple inheritance, public, private, and protected, and even we have discussed about the strings. So this was about the today's discussion. If you have any doubt how we make the classes in Python, after that we are going to see the two terms, that are instance and class variable, that what are basically instance and what are the class variables. Then we are going to see some constructors in classes, that are self and init. Okay, we are just going to understand that basically what is self and what is init. And after that we will be ending this video used by explaining about class methods. Okay, so these are the 4 topics which we'll be covering today, right? So let's get started with the big things for today. Okay, so firstly let's see that basically how we just declare and how we just make some classes in Python. Okay, let's say I just want to make a class that is a student. Okay, I just want to make a class and the name of that class should be student, right? What I would do, I would just use a keyword, and that keyword is class. Okay, after this class, what I would do, I would just write my class name whatever I want. Let's say I just say that I just want to make a class that is a student, right? So I just wrote class and then a student, right? I would put this colon, right? This is the syntax. Okay, so this is basically how you just declare a class of your choice. Sorry, let's say in my example, I had just declared a class named student, right? You can just take any example of your choice, right? Now this I have just done that a class student, and now I'll just write a path because I would just not write anything inside this class for now, right? Now we have one more term that is called the object, right? So whenever we make class, let's say I have made a class that is a student. Now I would make some objects of this class. So let's say the object which I am going to make for my class is student, that is 1, right? I would just write 1 is equal to, and here I would just write my class name, right? That is student, and I will just put these brackets, right? So this is what is this called? This is called the object for my class, right? So basically this is how you make the object for your classes. Let's say I just make one object, that the name even for that object was 1. Now I just want to make another, and let's say I would give the name as 2. So like 2 is equal to a student, and in the brackets I put this bracket, right? So basically this is how we make the objects for our class, right? This is done. So for now I have just told you that basically how to declare a class, how to make a class, and then how to make the objects of that class. Now what next I need to do here is that next I would be just naming some instances. Okay. Now basically what does this instance mean? Okay, now instance are the variables which are with our objects. Okay, just let me give you an example for that. Let's say here I just wrote one dot name. Okay, one dot name. Okay, I would just put a equal to, and here let's say I would just write a name that is Ria. Now what is this name? Name is my instance. Okay, instance of my class, because what here I have done, I have just taken my object that is 1, and then I have just named it as name. So basically what is this called? This is called my instance variable. Fine, I was just telling about these things in the instance and class variables, but for now also I have just told that this is known as the instance. Fine. Now what I would do, I would just write one dot name, then I would write one dot standard is equal to, I would just let's say here I would write the 10. Let's say the name was Ria and the standard in which she studies is 10. Okay, let's say I would just make one more and let's say I would just write the section. Okay, one dot section and let's say section. Okay, and let's say the section is, let's say 8. Okay, so let's say here what I have done, I've just made a class that is student for now, and then I have just taken two objects for the class that are 1 and 2, and other than that I have just declared some instances this side, right? So that are name, standard and section with my class, with my object that is 1. Now I just want to do the same thing with my object that is 2, right? So what I would do, I will just write 2. Let's say, let's leave one line space here. Okay, I would write 2 dot name. Fine, this 2 dot name. Let's say I just want to add a name here. Let's say that name is, okay, let's say that name is Seema. Fine, let me just go down this side. Fine, let's say I just want to add one more variable, that is, let's say I would just want to add subjects. Okay, 2 dot subjects. Now what I can do, I could just store a list also this side. So I just take this subject and I just want to tell you that we can even store a list. So basically I just like I have already told you all of these things, that basically lists are denoted using the large brackets, so you can just say square brackets or big brackets, right? So here what I have done, I have just made a large bracket. Fine. Now what I would do, I would just store some, let's say some subjects aside. Let's say I would store computer, then even I will store some math. Okay, mathematics. Okay, maths. Fine. Even let's say I just want to store science. Even fine. SCIENC science. Okay, done. This is done. So basically I have just done the same thing with my 2 object also. Fine. Now what I would do, if I just want to access anything from my objects. Okay, let's see, I would just write print. Okay, print. Now inside this print, what I want to do, let's say I just want to access one dot name, and even we can just put a comma, and we can just add another thing this side also. Okay, so I just wrote print one dot name, and even just I would write one dot standard. Okay, standard. Now when I would just run my program, so let's see that what's the output which we are going to get. See what I got, that Ria and 10. So basically what I just entered here, print one dot name and one dot standard. So it will go into my one object, and inside this it would find that okay, one name is there. So it will see that what name is stored there, that is Ria. So it will give me the output as Ria. Same procedure it will do for the standard also. In standard this 10 is stored, so it will give me the output as 10. Fine. So this was about that, basically how we can just make a class and make the objects for the class. Let's say I just want to write one more print statement. Okay, I would write just print, and inside this I would just say, let's say I want to write one dot section, and even I just want to access my another object. Let's say I just want to write 2 dot subject. Okay, 2 dot subject. Let's say I just want to write this thing. Okay, so let me just comment this above line. Fine. Now if I just want to do this thing, so can I just in a single print statement, can I use 2 objects? So yes, you can do. So basically see what the output I just got here, that is a computer, maths and science. So computer, maths and science are the subjects which I have stored in my 2 subjects, 2 dot subject, and basically A is my section which I just used for a 1 dot section, right? So this is basically how we make the classes, right? This is the way. Okay, I just want to do one thing. I have just written this in the, like, I just already named the file, so I have just written the wrong file. Okay, I will just copy and I will just cut it from here and I will just paste it over this line. Okay, this is fine, right? So basically I just told you that basically how we just make a class and an object in our Python programming, right? So this is the way for doing that. Now our second topic for today comes as instance and class variables. Okay, so instance and class variables, right? So whenever we are just dealing with the oops and like whenever we are just dealing with all of these things, what we need to do is that firstly we need to just declare a class, right? So for that I would just write class. Okay, and after this class, what I would just write, I would just give any class name. Let's say I will just take the same name, that is student, fine. I will just write, okay, what I would do, I would write, okay, no number of subject. Now have a look here, that what I have done, I have just declared a class that is student, right? And inside my student class, what I have written a variable that is number of subjects and assign it a value as 5. Now what is this number of subjects called? Okay, so basically whenever you just declare any variable inside your class, right, inside your class, that is called as class variable, right? So here let's say you have just written class and then student, right? You have just declared your class. Inside this you have just written a variable that is number of subjects. So whenever you would just say, so this would be called as a class variable because you have just declared this variable inside your class. I hope you just got the point that basically what is this class variable is right past this side. Fine. Now what I would do, I would just do the same thing, that is 1 is equal to student and this brackets. What I would do, I would write 1 dot and okay, I would write 2 dot. Okay, fine. 2 is equal to, and then what I would do, I would again do student. Fine, so this is done. I just did here, I just made the object for my student class after 1 and 2. Now what I would do, I would just do the same thing which we have done previously. I would just write 1 dot name. I would write 1 dot name and even equal to sign is equal to Ria. Fine, this is done. Now what else I would do, I would write 1 dot standard. Okay, 1 dot standard is equal, let's say A. Fine. What I would do, oh sorry, standard cannot be A, so just let me make it to 10. Fine. Now what I would do, I would write 1 dot section is equal to, let's say, A. Fine. This is the whole thing which I have written. I would do the same thing for my 2 also. So I would write, let's say I would just devise space, I would write 2 dot name is equal to, let's say I would just write Seema. Fine, just like whatever we have written previously. I would write 2 dot name, then I would write 2 dot standard, standard. I would just give it a script. Fine, let's say standard for Seema as well. And even I would write 2 dot section, and even I would just give it a section. Let's say section is B. Fine. So this is the whole procedure. This is done. And now if I just want to access the things, what I would write print. And inside this, I would write 1 dot section. Let's say I just want to access the same things. Okay, so I would write 1 dot section. Even I would just write 2 dot section only. Fine, and even SECTION. Okay, now I would just run the program. So while running, I would just get the required output, and that is AB. Fine. So this was the easy, but this is not about the instance and class variables. Fine. So here now let's say I just want to access my class variable. Let's say my class, what was my class variable? My class variable was number of subjects, right? Number of subjects was my class variable. If I just want to access that, what I would do, I would just take any of my objects of my class, and even I can just use my class name also. Let's say I would just write 1 dot and here I would write number of subjects. Fine. I just want to access this number of subjects variable, this class variable that is present in my class. What I have done, I have just written one object, that is 1. I just put a dot sign, and even I just wrote the class variable whatever I just wanted to print. So whenever I will just run my program, see what I got here as the output. I just got the output as 5. Now let's match it from the above. Yeah, the output which we are getting is absolutely same. So here I just got number of subjects is equal to, and here I just got like enter the value as 5. So here I just got the output as 5 only, right? Now one thing this side, I just want to let you all know. Let's say I would just tell you one more thing. While I would just write print, and I would just write my class name. Okay, I will print student dot number of subjects. Let's say, and even I would just comment both of these lines. Fine. And I will, if I just want to run this program, so yeah, then also I would be getting my output, that is 5. Yeah, so I hope you got the point, that basically how you would be getting the things. Now what I have written here, I have written print student number of subjects. Fine. Now if I just want to change the value of my number of subjects using my object name, okay, what I just want to say here, that I will just write 1. Fine, I just write 1 dot number of subjects, and even let's say I just want to assign a new value to this. Let's say I just assign a value as 6 to my number of objects. Okay, and now if I just want to run my program, I would write print, and even I just want to run 1 dot number of subjects. Fine, let's just comment this thing out. Let's run that program. Fine. So here what I just got the output, that is 6. So from here what I just did, I just wrote 1 dot number of subjects is equal to 6. So it just printed me that 1 dot number of subjects is 6 only. Fine. and just let me do one thing. Let's just uncomment the line. Fine. Now when I would just run my program, see here. Finally, before giving the number, like before declaring the variable, like one dot number of subjects is equal to 6, I was just getting the output when I just run one dot number of subjects as 5, and after giving it a value as change, that is 6, so I'm just getting the output as 6. Okay, so this is the basically way. This is the instance and this is the class. So I just told you about the instance, that whatever the variables you are just writing with the object name, that are called as the instance variables. So in our case, for the object that is 1, the instance variables are name, standard and section, and even for the object that is 2, the instance variables are name, standard and section, right? So this is the whole concept about the instance and class variable. Now moving towards the third concept for today, and that is self and init, that are constructors, right? So now we are just going to discuss about the self and init constructors. Fine. Let me just give it a zoom in, right? Let's say I would just take my same class, that is student. Fine, this class and student, I just put the colon this side also. Fine. Now what I need to do here is that I would just make that same number of subjects. Okay, my class variable number of subjects, let's say I would just get a value of 5. Okay, now what are my self and init constructors, right? So here what I'm going to just write, firstly I'm just going to write about the write about the init constructor. Okay, so what is the way for declaring that? So I just write def. Okay, def is my keyword for defining a function, right? I have just already told all of these things in my in previous videos. So if you just want to have a look about the functions, you will just go there and have a proper look at basically what are functions, what are the things, right? So for here, what I have done, I have just written def, and def is my keyword which is used for declaring of a function, right? Now what I would write, I would just write underscore init and then underscore, and I would just enter this. Fine. Okay, fine. So here what I have done, as soon as I have written def underscore init, so I just got the option and I just entered. So while entering, what I just got, I got the self automatically in my function, inside my function, right? So basically these are the self and init that are called as the constructors. Fine. Now basically why are they used? Okay, fine. Let me just tell you the some things this side. Let's say we were just in this example that we have just taken the instance and class variables. What I did here, I just want to enter the name, standard and section for my object 1, and even I just want to enter name, standard and section for my object 2, right? So I have just written everything in a separate line. Let's say I just wanted to write the name. So what I have done, I have written 1.name is equal to Ria, and if 1.standard is equal to 10, 1.section is equal to A, right? Followed by 2 for the same. Now let's say here I have to enter let's say many I need to enter many things. Let's say here I just made 2 objects that are 1 and 2. Let's say I just want to make many of the objects. Then what I would do, I would just I cannot write each and everything in one single line. Let's say I just write 1 dot name and I would write 2 dot name and I would write 3 dot name and I would assign different values. No, we can't do that thing. So basically to solve this problem, we use self and init constructors. Now how do they help us in doing all of these things? That I would just let you know in a while. Okay, let's say what were the parameters which we were taking, what were the instance variables that were name, standard and section. Okay, so I would just write here a name. Okay, a name, and then I would write even a standard, and even I would write a section. Okay, why I'm just adding this a? I'm just adding it like you cannot, like you can say there is no rule to add this a before. You can just write anything, whatever you want. Fine. I'm just adding it because I just wanted to I just want to differentiate between the things. Like what I just mean for the differentiate, I will just let you know while. Okay, let's say here I just use my constructor, that is self. I would just write self dot name is equal to a name. So what does this mean? That this means that basically self dot name. Now name is one of my parameter that we're writing downside. So basically one self dot name is equal to a name. Now a name are the arguments, or you can say the parameters which I have passed inside my function, right? A name, a standard and a section. These are the 3 arguments which we have passed inside our function. So I will just write the same thing. I will just write self dot A standard, standard, fine. Okay, not A, I would just only write a standard, fine. Standard, fine. Self dot standard is equal to A standard, fine. And even what I would do, I would just write self dot, okay, section is equal to A section, fine. So this is done. So this is basically how we use this init and self constructors in our programs. Now, what I have just done here is that I have made a function that is def. Okay, now sorry, def is the keyword by which we just make a function, and the constructor and the function which I just use here is that underscore underscore init underscore underscore. Inside that the self automatically passed, and that what I did, I just named three parameters this side, that is a name, a standard and a section, fine. I have done that. Now what else I have done, after going inside my function, that is init function, what I just did, I used my self. Okay, self is my this constructor which we have just passed inside this variable, right? Okay, so I have just wrote self dot name. Okay, and I just passed it the argument which I have passed inside my function, that is a name, same with a standard, same with a section. Till now we have done this thing. Okay, now I just want to tell you one thing, and I just want to write a comment aside. For that, what I would do, I would just make this thing, okay, and even what I would do, I would just write, okay, when I run one dot details, then one turns to B. Now what I had written this side, I will just let you know in a little while. So let's say here I would just make one more function, and the name for that function would be details. Okay, let's say I have just made a user defined function this side, and the name for that function is details, and I just only write dev details. And now as soon as I would just put the bracket, the self will be automatically passed inside my bracket. Right, now what I would do, here I would just return a if string, return if. Now what is this basically if string? So for this also I have already discussed it in my previous video. So if you just don't know about that, what is if string, then you can just go and have a look about that. What are these if strings, right? I have written if, return if. Now what I would just write, let's say I would just write name is. Okay, where is my name is, and inside these brackets, let's say I would just pass self dot name. Okay, and even I would write even, and okay, standard is okay, standard, okay, and even I would just write in the brackets, I would write self dot standard, fine. So this is the statement which I just wrote here, and this is my like return statement which I just want to return in the form of a if. This is, let me just scroll it this side, fine. Now this is done. Okay, now what I have just written here, that when I run one dot details, then one turns to be self. Now what do I mean from this line? So basically, when I would just run in the print statement, whenever I would just write one dot details, let's say I just want to run this one dot details. I just want to run this details function using my object, that is one. Right? Whenever I would just do that thing, so basically the one that I have just written, that is my object, that is one, that would be turned into self. Now what I just mean to say from here, just let's do one thing this side. So here what I would do, I would just write 1 is equal to student, and inside this student, now I will pass all of the values which we have written here, which are written above side. Let's say I want to pass the name, standard, section. So now what I would do, I would just pass all of these things in a single line. So I would write name is Ria. Okay, now what is the standard? Basically standard is 10, and what is the section? Section is A. I would do the same thing for my two object also. I would just write 2 is equal to student, and here let's say my name was Seema, my standard was 12, and the section was even B, right? So this is the done. So here what I had done, I haven't used different line. Let's say here what we were doing, we were just writing all of these things in a separate line, but here I haven't done. I have just passed all of these things in a very single line. Now what the statement which I wrote, that when I run one dot details, then one turns to be self, right? Now what does this means? Now if in the print statement I would write print, and inside the brackets if I would just write one dot details, details, right, and these brackets. Now when I would just run this one dot details, what output will I be getting? I would be okay, pr, fine, print. Now what output will I be getting? I would be getting the output that name is Ria and standard is 10. Now how I would be getting that thing? Let me just quickly tell you the things. The statement which I just wrote here, that when I run one dot details, then 1 tends to be self. Now what does this mean? Basically, in the print statement, when I would write one dot details, now my 1 would be acting as a self. So this self is present here. So it will print me in place of the self, then it would be 1. So it will print me 1 dot name. Then it will print me 1 dot standard, and then it will print me 1 dot section. So I have just given the 1 dot name as a name, 1 dot standard as a standard, and 1 dot section as a section. So what are the values which I have passed to a name, a standard, and a section? It will just go to 1. 1 is my object, so it will just see that what are the values given, that are Ria, 10, and a. So it will be just printing me the output as this. So I would just let me just write the standard, and okay, and even I will just write that section is, and in the brackets I would write 1, okay, not 1, I would just write self dot section. Fine, so this is all done, and now I will just run my program. See what output did I just got here, that name is Ria and standard is 10 and section is a. Fine, so just let me go this side again. Fine. So see, these were the values which I have just passed in my one object for my class, that was student. So this was Ria, 10 and a. So it just got into this details function. So here just saw that 1 dot name. Now 1 dot name is having the object value as Ria, and so then printed me, and standard is self dot standard. Standard was having 10, and even this section was having the value as a. Fine. So basically this is how we make the self and init constructors, and this is basically how we use the self and init constructors. Okay, so these are used for reducing we just reduce our work. Reduce our work in the sense that basically here we are just writing all of these things, we are declaring all of these things in a very separate lines, but it is not the case for self and init constructors. What it did here, what I just did, I just passed some parameters inside my function, and that's it. I just wrote self.name is equal to a name, self.standard is equal to a standard, and self.section is equal to a section, and that's it. I just made a simple function that was details, and I even made the two objects. So this is all done here, right? And even if I just want to run my two dot objects, I would write print two dot. I would just write details and these brackets, and now when I would just run my program, what output will I be getting? See, I just got name is Seema and standard is 12 and section is B. Fine. So here I just got this output. If I just want to access any one thing, so let's say I just want to write print 1 dot name. Okay, and even I will just run my program. See what I got. I got my answer as Ria, right? Basically, this is how the self and init data construct. So this is basically how they work. Now, what we mean by the term that is constructor? Now, let me just tell you that thing also. So let's put a comment aside and let's write the definition. So I would just write giving arguments to argument arguments to a class is called constructors. Okay, yeah. So here what I just wrote that giving arguments to a class is called constructors. So here what we are doing, we are just giving some arguments to a class, right? My class is a student. Inside that, what we are doing, we are just giving some arguments that are Ria, 10 and a. Let's say you can just give it a name as values. We are storing some values here inside my class, that is student, right? So this is basically called as constructor, that giving arguments to a class is called constructor. I am doing the same thing for my object, that is 2 also. I just wrote my class name, that is a student, and even I am just passing some values, or you can say some arguments inside my class, that is a student. So basically this is called giving arguments to a class is called as constructors. Fine. Now what else I need to do here is that we will just discuss about the class methods. So for discussing about the class methods, I would not copy the code from this side. I would just write this code once more so that you can even write the codes with me and you can just get a more understanding of the things right now, right? I would just explain the things one more time, right? I would just make a class that is student, student, and even I would just put this code. Now what I would do, I would just pass some one class variable that is number of subjects. Fine, I would just write number of subjects. Let's say I just give a value as 5. Now here what I would do, I would just make a init function. So def underscore init and then this. So inside this cell, what I would do, I would just pass some parameters here, right? My parameters would be a name, then my parameter would be a standard, and even my parameter would be a section, right? So these are the things which I just passed inside my init function. Now what I would do, I would just use my self. Self is my constructor, right, which you have just studied a few seconds like before. So I just write self dot, and here I would just write name is equal to a name, right? Then I would write self dot standard, DARD, self dot standard is equal to a standard, fine. And now even what I would write self dot section is equal to a section, fine. So this is here what I have done. I have just made that init constructor init itself, and I have just declared some parameters inside that were a name, a section, and a standard. Then I just use myself. I just wrote self dot name is equal to a name, self dot standard is equal to a standard, self dot section is equal to a section. Now what I would do, I would just make one more function this side, that is def, and I would just give it a like name as details, detail. Is fine. Inside this, the self is automatically passed, which I just told you previously also. So inside this, I would just return an if string. So return if, and here I would write name is, and inside this what I would write self dot name, fine. Then I would write name is this, comma, I would just write standard is, even I would just pass self dot standard in a bracket, self dot standard, and what I would write and section is, and even I would just pass self dot section this side, right? So this is the way basically how we make our, like you can say, just if string, right? This is I just made my if string this side. Now whatever is go downside, and I need to just scroll it also, so I would just do that thing. Okay, fine. Now what I would do, now here the role comes about my class method, fine. So I would just put this here this side. I would just put at the date, okay, at the date, and I would just write class method. So this is basically how you make your class methods, right? So this is basically the way for declaring your class method. I just wrote at the date and class method, fine. Now what I would do, I would just name one more function here. Let's say the name for my function is def. I would just rename a function that is change underscore subject. Okay, I just named that def change underscore subject. This is the function name that I just made. I will just put the bracket, and this CLS is automatically passed whenever we make this class method, right? So as we were just making the init function, so in that self was automatically passed, and basically when we make the class method, so this CLS is automatically passed here, right? I would just do enter, and here what I would write CLS, okay, CLS dot, and here I would just write the number of subjects, okay, number of subjects is equal to leaves, okay. Now what here I have just done, here I would just pass one parameter that is leaves, fine. Now here what I have done, I have just made a function that is change subjects, fine, and inside that CLS was automatically passed, and let's say I just passed one more parameter that is leaves, fine. Now what I else had done here, that I had just written CLS dot number of subjects. Number of subjects was one of my like variables which I have made above side, right? So I just wrote CLS dot number of subjects is equal to leaves. So this is done. Now what I would do, I would just come out of my function. Now here what I would do, I would just make the objects. So let's say my object is 1 is equal to, and even I will write my class name, and even okay, just let me scroll back to the things this side. Okay, fine. Yeah. So I will just take it one line down. Fine. So I just wrote 1 dot is to, when 1 is equal to student, inside this I would just pass the values with passing previously. So I would just write here, then I would put a comma, even I would write 10, and even I would write A. Okay, so Ria is my A name, 10 is my A standard, and A is my A section. I would write 2 is equal to, then again I would write student, and here I would write Seema. Okay, Seema, I would just write comma, I would write 12, and even I would just what I would write B. Fine, so this is done. I just made the objects for my class and even passed the values inside my class, like you can say arguments. Fine. Now what I would do, I would just write my class name. Let's say I just write student. My class name. Student dot. Now here what I would write change underscore subject. Now what is this change underscore subject? This was the function which we have made, right? So I have written student dot change underscore subject, and let's say in the bracket I would just pass the value as 21, right? And now when I would just print it, I would write print. And even I would just write my object name, that is 2. I would write 2 dot, and here I would just write here a number of subjects. Now when I would run my program, see what output did I got here? I got my output, that is 12, right? So basically here what I have done in my function, that was I had just made a class method, and after that what I have done, I have just made a function that is change underscore subjects, right? So inside this function change underscore subjects, what I have done, the CLS was automatically passed, and even I have just passed one parameter, that is leaves, right? So now what we were doing, I was just writing CLS dot number of subjects is equal to, right? So number of subjects was the class variable which we have made, right? So what I just did, I just write CLS dot number of subjects is equal to leaves. Okay, now after coming into my 17 line, okay, so my 17 line is this one. Just let me show that. Okay, this side. What I just wrote my class name, that is student, right? I just put a dot, and here I just write change underscore subject, that is 21. Now, what is happening this side? Okay, so I just wrote my class name, that is student. I just wrote change underscore subject. Now this is was my function, right? So inside that, what is pass the value? It is 21. So the value for the leaves became 21. Now, whatever the value was for number of subjects, that has been changed to the leaves, and the value that leaves is containing, that is 21. So whenever I would just write and run my print in like my object name, and even I would just run my class variable, that is number of subject, what I would be getting? I would be getting the value as 21, not 5. Okay, so because here what we have done, I have just assigned a variable, that number of subjects, to leaves, and leaves is containing the value as 21, right? So this was the whole concept about the class method. Now let's do a little bit of theoretical things about this class methods also. So I would just put some codes here, and let's start writing the things here itself, so that you all can just have a note of the things in a proper way. Okay, so let's write about the class method. Class method, METHOD. Okay, class methods can be accessed from any instance or any class. First point is this: class methods can be accessed from any instance or any class. Fine. So we can just access this class methods from any instance or even any class. Fine. Now what's the next point? Next point is that if we want to make a method that can be, okay, so let's do under accessed. If we just want to make a method that can be accessed by instance as well as class, and the, okay, as well as class, and the argument which we pass and we don't want to take self, then we use class method. So here I just told you that basically why we use class methods. Okay, so first statement which I just wrote here, that class methods can be accessed from any instance or any class, and second, if we want to make a method that can be accessed by instance as well as class and the argument also. Okay, listen to the words very carefully, that if I want to make a method that can be accessed by instance by class and as well as the arguments, whatever the arguments we pass, and we don't want to take self, then we use class method. So see that in the class method we haven't take self, right? So here what we are getting, that is CLS. So the statement truly says that if you don't want to make a method that can be accessed by once more, if we want to make a method that can be accessed by instance as well as class, and the argument which we pass, and we don't want to take self, then we use class method, right? So this is basically the thing, that why you use class methods, and class methods can be accessed from any instance, or any class, fine. So this was about the class method. So today what we have seen firstly that basically how we declare a class and how we make the objects. After that we have seen about the instance and the class variables. Then thirdly we have seen about the constructor, that self and init, and basically we have even seen that what is a constructor. And at last we have seen about the class method, that basically how we can class method and what is the use of making this class methods, right? So I hope today you just got the idea about like these OOPS concepts. These are some topics about this OOPS. Now in the next video also we will be taking some more topics about the OOPS, right? So this is all for this video. Till then, thank you and bye bye. Methods as alternative constructor. So basically I'm just telling you that what are the topics which we are just going to discuss today. Okay, so the first topic for today is class methods as alternative constructor. The second one is static method. Third one is super. Fourth is abstract class and method. So these are the four topics which we are going to cover in today's video, right? So basically in the last video I have just told you that basically like how we just make classes, and in that I have just told you about the static method also, right? So these were the things which I have just I have covered till class methods, right? I haven't told about static method. I have told that what is class method, basically how we make class methods, right? Now today I'm just going to tell you that class methods as alternative constructor, that basically how these like class methods are treated as an alternative constructor, how we can just make them, followed by static methods, super and abstract class and method, fine. So these are the things which we are just going to cover today. Okay, let's get started with quickly. So firstly here what I would do, so basically as we are dealing with the OOPS concept, right? So what I would do, I would just firstly write here the class. Okay, I will just make a class. So for that I would just use a keyword, that is class. Okay, so class, and here I will just give the name for the class as student. Okay, student is the name of my class which I have just declared here, fine. Now inside coming to my class, what I would just do, I would just say make a class variable. Okay, so I'm just taking the same example which I have taken in the previous part of this video, that is part 9, so that you can just cope up with the things very easily. You do not get confused with the things that okay, for like in that you have taken this and now this like you are taking, so no, not that like that. So I'm just going to take the similar example only, fine. So I would just take number of subjects. So number of subjects was the class variable which we have basically made in the previous video also. So I've just declared a class variable, and name for that class variable was number of subjects. Okay. Now after that what I'm going to give, I just give it a value as 5. Okay, so this number of subjects is equal to 5. Now what I would do, I would just write here def underscore init. So basically the self is automatically passed. And now what does this self and init function means? So these are the constructors. Now basically what do constructor do, and basically what we just call as constructor, what we can give a definition for a constructor, all that things I have already covered in my previous video of this series, and that was part 9, right? So if you just want, you can just go and refer and then see these things in that video. So I'm just not going to repeat it for now. Okay, so I just wrote def underscore init and underscore in bracket, the self is automatically passed. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to give several parameters here. The first one is a name. The second one is a standard, and third one is a section. Okay. Now what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to write self dot name is equal to a name. Fine. Then self.standard. Self.standard. So basically here what we are just going to take, we are just going to take some name of a student. As a class name also suggests that the class for the which you have taken as an example for now, that is a student, right? So that means here I'm just going to like write all the things and relate all the things like from students only. So the name for the student, the standard and the section. So these three are the parameters which I have just passed in the init function, right? So self.standard is equal to a standard. And at last what I'm just going to write, I'm going to write self dot and the last parameter was section. So self dot section is equal to a section. Okay. So fine. Okay. TIOM. Fine. So these were the things which we were having in the init function. I'm just written all that things. Fine. Now I just want to make one more function this side. I will just make a function and the name for this function I would be just giving as details. Def details. Fine. And inside this self will be automatically passed. I need not to just pass that thing. It is automatically passed. Let me just go down. Fine. Now inside this details function, what I am going to do is that I am going to pass a f string. I'm going to return an f string. Right. What is this f string basically? For this also I have already made a very detailed video. So you can just go and check out the parts for or check out this playlist for Python for beginners in English. So you can just got that thing. And if you just want to see this thing, if you string understand some things in Hindi. So for Hindi also I have a separate playlist that is Python for beginners in Hindi. So you can just refer any of the one which you want, English or Hindi. Fine. So in the both that all the topics are covered. Fine. So I just return f string and then I would just write here as name is, and in the bracket I would just write self dot name. And I would just write standard is, and in the bracket I would just write self dot standard. Fine, just T-N-T-A-R-D. Fine, so this is over. This is done. Like my function has been made here. That was details. And inside that details I have just returned an if string. So return if and the name is self dot name and standard is self dot standard. Fine. So after just coming out of this function, now let me just scroll to the final. Okay. Just let me do one more thing. Okay, so I guess it's enough, right? It's fine. Okay. So def details for the function which I have just made right now. Now what I am going to do here is that I'm going to make a class method. So how do we just make that class method? So for making a class method, firstly what we do, we just take the @ sign. So this @ sign, and after that when I'm just going to write class method. So this is the basically way how we just make a class method, right? So this is the way for declaring a class method. Firstly you need to just put the @ sign, and after that you just need to write class method. So this is the basic way for declaring, for making a class method, right? So it is something like decorators. We also make the decorators using this @ sign, right? So it is something like that only. But yeah, we cannot say that class method is a decorator. No, I cannot say that. Okay, it is a constructors. And like I just told that we also just denote and just write the decorators using the @ sign. So I just told that thing. Okay. Now here I would just make one more function, and I would just give the name to my function as change subject. Change subject. Okay. Change _ subject. And inside this, the CLS is automatically passed. So the CLS means my class. Okay, class. Fine. So CLS refers to my class. Okay. So I will put a comma, and here I will pass a parameter, and that parameter is leaves. Okay, leaves. Okay, so basically this is not the plant leaves. It is a leaves that particular student is taking this much particular leaves in we are just taking example for a student, right? So this leaves basically belong to that student only, that for this much time the student is taking leave from the school, fine. So this is the whole idea behind it. Okay, now here I will just write CLS. Now CLS is what? CLS is describing my class. So I will just write CLS dot number of subjects is equal to leaves. So here what I have done, I have just written that CLS dot number of subjects is equal to leaves. Fine. Now what I would do, I would just make one more class. Fine. I would just make one more class, that is class method. One more class method. Fine. And let me go down. Okay, so this is at the rate class method. Now here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to make one more function, and the name for this function I would be writing from and underscore str. Let's say this is an example, and here I have just taken class method. I just made a class method, and after that I have just declared a function, and the name for that function is from underscore str, fine, and is cls. Cls is like that class, like whenever we just declare a class method, so after that whenever we make a function, the cls automatically comes here. I would just put a comma and I would just write your leaves, fine. So yeah. And now what else I would do? I would just not write leaves here, like leaves for the above one. Here what I'm just going to write, I'm just going to write a string, because afterwards I'm just going to pass a string, fine. That is why I'm just going to write here as a string. Let me go down. So here I will just write return, and basically what it will return, it will return CLS and in brackets string dot split, and basically I will just put a dash. So basically this means that it will return my string in the split form, fine. Okay. Now coming out of my class, I would just make the class objects for my class. So the object first which I have made is 1. Okay, 1 is equal to student, and inside this what I'm going to pass, I'm going to pass several names and the things which I have just entered. So name is Rhea, standard is 10th, and section is A. Fine, I will just do the same thing using 2 also. I will just write 2 is equal to student. Again, like I would give a name, Seema, and the standard is 12, and basically the section is B, let's say. Fine, I will just go more down. Similar way, I will just make a 3 one also. Fine, I will just write 3 is equal to, I will just write here as a student. Now what I'm just going to use here, I'm going to use one of my functions which I have made above side, and that function was from underscore str. So from underscore str is the function which I had just made that side. So I'm just going to use it here. While like making the object for my class, I'm just using that. So from underscore str, and here what I would do, I would just pass the values as let's say that is also Ria, and sound is 11, and the section is C, fine. So like basically in the above side, I have just like written the split and then that. So that is why I have just written the values here like this one. Okay. Now what I would just write, I would write print, and inside this what I would write print 3 dot. Let's say I just want to print number of subjects using the 3. Okay. Print now 3 number of subjects. I will just run that thing now. Okay. So right click and then run tutorial. Fine. So here what I just got the output. I got the output as 5, right? So this is the 5 is the correct one. So let me just like open this thing for a while, and let me go above and declare and see that wherever I have declared this number of subjects. So number of subjects is equal to 5. So this is done. Okay. So this is absolutely right. So here I have like just made the class methods, and yeah, you can just use that print 3 dot name or 2 dot name and all that thing. You can just use all these things on your own. I'm not going to show that thing because in the like previous part of this video I have told the things very detailed, and I have told the things 2-3 times in that video. Fine, so I'm not going to repeat it now. Okay. So this was about like how we can just declare the class method as an alternative constructor. Fine. So here what I have done, I have taken these two classes, and I have just made the class methods and then used them. Fine. So this was about using the class methods as alternative constructor. Now let's move towards the static method. Okay, so the static method is also a little bit of same like this only. So for that, what I'm just going to take, I'm just going to use the same example which I have taken right now, but I'm not going to copy that thing, right? Because like it's from my code or it's from other code, I never copy the things. So that is why I will not copy that. I will just write that thing. Fine. So I will just write the class. So while writing, I will just explain your things one more so that you can just get more clear idea about this thing. Okay. So class is the student. So here basically this is the way for making a class. So I just declare the keyword that is class, and after that I just wrote the name. So name for my class is student. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to give some class variable number of subjects. Okay. Number of subjects is the class variable which I have just declared, and I will just initialize a value as 5. Okay, so I have initialized and given a value 5 into my variable, that is number of subjects. Fine. So number of subjects is equal to 5. Now what else I have? I will just write here def underscore init and then self. Okay, so inside the self I will just pass it with parameters, first with a name. Then second what I have a standard, and the third I have a section. Fine. So these are the three parameters which I have just passed here. Now what I need to do, firstly I need to just go back. Fine. Now what I just need to write here as that, I would just write here as self dot name is equal to a name. Fine, then I would just write self dot standard is equal to a standard. Fine, and at last I would just write self dot section is equal to a section. Fine, so this is like about declaring the init function and making the self. Fine. Now what I would do, I would just make another function as we were just making that side. So I would just write def details. Fine. So def details is the function which I have just made right now. So I will just put the brackets and this self is automatically passed. Now what I would just do, I would just pass return a string, return an f string, right? Return f, and here I would just write as return f. Name is, and in the bracket I would just write self dot name, and standard, and standard is okay. Let me go down because like I hope you are not able to see that thing. Fine. DARD. Okay, so the standard is, and in the bracket I will just write self dot a standard. Fine. Okay, DARD. Fine. This is like fine. So here I just made that function, that is details, and here I just return an f string, that is return f, and all the things. Fine. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to make that class method. Fine, that we have just made previously. So at the rate and then class method, I'm just again repeating the things that are like if we just want to make a class method, so what we do, we just like firstly we define the at the rate, we just like put the sign, that is at the rate, and then we just mention the class method. Fine. Okay, now here I would make the another function. So okay, so that function is def. Okay, I would just repeat that, change underscore subjects. Def okay, I just written the wrong spelling and it was like too much wrong. Okay, so def. Okay, I'm just writing. Okay, leave that subjects. Fine. Change underscore subjects, inside that the CLS is automatically passed as I have just declared a class method, so that is like automatically passed. Now what I would just write, I would just write CLS dot number of subjects, not number of leaves. Okay, sorry, number of subjects is equal to leaves. Fine. This was the same thing which we have done previously. Now I would just go more down, and here I would just go here, and I would just make another class method. Okay, at the rate, and then I'm just going to declare a class method here. So I would just write as class and then method. Now I would just make that same class which we have made that side. So I would just write def from underscore, okay, from underscore str, and in the bracket CLS automatically there, and here I will just write as string. Fine. Now what I would just write, I would just write return, and I would just write CLS for class. Fine. I would just write a string dot split, and in bracket I would just put this sign, hyphen sign. Fine. So this is done. This is the previously thing which we have just done till now. Now what I just make a static method. So for making a static method also, the procedure is same. I would just put at the rate, and here I would just write a static method. Fine. So this is basically how you make a static method in this classes, like classes and objects. Right. So this is about the making of the static method. Now what I would do, I would just write after the static method is written. Now I would just write def. Okay, I would just make another function, that is print str. Fine, and in the bracket I would just pass as a string. Fine. So okay, def print str, and in bracket what I have passed the string. Now here I can just write anything, right? So I would just write here print and the semicolon, print my name is, and I will just leave a space, and I would just put a plus sign, and I would just write here as a string. So a string is the parameter which I have just passed inside my function which I have just made, that is print str. Right? I will just put a underscore. So it's print underscore str. So print underscore str is the function which I have just made, and inside that function I have just passed a parameter, and that parameter is a string. So after that I just print my name is plus string. Okay. Now this is over. Now what I will do, I will just do the thing same which we were doing previously. I will just write here 1 is equal to, and yeah, 1 is the object which I have just made for my class, that is student, and I would just like write some values. So yeah, this thing I can just copy because like okay, so okay, let's not do that thing. Let's write on our own. Okay, then I will just write 10, and then I will just write a. Fine. Then okay, I would need to remove that. Okay, then I will just write as Q. Fine, so 2 and then student. D-E-N-T in the bracket I will just write as Seema. Then I will just pass 12. And at the last I will just write at the section as B. I will just do the same thing for 3. I will just write 3. I will just write here student dot. Now here I just use that function which you were just using previously, from underscore str. And here I would just write as rea dash 12 dash and okay 11 and dash it is C. So yeah, and let me go down. Okay, I will just make the capital C, so it's okay. Okay, so this was like making the objects from my class. Now what I would just write, I would just write PRI. Yeah, so I would just write student. Okay, S should be capital for the student, so it is student dot print print underscore str. Print underscore str was the function which I have just like made right now, right? And inside this, what I would just pass, I would just pass a Shambhavi. Okay, so what I have just done right now, let me show you that thing. So here I just made that a static method, right? The static method, and I just name it as a like given its function as print underscore str. Okay. After that, I just passed a parameter that is a string inside my function which I have just made, that is print underscore str. What I did next, excuse me, what I did next, basically I just like use print, and then I just wrote my name is plus a string. Fine, so this is done. And at the last, when I just made the objects for my class, then I just use the name of my class, and then I just use the function name, that is like print underscore str, and now I just pass that string. So now when I'm going to run my program, so let me run that thing. So here I just got the output, and that output is my name is Shambhavi, right? So this is the output which I am getting, and that is my name is Shambhavi. So what I just wanted to tell you from here, that we can use this function from my class itself, and this is the basically way for declaring a static method in classes and objects in the Python programming, right? So this is done. Now moving towards the third topic for today, and that is superclass. Now I'm just going to tell you that basically what is the super keyword. Okay, so here I have already written something that init is the first function which is called when instance is created. Yeah, that is right. That thing I have already told you in the inheritance, when we just like learned about the inheritance in part 8. So in that I had already told you that init is the first function which is called when instance is created, right? Then what next I have? So basically next I have super is a built-in function. Excuse me, super is a built-in function which refers the proxy of object which helps to refer the superclass. Okay, so what does basically we mean from this sentence which I have written right now? So we will just see this through an example. Fine. So firstly what I'm just going to do is that I'm just going to make a class. So I will just make a class, and let's say for now I will just change the class which I'm making. I will just name the class as 1, and I will just put this one. Okay, so now what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to write the function. So I would just write def, and then it is underscore init, and then underscore and then brackets. So the self is automatically passed here. Right now what I would do, I would just pass one more parameter here, and that parameter is name. Fine. So I have done that thing. What else I have? I will just reuse the print statement. So print, I would just put this like semicolon. I would just write 1 underscore init underscore. I would just leave space this side. Okay, and what I would do, I would just put a comma, and here I would just use that name. Fine. So one is my class name, right? One is the name of my class, which I'm just using here. And what I'm just using, I'm using my function that is init, using my class name that is one. Fine. So this is done. Now what else I would do? I would just go down. Now here I would just make a new class. Okay. Now the next class would be, let's say the name for the class is 3. Fine. Put the colon. Again, I would just make a function def underscore underscore init and an underscore underscore and a bracket. So it is self. Now inside this, what I'm going to do, I'm again going to pass the same parameter, that is name. Fine. I would come down here, I would just write print. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to write 3. Instead of that 1, I'm just going to write 3 underscore underscore init and then again underscore underscore. I would put a comma and here I would just write as name. Name is the argument, which parameter which I have just passed inside my function, right? So this is done. Now what I have here? Here I would be making another class. The name for the new class would be 2. Class and then 2. Here what I am going to do, I'm just going to pass my class 3 and 1. 3 and 1 class inside this 2 class. So basically this is a type of inheritance, right? Now which type of inheritance it is, I'm not going to tell that thing. You will just reply to me in the comment box that basically what type of inheritance it is. Fine. So I have written class 2 and then in bracket I have written 3 comma 1. So I have inherited the 3 and 1 classes in the class, that is 2. I would again use def underscore underscore init and then 1 init underscore underscore and then self. Now what do I what will I write? I would just write here as print. Fine, so I would just write print and here I would just write 2 and space underscore underscore init underscore underscore. That is the same thing which I am just writing from the very first one. And here what I am going to do is that I am going to use my keyword, that is super. Fine, so I have just used my super keyword. So super, I would just write this bracket. I would just put dot underscore underscore init. Fine, so inside this bracket what I am going to write, I am just going to write the name, that is Ria. Fine. Now what will happen here? Let me just make the object. Okay, I would just make the object and here what I would just write, I would just write p is equal to, I will just put the bracket and now I would just write here as print and 2 dot underscore underscore mro underscore underscore. Now what is this basically mr? Let me quickly run that and then I will just let you know. Fine. Okay, basically what is happening here, right? See, first what I am getting the output, I am getting 2 underscore underscore init. So this is basically for the, okay, let me do one thing. Let me comment this thing for a while. We comment in and now let me just run the program. Fine. Now what I am getting here is that firstly what is happening, firstly I am getting the output as 2 underscore underscore init underscore underscore. So where I have just declared that thing. So I have written this thing inside my function, that is 2, right? So this firstly this print statement is doing its work and it is giving me the output, that is print. Inside the print I have written 2 underscore underscore init underscore underscore. So it is giving me the respective output. Then what is happening? Then I'm just getting 3 here. Now from where is I'm getting this 3 underscore underscore init? So I'm just getting it from this class, the class which I have made 3. So inside this class, in the print statement, I have written 3 underscore init and underscore init. Fine. So I'm just getting the output from here. And what else I am getting? Here what I have just passed, I have passed as Ria. So here whatever in my 3 class, there was name, right? So I'm just getting this name, that is Ria here. Now let's see one thing. If I just interchange these things here, if I just write 1 here, and instead of this 1, I just replace, I just interchange both of the classes with each other. Then see what's the output. Now you can just have a look that firstly what I am getting. Firstly I am getting 2. So that is correct actually, because whenever we just run a function though, so basically whatever the class is present at the very first, okay, this is my object. From here my control will go to upside and basically whatever the class it will find first, whatever it is written here, it will automatically print me that thing very firstly. So it is just printing me 2 underscore underscore init underscore underscore because I have written this thing here. Now what else it is doing? It I have just inherited a class 1 and 3. The class which I have written as first, which I have inherited as first, that is 1. So now it is going into that class, leaving this 3 class, it is now leaving that one. It is going into my class, that is 1. Fine. So after in this one class, what I have written, okay, just let me give a little bit space. Fine. So inside this one class, what I have written, I have made the function. And inside that function, I have written 1 underscore underscore init, and then underscore underscore. And even I have given the name, and that name is Ria. Fine. So this is basically what is happening. Now I was just telling you about that thing which was MRO. Fine. I would just now uncomment this thing, and I will just run the program for a while and let you know that thing also. Fine. Basically, let me increase the font. Now what it is telling me, it is telling me that basically it tells me the order. Order in the sense that which class is first executing, then what, and then what, and then what. Fine. So now what it is telling me first, that your class main.2. So it is printing your main.2. Basically, your first the class that is 2, that is running very first. Why it is like so? Because I have right now told you that basically whatever the class is like we have written very first. So that will be executed. Now what next class which is getting executed, that is 1. So why this one? Because inside this brackets when I have inherited the classes. So in that inheritance I have used this class that is 1 in the first position, and I have written this 3 in the second. If I just interchange these values once again, so I would just write here as 3, and now I would just change it from 3 to 1. And now when I would just run this program, so you can just see that the MRO will automatically change. So firstly I am getting 2, and then I am getting 3, and after that I am getting 1. Fine. So this is the main idea behind using this super class. So what I now mean from this thing, super is a built-in function which refers the proxy which helps to refer the super class. Fine. Now moving towards the last topic for today, and that is abstract class. Now I am going to tell you that basically how we make an abstract class in the classes and objects topic for the Python programming. Okay, so for making the abstract class, what we have even one module that is used for importing. That module is used for importing, and after that only we can make an abstract class in our Python program. So for that I'm just write from ABC. Okay, from ABC import capital A, capital B, capital C, comma abstract method. Okay, so what here I have written from ABC. Now ABC is one of my module, you can say import ABC, this capital ABC, and abstract class. So ABC is one of my libraries from which I'm just importing these two things, that is capital ABC and abstract method. Fine. So this is over. Now what I would just make, a class here as mother. Let's say I'm just making a class, the name for that class is mother. In bracket, what I'm going to pass ABC. Fine. So because I have just used this, I have just imported this thing, so I'm just using one. That's right. What I would do, I would just make an abstract class. So for making this static method and class method, abstract class, all for this procedure is same. I will just put the @ and here I would just write as abstract method. Fine. So this is basically how we just make an abstract method. Now what I would do, I would write here as def. Fine. After this def, I would just write here as def1, and in bracket the self is automatically passed, right? So this happens basically, the self is automatically passed. So def1, and in bracket I just wrote self. Here what I would do, I would just not write anything, I would simply pass. Okay, I would just not write anything, I would just not write any program inside this inside this function, that is one. I would simply pass that thing. Now what is my next thing which I'm just going to do? I'm just going to make another function, that is 2. Fine. And inside this, what I'm just going to write, I'm going to write print concrete class. Concrete and class. Okay. Why I just wrote this thing, I will just let you know this thing in a while. But before that, just let me complete the whole program which I'm just trying to write. Fine. So this one I have just made the class. I will just make another class. Just let me go down for this, and yeah. So I will just make another class, and the name for this class would be daughter. Fine. I will just put that bracket, and here I'm just inheriting. This is called a single inheritance. So basically my class was mother, and that mother class I have just inherited that into my daughter class. Now just go again down. Fine. Now here what I'm just going to use, I'm just going to use same function name, that is 1. Inside that self is passed. And what I'm just going to write, I'm going to write print and then abstract class. Fine. print and then abstract class. I'm just going to use that thing. Fine. Now what I would just do, I've just come out of my function, that is b dot, b is equal to daughter. I'll just make object for my daughter class. Fine. DAUGHT here in the brackets. So let me go more down. Fine. So B is the object which I have just made for my daughter class. Now from B I would just try to access one. One is the function which we have made, right? So I will just run that thing. So now what it is giving me? It is giving me the output as abstract class, right? So this is right. Now what I would do, I would just try to use my function 2 also. So I would just write B dot and then 2 and then again bracket. Now when I would just run this program, see what I'm just getting here. I'm just getting here as the output, and that is concrete class, right? So, using my object for my daughter class, I can access 1 and 2, both of these things, right? Because I have just inherited with this mother class inside my daughter class, fine? So I can just use both of the things together. So this is basically how we just make an abstract class, and this is basically how we just write the program for making an abstract method. Now, what does this actually abstract method mean? So basically here I have just written @ and then abstract method, fine. So this is the way for declaring this. So let me just quickly open the one node, and here I would just write open as this Shambhavi's notebook. And okay, so let's quickly see that what is this abstract class. Let me see that have I just taken any particular name for it, or I haven't given any name. I just need to see that thing here. Okay, so just wait for a file, and I will just let you know all the things in a while. Okay, so it's I will just go to 11. Okay, so this is about the function catching. So we have just discussed the abstract class before function catching itself. So I would just open the 6th one. Okay, so this is not the one, and I will just open 4. Okay, so for now let's leave that thing. I will just let you know here itself that basically what is this abstract class. So for that abstract class, what we do is just declare this @ sign. Okay, and this basically we just write abstract, and here we just make the app method. Okay, so using after this abstract method, we can get access to any of the functions which is present in my any of the classes, right? So this was a basic idea using the abstract method. Fine. So we have just discussed about the 4 topics for now, and that are class methods as alternative constructors, second is static method, third is superclass, and the 4th is abstract class and method. So these are the 4 topics which we have just discussed for right now, and we are just left with one more last part for the series, and in that we'll be covering all of the topics which are just left here. Okay, so this is all for this video. Till then, thank you and bye bye. What are decorators? And then we are just going to see one example, that basically how we declare the decorators in Python. Then we'll be seeing that what is encapsulation and polymorphism. We are going to see the examples and definitions for both of these, and then we'll move towards the setter and getter methods, which are basically used in the classes. Fine. So these are the 5 topics for today which we are going to cover right now. Fine. So we'll be just taking it in a way that firstly we'll just go to the OneNote to understand some theoretical part about the topics, and then we'll just come back to this PyCharm and do the practical. So the first topic for today is decorator. So let me quickly go to the OneNote, and here you see one definition for the decorator. So I hope it is visible. So fine, yeah, it's fine, absolutely fine. Okay, so it is written, a decorator in Python is any callable Python object that is used to modify a function or a class. A reference to a function func or a class C is passed to a decorator, and the decorator returns a modified function or class. The modified functions or classes usually contains calls to the original function func or class. Basically here what it is written, that what is a decorator and what does decorators do. So decorator in Python is any callable Python object that is used to modify a function of a class. So here from here what we can just see that what is decorator basically used for. Decorator is any callable Python object that is used to modify a function or a class in Python, right? So if, without just understanding the whatever whole is written, you can just understand it in a way. If you're just not able to grasp so much of content or so much of definition for this, you can just understand it in a way that a decorator in Python is any callable Python object that is used to modify a function or a class. Simple, very simple definition for a decorator. Now basically how we just write a decorator, how just we declare a decorator. So let me just quickly show you right here, and then we just move towards the Python. We are gonna see the example. So I would just write as this at the rate. And after like using this at the rate, in front of this at the rate, we basically like write the decorator, and we just make the decorator, and we just write the short form for the decorator. Fine. So let's say I just want to make a decorator, and the name for the decorator is decorator1. Fine. So I would just write here as decorator1. So at the rate and then decorator1. This is basically how we just declare a decorator in Python. This is how we just make a decorator. Fine. So this is a way for making the decorator. Now what is this decorator1? Let's say this is a name of one class. Let's say I have just made a class, and that class is having one name, and that the name for that class is decorator1. Let's say, fine. So what I have done, I have just made the decorator for the respective class. The name for that class is decorator1. I have just made the decorator for that respective class. As I just wrote here that basically what I just wrote, and decorator is Python is any callable Python object that is used to modify a function or class, right? That I just mentioned that is used to modify a function or a class. That is why, let's say this is one of my functions, okay? Let's say this is one of my functions, fine? So I just wrote decorate1, and at the front of it, I just put the decorate at the right time. So this is basically how we just initialize and how we just make a decorator in this Python programming. Fine, let's quickly move towards the PyCharm, and let's have an example for those decorators. And yeah, let's move on to the thing. So just let me go to the side, and yeah, I just guess it is totally zooming. Yeah, it's zooming. Fine. And I would just put a hash sign, and I would just write here as decorators. Fine. Okay, so I must write single O. Fine. Now let's quickly move towards the things for our. Fine. Like for the first time, what I'm just gonna make here, I'm just going to make a function. I would just write here if you nc1. Let's say this is one of my functions which I would not include c fun1. This is one of my functions which I just made that right now. Def fun1 and in the brackets. Fine. Now what I'm just going to write, I'm just going to write print, and here I would just write as fun with data science. Let's say I just wrote the channel name, and that is fun with data science. Fine. What I would just come out. Now here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do one thing. I'm going to take one variable that is fun2. Fine. This fun2 is one of the variables which I have just taken right now. Now what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to put an equal to sign, and this is fun1. Now basically what I am doing, I'm making a copy of my fun1 function which I have made, and making a copy of this function and saving it into another variable, and that variable name is fun2. Okay, now just here pay attention and listen to my words very careful, that what I am just doing here, I'm just making a copy of my fun1 function, okay, in which I have stored print fun with data science. I'm just making a copy of that, and I'm storing that copy in the another variable, and name for that variable is fun2. Fine. Here what I would do, I would just write del. Okay, now what is the del used for? You can just understand from the name itself that this is used for deleting any object, or sorry, deleting anything, any variable in function, something like that. Fine. Okay. And now if I just delete fun2, and yeah, and now I would just write as fun2 and just call it. Then let's quickly print that, and let's see that basically what is gonna happen here. Okay, so now just see here. Now what it is saying to me, it is saying to me that name fun2 is not defined. Fine, because what I have done, I have just deleted this fun2, and now in place of this fun2, if I'm just going to call my fun1 function, then what is happening? See here, what I just got the output, that is fun with data science and fun with data science. So why I just got 2 10, because one's from here and one from here. Fine. So this is basically what I am doing here. Right, so I have just deleted fun2, and then when I'm just printing this fun1, then also it is just giving me the output. Fine, because I have made a copy. Okay, so this is the basically reason for this. Okay, this was one example, and you can just treat it as example. Fine. Now let's move towards the next thing for today. I would just make one more function, and now the name for my function would be, let's say, fun return. Okay, fun return. Def and then fun return, and in bracket what I'm just gonna do, I'm just gonna pick a variable parameter num. Okay, Now I'm just going to give some conditions, and before giving that condition, let me just quickly connect to my internet because basically I don't know what has happened here. Fine. So okay, let it be connected or something, whatever like it wishes. Fine. So now what is happening here? I'm just like writing if. Now I'm having certain conditions. Okay. If num is equal to 0. Okay, so basically what it is saying, if the num is equal to 0, num is one of my like variable which I have taken. I'm given like passed a variable here also. Okay, just hold on for a second. And now once more, let me just check out that. Fine, now it will be disconnected. Fine. So basically, if num is equal to 0, now what I have a print statement here. Fine. So print and the bracket. Fine. And instead of print, what I would just write, return print, print. Fine. Now, here what I have done, I have taken a function that is fun return, and in bracket I have passed a like parameter that is num. After that, I have given the condition, if num is equal to 0, then return print. Fine. And the second condition for now is if. Okay, so if num is equal to 1. If num is equal to 1, then just one second. Fine. And then this is what return me return sum. Fine. So here what I have just done, I have just quickly done okay, just one second. Let me quickly comment the above things, whatever I have just like written here. Let me comment that thing. Fine. And let me again zoom in for the better visibility. Okay, fine. So here I have just made the function that is fun return, and inside that I have just passed one of the parameters, and that parameter is num. Now I have just put here a condition, if num is equal to 0. Fine. The like number which we are just gonna enter. If num is equal to 0, then return me print. Fine. And if num is equal to 1, then return me sum. Now after coming out of my function here, what I would do, I would just take a variable and I would just call my function. Fine. So basically calling of my function, I will just write my function name, that is fun return, and in bracket let's say I just pass the value as 0, and here I would just like print a. Fine. Now let's quickly run that thing. Okay, so basically now what it is giving me, it is giving me built-in function print, right? Because here what I have just written, I have returned the print, right? So here what I have passed the value, I have passed the value as 0, right? Here I have taken the variable that is a, and in that variable I have just called my fun return function, and inside that I have basically passed a value that is 0. So in the 0 condition, what we have given, if num is equal to 0, return me print. So it is returning me the same thing, that built-in function print. Now if I just take it from 0 to 1, and now when I just run it once more, so let's see that basically what happens. Now what it is giving me, it is giving me built-in function sum. Okay, so here what we have done, we have written a function that is sum, and I have already told in my built-in functions, when I have just told about the function, that there are two types of functions, built-in function, user defined. When I have just told about the built-in function, in that I have taken the same example for the sum itself, right? I have just told you how basically the sum function works. So if you just want to know about this thing a little bit more, you can just go and have a look over that video where I have just discussed about the functions. So I have just written here return and then sum. So basically the sum is one of my built-in functions. That is why again it is showing me built-in function sum. Fine. Now let's say I just make one more function. Okay, my function name would be dev execute. Let's say execute is one of the one more function which I have just made that right now. So inside that execute, what I would just write, func. Fine. Func is you can treat it as a parameter, right? Because inside the brackets, whenever we pass something in the function, that is being treated as a parameter, right? Fine. So def execute bracket func. Now what I would just write here, I would just write func. What I would just write, I would just write here, okay, subscribe now. Okay, subscribe now. And I will just put this exclamation marks. Fine. Now just have a look that here, instead of that print statement, what I have written the parameter which I have just passed inside my function. My function was execute, right? And inside that function, what I have passed the parameter was func, that is func. Now, instead of the print statement, what I have written the same function, that is the same parameter which I have just passed inside my function, that is func. Now I would just call my function. Function name was execute, right? And inside that, if I would just print here, right? Now, if I'm going to run my program, see what just output I am gonna get. So this built-in function sum is the above one output. So just let me do one thing this side. Let me just comment the above program which we have just written right now. Just let me do that thing quickly. Fine. And now once again I would just run this program. By the time you have run that on your own also. Fine. Now it is giving me the output as subscribe now. Now I have not written the subscribe now inside my print statement. Then also I'm just gonna I'm getting a subscribe now as the output. Why? Because here what I have done, I have taken a parameter, and that parameter was func, that is func. Now inside that parameter itself I have just passed the values, and when I have just called my function, so inside my whenever I just call my function, so in that calling of my function, I just wrote the print statement. Fine. So that is why that is the basic reason. That is why it is just giving me the desired output, and that is subscribe now. Now why I just told you all of these three examples, they are not related to decorators, right? Here I haven't make any decorator, nothing like that. But why I have just told you all these things? Because I just want to let you know one thing this side. So just let me quickly comment this, and I will just put okay down. And now here I will just put some write something. How I have a notice of that. Fine. So here what I just write here, we can insert function inside function. Okay, I'm just writing double I. We can insert function inside function as an argument. Okay, we can insert function inside function as an argument. And what is the second thing which I want to let you know? We can return a function. Fine. So here what we are doing, the previous example which we have seen, the previous example was this example, where what I have done, I have made a function that is fun return. Inside that, what I have done, I have passed a parameter that was num, right? Now I have given certain conditions that if num is equal to 0, return print. Now what is this print? Print is a built-in function, right? So that is why here I have written the sentence outside that we can return a function. So what I am doing here, I am returning a particular function. That function is print. Moving towards the second condition, if num is equal to 1. So here I have just given the condition, if the value which is stored as num is equal to 1, then return me sum. So this, what does the sum mean? Sum is also a built-in function, right? So basically in this example, what I am trying to show you is that we can even return a function. So the second one line that we can return a function. Now what is this? We can insert function inside function as an argument. Now what does this term mean, that we can insert a function inside a function as an argument? Now here what I have done, this was my function, right? Execute was one of my functions, and inside that what I have given my another function, that is print. And basically whenever we just call our function, and whenever we just give any value, any string or something inside that function, we just treat it as an argument, right? That we are giving a particular argument to our function. Fine. So what happens, basically we have declared a parameter above side, and while calling, whenever we just declare or define our function, so at that place we just give the parameters to our function, and after coming out of the function and calling the function, we pass the arguments to our function, right? So this basically happens here. Now the same thing is happening, that here what I have done, I have made a function that was execute. Now listen to my words very carefully this side. I have made a function that is execute. Inside that function I have passed a parameter, and that parameter was func, that is func. Now coming downside, inside this function, what I have just written, I have written func func, and here I have written this statement that is subscribe now. Now that's fine. Okay, I came out of my function, I just called my function that is basically execute. And what else I have done? After calling of my function, I have this right here as print. Now, what is this print? Print is also one of the function, right? So this is the statement is proof that we can insert function inside function as an argument. So this was basically the reason that I was just showing you these examples before like moving towards decorators. Now, without wasting time, I would just quickly move towards the decorators. Fine. Let's quickly see an example for the decorators. Okay. Let's say I just made a class here, function here, def decorate one, fine, and inside that what is pass, I will just pass a func1. Okay, let's say this is one of my parameters which I just pass inside my function, that is decorate one, and the parameter is func1, FNC1, fine. Inside this function, I just made one more function, that is def exe, fine. I just put the bracket and then colon again. Now, moving inside this function, what I just wrote, inside my print statement, I just wrote like executed, fine. Executed was one of my statements which I just wrote here. And yeah. And what else I just write? I would just like parameter that is func1. I just like inserted that, and I will even just put one more print statement here, and inside that print statement I would just write here as done. Fine. Now what else I have? As I told you that basically how we make a decorator, and basically like for what we make a decorator. So basically when I just told you definition and the work. So what I just told you that we make a decorator for a function or a class, right? So I would just make the decorator to decorate one. Now this is basically how we just declare a decorator. This is basically how we make a decorator, right? I would just write here @ and the name of my function for which I just want to make the decorator. So here for the example, I just want to make my function decorate1 as a decorator for me. So I have just done that thing. I just put the @ sign. And after putting that @ sign, I just wrote my function name for which I just want to make the decorator. Fine. Next, I would just make one more function. Let's say 1. Put the colon. And here I will just write print. And here I would just write here, yeah. Print, let's say ABCD. Fine. Let's quickly run that program. Okay, so here I cannot say anything because I haven't called any functions. Like I haven't called any function like that. So let's do one thing. Let's quickly call some function or something like that here. So what I would do, I would just like call my function that is exe, and I will put the brackets. Fine. I will just run my program. Okay, so what it is giving me, exe is not defined. Okay, because like, okay. Now what happens basically, I have made the decorator that is decorate1. I just want to show that basically how we make the decorators here, right? Just let me do one thing. Just let me erase this thing, and in place of this, let me write 1. Now it would be called because like 1 is a function. Fine, let me just quickly do that thing. Okay, so basically none type object is not callable. Okay, fine. Basically why it is showing me here, because here I have already made a decorator. So like whenever we just make a decorator, so basically like this we cannot call. So just let me do one thing, and just let me return here as return exe. Now it's fine. Now let me just quickly run the program. Fine. Basically now I am just getting that output that is executed ABCD, and now let's say that basically what order we are just getting here. Fine. Now basically what is happening here, firstly what I just missed that side, I just missed this return exe, okay, and I just like cannot directly call the functions outside my like function whenever I just made the decorator. So that is why it was resulting me error. Now the output which I am getting is the format of executed. Fine. Firstly, I'm getting the executed. Okay, that's absolutely fine. Now, after that, what I am getting here, I'm getting as ABCD. So, according to the like program which we have written, it should be executed, then done, and then ABCD, right? But it is not showing me that thing. It is like firstly showing me ABCD and then done. Why? Because just have a look here. Here what I have done, I have written this func func1. I have just called my function here, this parameter, right? That is func1 which I have just used. I have just written it here. Now, this parameter is of which function? This parameter is of the function that is decorate1. Fine. Now, here what I have done, I have made that decorator for the decorate1 function itself. So that is why it is giving me that done afterward, and it is giving me this ABCD firstly. Fine, so this is the okay. I'm so sorry. So yeah, that is okay. So this is the basically reason that's why it is just showing me the resultant as this like, and just let me quickly run it once more. And yeah, it is not showing me anything. Fine, it's absolutely fine. And I will just write here as 1 and I will just now again run that thing. Fine. So I hope now you just got the idea that basically how we can just run the program and we can just call the function, we can just run the function in the decorators, and basically how we just do the things in this decorator. And basically the main thing for this like program was how we just declare a decorator. Fine. So at the rate and decorate one. Now let's do one more thing. Let's quickly move toward the definition for ones. And now let's here see the definition that what was it written. So a decorator in Python is any callable Python object that is used to modify a function or a class. Fine. A reference to a function func or a class C is passed to a decorator and the decorator returns a modified function or a class. Yeah, it does that, right? It has returned me the modified one. The modified functions or classes usually contains calls to the original function func or class. So this was the same thing which our program did. So we have just done the same thing. We have just made a decorator and it has even returned us the called the original function. Fine. So this was the example for the decorators which we have taken for now. Fine. So this was the example for the decorators. Now moving towards our second topic for today, and that second topic is encapsulation. Now I was just telling you about the encapsulation and polymorphism in a very same file. So what I would do, I would just put a hash sign here. Okay, I would just write here as firstly I will just tell you about encapsulation. And I will just remove that one I. Fine. Now what here I would just do, I would just open the OneNote for now. I would just show you the definition for the encapsulation itself. Fine. So here just see the definition for the encapsulation. Let me take the polymorphism down. Fine. And just 1 second, just let me do one thing here. Just let me choose a specific one. Fine. Encapsulation is one of the fundamental concepts in object-oriented programming. It describes the idea of wrapping data and the methods that work on data within one unit. Fine. What it is encapsulation? So basically, firstly, it is a very fundamental concept in the object-oriented programming. That is OOPS, which we are just taking right now. And the second, what it is, it describes the idea of wrapping data and the methods that work on data within one unit. Within one unit basically means that within one function. Fine. Now, what I just want to mean from here, what example, what do I basically want to say from here? Let's see this thing through an example. So I will just write a program here. Fine. So what I would just do, firstly, I will just make a very simple class. Let's say the class is A. Now, basically, what is a class? What is an object? How we make a class? How we declare a class? How we make an object? For all these things, I have already made a separate video. Fine. So you can just go over the playlist and just see that the class and objects. You can just have a look over that thing if you just want to see that basically what a class is, how a class is made, what are objects, how are objects, and all that things. Fine. Class. I've just made a class here, and the name for the class is A. Now here coming inside my function, what I would just declare, I would just declare the init function. Fine. Now same thing about the init and self also. I've already made a separate video, so you can just go and have a look over that thing again. Fine. Def underscore init underscore and bracket itself. Fine. Self dot one. And even I'll just write underscore. Now basically what is this one? So one is one of the functions which I am going to make downside. So let's see that basically where I'm just going to make that thing. Here I would just make one more function. Okay. Now the name for my function would be first. Fine. First. First, and in bracket self would be automatically passed because here we have used the init function. That is why. Fine. I will just come down and here I will just write as okay print, and inside this print statement I would just give the print a statement as first function. Fine. Now, what else I have? Here what I would be doing, I would just taking another thing. I would just writing that one function which I have just declared above side, right? Def underscore one. Self would be automatically passed. And inside that print statement, what I am just going to write here, let's say I'm just going to write here as private function, okay? Okay, I don't know why this basically something in my keyboard or something, why this I is coming 2 times. Okay, private function. Okay, this time okay, fine. So here what I have done, I have just simply made a class that is A. Now inside that class I have just made a function that is div. Now that div function is basically init function which I have just made, and here I have just used myself and just called one of my function, that is one which I have just made here right now. So inside this one function what I have passed a statement that is private function. Then I have even made one more second function that is first, and inside that function what I have just written, I have written print first function. Now after coming out of my class, I will just make an object here. Let's say the object which I would be making is if you, and let's say fun is one of my name of the objects which I had made for my class, that is A. Okay. If I would just write here as fun dot first, okay, first, and I would just run this things and let's see that what happens basically. Okay, so now see here what I am getting here. As soon as I make the object for my class and as soon as I just run this first one, even this first one only, I am getting this private function and the first function both in the output. Now I would just explain you this thing in a while. For now, just let me write one more thing. I would just write here fun dot underscore one. Now here what I am doing, I'm just calling my one function also. See, okay. Now what happens here, basically have a look. One second, just one second. Okay. So firstly, I will just explain you this thing and then I will just explain you that thing. Fine. See, as soon as I just run my function that is first function using the object of my class, that is fun, I have just made that right now. And I have just run my function that is first. Now inside my first, what I was having stored as my first function. So this first function should be printed. No, but it is not doing the same thing. It is giving me the output as private function and then it is giving me the first function, right? So this is the basic idea for the encapsulation. This is how we just write a function program for the encapsulation. Let me just try that for the fun. Just one second. Yeah, fun dot underscore one and then the brackets. And just let me do one thing. Let me comment this thing. And now let's see that basically what happens here. Fine. Now here let's see that when I just call my function that is 1. Okay, so in that what it is giving me, it is giving me the output as private function. Just have a look over here. Fine. Now I'm not getting this output because of this one. Because I have called this one, I'm not getting this output. This is output I'm getting because I have made here the object for my function that is A. Fine. This is the main reason only, that why I was just previously also I was just getting the private function first and then I was just getting the output as first function. Fine. So this is the basic reason that we cannot just directly call this one, because here I have just written this one, and before this one also what I have done, I have just use the self dot underscore one. Fine. So this is the reason we cannot just call this one directly. Now this was about the encapsulation. Now just let me quickly comment this thing all above and let's move towards the polymorphism. So I hope by the example you must have got the idea that basically what is this encapsulation. Let me quickly revise that one more. So encapsulation is one of the fundamental concepts in the object-oriented programming. It describes the idea of wrapping data and the methods that work on data with one unit. Fine. Moving towards the polymorphism. So yeah, one second, just one second. Fine. So basically now what is the definition in polymorphism? In Python, polymorphism lets us define methods in child class that have the same name as the methods in the parent class. In inheritance, the child class inherits the method from the parent class. However, it is possible to modify a method in a child class that it has inherited from the parent class. Now, what it is showing here, what it is written a very long definition here, that in Python programming lets us define. Let's understand it line by line. So polymorphism lets us define methods in child class that have the same name as the methods in the parent class. Now, what it wants to say till here, this thing only, that polymorphism is a basically method in which we have a child class and the name for that child class have the same names which are in methods and the parent class. Fine, we'll just see the example right now, then you will just get to know that basically what is happening here. But for now, what you can just keep in mind that polymorphism lets us define methods in the child class that have the same name as the methods in parent class. Let's move towards the pie chart. Let's see a proper example this side. Fine. I would just write here an example and then you will just get to know that basically what I'm just trying to say. Let's say here I just made a class and the name for that class is mother. Fine. Okay. I just put a colon and inside this mother class, what I am going to do here is that I'm just going to make one function. Let's say the name for that function is act. Fine, and inside that self would be automatically passed because I have just made the class and the function here itself. Fine. So one of my class is mother. Fine, I have just made a class that is mother. Inside that class, what I have done, I have passed function, and that function is made a function. That function is act, and inside that function, I have passed the self. Now what I have here, let's say I just write a print statement. I would just write here print as dancing. Fine. What I have done, right now I have just made one of the function that is method, and I have just mother. Inside that I have just made a function that is act. Self is automatically passed on that, and basically print dancing. Dancing is basically printed here. Now what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to make one more function, right? Now that one more function is daughter. Okay. Now, daughter is another function which I have just made here right now. So, just let me do the D as capital for here, and I will just even put the colon here down. Now, here what I am going to do, I am just going to make the same function which I have made above, that is act. And inside that, I would just write the print statement. And inside print, I would just write singing. Fine. So, singing, okay, I is missed here. Fine. Now, for now, I have just made another class that was a daughter, and I had even passed one made one function inside the daughter class that is act. Fine. So def act, inside bracket I have passed self and print the singing. Fine. So this is basically what we just meant from that side, that from the class. Okay, hold on. Let me show that thing. So polymorphism lets us define methods in child class that have the same name as the methods in the parent class. So what I am just making here, I have just defined a method, right? That method is that. So daughter is my child class, my mother is my parent class. So I have defined the same methods in both the class. So that was which this is the same thing which a definition was saying, that polymorphism lets us define methods in the child class that have the same name as the methods in the parent class. Fine. So this was about the definition of the polymorphism. Let me quickly go to pie chart. Fine. Now let's quickly move downwards and let me take you to more down. Fine. Now here what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to make one final function that is if final, if I single I final. And inside the bracket, I would just pass here one parameter that is activity. Fine. Activity is one of my parameters which I would just passing inside the function, and that function name is final. Now after coming inside that, I would just write here activity. Okay. Fine, activity dot act. Now basically what I have just done, this activity, the parameter which was activity, with that I have just associated this act. Act were the functions which I have just declared inside my daughter class and even inside my mother class, right? These were the functions which we have just written that side. Fine. Now after coming out of my class and function, I will just declare one object. Let's say one is the object for my mother. Fine. So for mother, I have just made an object that is 1. Now for the daughter, I have made another object that is 2. Fine. Now I would just write here as final and in bracket 1, and here I would just write here as final and in bracket 2. And now let's quickly run that thing. Okay, so here I just got dancing and singing because firstly I have run the final one, and the one was having the object for mother. One is the object for mother. So in mother, what we were having? In mother we were, just let me show you here. In mother we were having the activity as the dancing. So dancing is printed as the output to me very first. And then in the daughter class we were having the activity as singing. And even here in the print statement also I have just written that final 2. right? So I've written is 2 afterward. That is why it is showing me singing afterwards. Now quickly exchange these things. I would just write 1 afterwards, and even I would just write this 2 first, okay? So here I have just written the 2 first and then 1 after. Now I will just quickly run that thing. See, now the output has changed, right? Now, firstly it is singing, and then secondly it is dancing. So the daughter class we have the singing, and for the mother we have dancing, because the daughter class was having the object as 2 and I have written that object 2 in the first time, okay? And the mother class was having the object as 1 and I have written this 1 in the afterwards of this 2. That is why it is resulting in the singing and dancing, the outputs like this. Fine. So this was about the polymorphism. Now let's once more go towards the definition. Fine. So above lines were done. So basically here it is written in inheritance, the child class inherits the method from the parents class. That is the same thing which we are doing right now. However, it is possible to modify a method in a child class that it has inherited from the parent class. So we are just even doing the same thing, right? We have taken the same function name for the child class and even for the parent class. The parent class was mother, right? The child class was daughter. So we have taken the same function name, that is actor, and after that when we had just made the objects for both of these classes and just run the program. So we just got a resulted and the desired output. Fine. So this was the example for the polymorphism. So till now we have completed the 3 topics, that are decorators, encapsulation and polymorphism. Now moving towards the setter methods. Fine. Now setter and getter, these two are the methods which are basically you can say just opposite to each other, or you can just say you can just say that these are little bit similar to each other. Now getter and setter methods. Fine. So let's quickly go to the one note and read the definitions, and then we'll just see that what are basically these using the examples. Fine. Okay. Firstly, read this down things. Whatever I have just written this downside, just read this for a while. For each instance variable, a getter method returns its value, while a setter method sets or updates its value. Given this, getter and setter are also known as accessor and mutator. So firstly, understand this thing, that the second name for getters and setters are accessor and mutators. So getter methods are also called as accessor methods, and setter methods are also called as mutator methods. So this is the first thing which you should remember while from this thing. Let me just highlight that thing for a while, and I will just take fine. Let me just choose this highlighter. Fine. So here from this, the getters and setters. Fine. Getters and setters are also known as accessor and mutators. Fine. Now come upwards. A method defined within a class can either be an accessor or a mutator, as I told, getter or setter. The second name is for getter and setter. An accessor method returns the information about the object but do not change the state or the object. Fine. Now what was this accessor methods? Fine. Now as I just told that accessor and mutator are the two things. So accessor methods is the getter methods. Fine. So the getter methods returns the information about the object but do not change the state or the object. So basically what they do, they only tells us and returns the information about the object, but they cannot change the state or the object basically, right? But what mutator methods or the mutator methods or the setter methods do, so mutator method also called an update method. So we have another name also, that is update method, can change the state of the object. So what is this mutator methods used for? They can change the state of the object, and the accessor methods cannot do that. So in terms of getters and setters, so getter method returns the information about the object but do not change the state or object, and the setter methods can change the state of the object. So let me just quickly take the font, and let's see that basically I can just write here something or like that. So let me just take this, and I would just take this typo. Fine. So here I would just even define the another name. So accessor is also called as, and yeah, just let me write here. Fine. So I would just put a slash here, and even I would just write accessor methods are also called as getters. Fine. So I would just write GETTER. So you can just do not get confused about this. So an accessor slash getter method. Fine. So getter. And here mutator is also called as the setter. So I would just put even a slash here this side. Okay. And I would just okay, 1 second. Fine. So this is called as setters. Fine. So this is the even like the second names for these all of these. A mutator methods can change the state of the object, and basically this like getter method return the information about the object but do not change the state. So for each instance variable, a getter method returns its value while a setter method sets or updates its value. So now by now till now you have just got the idea that what this setter and getter methods do. Now let's quickly move towards the pie chart and see the examples for both of these things. Fine. So let's write the program. Firstly, what I would just do, I would just like make it for the getter. So I would just like put a comment here. I would just write here getter method. Fine. Just go down. Now here I would just define a class first of all. I would just define a class and let's say the name for the class is flower. Fine. The flower is one of the class which I have just like defined right now. Now what next I have? Here inside this I would just make a init function. Fine. Init and this self is automatically passed inside that init. What else I have? I would just write here self dot type, as we have just made the class for a flower. The name for the name for our class is flower, right? So I would just like take that which type of flower it is, right? So I would just write a self dot type and here I would just like type specify particular type. And let's say that is sunflower. Fine. So I have just specified a particular flower type for this class, that is flower, and that type is sunflower. Now what I have just done right now, I have just made a class that is flower. Fine. I have just even like taken one function, that is init function, like define that function. Fine. After coming inside that function, I have taken the help of self and I have just write a self dot type, and type basically define that what type of flower I have, and that is sunflower. So sunflower is the string which I have just passed in the self dot type parameter. Now what I would do, I would just even make one more function. Fine. So here I would just declare the function, and yeah, I would just declare a function. Now the name for my function would be get name, as we are just gonna use that getter method. That is why I just written here as get name, and the self is automatically passed, as you can just see. Here I would just return self dot type. Now self dot type was one of the parameters, this one of the variables which I have just declared in the init function, right? So I have just returned that same thing. Return self dot type. Coming out of my class, what I would just do, I would just make the object here. I would just write f is equal to flower. Flower is the f is the object for my class, that is flower, which I have just made right now. F is equal to flower. Now what next I have here, I would just take a variable, that is a. Now here what I'm just going to use, I'm going to use the object of my class, that is f, and I'm just going to use my function which I have just made, that is get name, and I would just print here as print here as a. Fine. And now when I just run this program, so see here I just got the output, that is sunflower. So this is basically how we just write a program for the getter methods. So getter methods for what they do, they simply return us the information, right? They do not update or they do not change anything. They simply return us the information, whatever they are having. So here what I just did, let me give a recap that I've just made a class that is flower. Now after that class, inside that class I've just declared a function that was init. Now inside that init function I have just written self dot type, and the type for my flower was sunflower. Coming out of my init function but remaining inside my class, I have made another function. Now the function for my the name for that function is get underscore name. So here I just use my getter method. Fine. Now I just put the self. Now self was automatically there. So I just returned self dot type. Now self dot type was having the string. Is that a string which I have just stored in the form of a flower name, and that was sunflower, right? After coming out of my class and my functions, I have just taken and made a object for my class, that is f. My class was flower, so I just wrote f as my object and declared it as the f is equal to flower. Now coming to the next line. Excuse me, I have just taken another variable, that is a. Now I have written a is equal to f dot get underscore name. Now get underscore name was that function which we have just made for the getter method, and I have just simply printed a. So this resulted me the output as the sunflower. Now let's quickly move toward the OneNote one more time. Have a look at what I have written that time. And accessor/getter method returns the information about the object but do not change the state or the object, right? So basically what it is giving, it is giving it the giving us the information about the object but do not change the state or the object, right? So this was a small example for the getter method. Now let me just comment this thing and let's move towards the setter method, the last topic for today. So I would just like here comment and I would just write here as setter methods. Fine. Let's quickly write an example for this thing right now. So for that, what I would just make, another class and I would just close this output window for a while. Fine. My class would be same which I have just taken that time, that was flower. Fine, I've just put the colon, but I'm not going to copy even from my code also. I'm just going to write the whole thing like once more time. So def underscore init. This is the init function which I have just made. Now here I will just write self.type and I will just initialize the type of a flower. Let's say that was sunflower. We'll just take the same example. Fine. So this was just like same thing which we have taken above and I've just written that. What else I have? I would just make another function. Now, my function name would be a little bit different and that would be set underscore name. That basically means that here what I am going to do, I'm just going to, okay, what I have just taken right now, just let me backspace. Fine. One second, just let me write the correct name. Okay. So basically now set underscore name, this is our setter method, right? So previously in the example, what we have used in the place of the set, we have used get. That was being treated as the getter method. But here I have written as set, so this is being treated as the setter method. So def set underscore name and in bracket it is self. I will just write here self.type and let's say here I'm just going to give one more new name, that is Lily. Okay, let's say Lily is one of the other flowers which I have just like taken here. Fine. So def set underscore name, set underscore name is my setter method and the name for my function, and I have just like returned self.type is equal to Lily. Now what I would just do after coming out of my function, fine, after coming out of my function here, I would just like write f is equal to flower. I would just make the object for my class. I would just print. Okay, fine. One second. Yeah, I should be removed from this side and it should be added. Fine. Now listen to my words very carefully. I will just write here print f dot type. Fine, f dot type. This is done. Now I will just put a hashtag here and I will just write something here. This is like before using. Now what before using my set method. Fine, before using my set method, I'm just printing this f dot type. Now here what I'm just going to use, I'm just going to use my setter method which we have just taken right now. I would just write f dot set underscore name. I have just called my function this side, right? Now what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to write print and again I'm just going to write print dot type. And here I will just put a hashtag and I will like write a comment here and this would be after using. So after and then using. Now when I would just run my program, now see basically what will happen. See, firstly what I was getting sunflower. So that sunflower I just got from this line, that is print f dot type before using, that is line number 20 according to me. And here why I just got that, because here inside my init function I have written self dot type is equal to sunflower. What else I have done? Now here I have called my set name function. So this is basically the function setter method which I have used. So here what I have done, I have just changed the name. Now I have given the name of that type as a Lily. Basically before what I was just doing, I was just giving the name as sunflower. After that I have used my setter method, that is set underscore name, and I have simply given the new name as a Lily flower. And after calling of that, I just wrote print f dot type. So it showed me that after using this setter method, the output for you is Lily, right? So this is the example for the setter method which we have taken. Now let's do one more thing here. Let's take one more example here. Let's say what I would just write here one more time. Let's say the one more like example here. Fine. Class flower. Now inside this what I would just doing, I'm not going to make that init function and all that things. I would just write here def set underscore name. Now set underscore name is the function which I have just taken right now. Fine, and inside that is self is passed. Now with the self, what I am going to do here is that I'm going to pass one more parameter. So right now what I'm just telling you a short form for writing the set, for using the setter method. So I will just comment this thing. Fine. So here that is class is flower and def set underscore name self comma m. Now here what I am going to use here is that I'm just going to use self dot type. Okay, self dot type is equal to m. Now m was the parameter which I have like passed in my set underscore name function, right? So I've just wrote that self dot type is equal to m. Coming out of my class, I would just make one object for my class. F is equal to flower and then the bracket. Fine. So object for my flower class is f. I would just write here f dot set underscore name, and inside the brackets what I'm just going to write, I'm just going to write Lily. So this is basically one more method how you can just like use the setter methods. Fine. So f dot set underscore name Lily, and here I would just write print, and inside this print I would just write print f dot type. And this is basically after using, but this is the one more method how you can just use your setter method. So I will just run the program and here we'll just get the output that is Lily. Fine. So this is the basically way how we can just use the getter and setter methods in our Python programming. This was the way. So I'll just let me quickly give a recap for the getter and setter method. So basically for the getter method, what we have done, we have made a class. The name for that class was flower. I have passed a function. That function was init. Fine. Then inside that function, I have written self.type, and that was sunflower. The type for the flower I have given as sunflower. Then I have made another function that was get underscore name, and I have written self.type, return that. And after coming out of my class, I have just made the object and called my get name function, and it just simply printed me the output. And in the state name, what I have done, I have simply made one changement only. I have written here set underscore name, so use my setter method. And here inside that I have set a new name for my type whichever I was having. So I have just written self.type is equal to Lily. Fine. And here I just wrote my object for the class. I just printed f.type before using my set name, and I have just printed that f.type after using my set name. So I just got the desired output. The first I was just getting sunflower, right? And afterwards I was just getting Lily, right? So this was all about decorators, encapsulation, polymorphism, setter and getter method. So we have discussed 5 topics right now. Let me just quickly give you one more recap about the names of the topic that were decorators, encapsulation, polymorphism, setter and getter methods. Topics which we have not covered in the previous video. So topics for today are generators, map, reduce and filter functions, and at last we will be discussing about method overloading and overriding. So these are the topics for today, and today what we'll be doing, we're just completing the whole basics of Python playlist. Like all the topics which I have covered in my Hindi videos, today all of that would be covered in the English videos also, right? So this was the last video for this English. Fine. So let me quickly tell you that we are just going to discuss about the topics, and let me quickly revise the topics. So these are generators, map, reduce, filter functions, and then followed by method overloading and overriding. So we will be following the same procedure. Firstly, we will be just going to the OneNote, just having the definition, seeing the definitions that basically what are these terms, and then we will again come back to this pie chart and have a look over the practicals for the things, right? So let's begin the things for now. Okay, so this is my OneNote, and let's start for the Python generators. Fine. Okay, so now here it is written that Python generators are a simple way of creating iterators. It is fairly simple to create a generator in Python. It is as easy as defining a normal function, but with a yield statement instead of a return statement. Okay. Now, what does it mean? Basically, whenever we just define a function, right? So whenever we just define a normal function, what we do in the let's say we want to return something, right? Let's say I just want to return a cross a, or I want to return the addition of 2 numbers, okay, addition of those 2 variables. So what we do, we just write def, we just make that function, right? We just write def, our function name, and then we simply what we do, we just simply pass the parameters into that. Fine. Coming inside my function, I just write return a plus b. So there I just use the statement that is written. But in generators, what we do, we just make a function, but instead of that return statement, we use the statement yield, Y-I-E-L-D. So this is the statement basically which we use while writing the generators, while making the generators. So basically what are these generators used for? So as in the first and mentioned that Python generators are a simple way of creating iterators. Now, what is this iterators? Iterators means if you just want to print something turn by turn, then that is called iteration. Okay. Let's say you just want to print some numbers. Let's say you have a number limit and you want to print that numbers from this particular point to this point. Fine. So that is called iterator. So in that case, what we use, basically use the for loop. We do the iteration. Okay. We use for loop, or let's say we just use while loop. Fine. So generators are a simple way for creating that iterators. It is fairly simple to create a generator in Python. It is as easy as defining a normal function but with a yield statement instead of a return statement. Fine. Now last word I have just written here, if a function, okay, if a function contains at least one yield statement, okay, at least, now I just mentioned here the term that is written at least. If a function contains at least one yield statement, it may contain other yield statement or return statement, that is like optional. So just read that. If a function contains at least one yield statement, it becomes a generator function. Now here what is this written? But basically, if you are just making any function, let's say just find a function, and in that function at least you make one you made one yield statement, so that would be called as a generator function. Now that would not be called as a normal function. Fine. That would be called as a generator function. Now both yield and return will return some value from a function. So the basically work for the yield and return is same, that basically they will return some value for a function, but we just like usually make generators because these are the simple way for creating iterators. Right. So I hope you just got the idea that basically what are the generators used for, and basically why we just use a generator function instead of that normal function. Fine. And we just use the yield statement instead of that return. So in generator function we use the real yield statement, and in the normal functions we use the return statement. Fine. So this is the idea. Now let's quickly move towards the PyCharm and have some practical for this thing, right? So here I am in PyCharm and already made the files, okay? So by the time you can just like make one Python file, right? Let's start the thing. So firstly what I'm going to do, I'm just going to write and make a function here, right? As we just mentioned that it is generator is a function, right? As I just mentioned, the generator function thing. So I'm just gonna make one function. So I would just write dev, and here in the bracket I would just pass some parameters. Before passing some parameters, I would just give the name. So the name for my function is 1. Let's say 1, okay? And in the bracket I'm just gonna pass a comma b. So these are the arguments, or the you can say parameters, which I have just passed in my function. Now as we mentioned in that side, that basically what we do, we write yield, okay? Instead of the return statement, we write yield. So I would just write here as yield, okay? One I is like written here, yield a, okay? So if I just want to return a, in place of that return, I would just write yield. And I would just again do the same thing, yield b. So now what it will basically do, what function it will do, basically it will return me the values for a and b, okay? The function of that yield is also same, that it returns some values. Fine. Now next what I would just do, I would just take two values, p comma q. Fine. P comma q, let's say two variables I have just taken, and I just call my function, and here I just pass 2 comma 4. Fine. And here what I would just write, I would just write print p, and here I would just write as, okay, single I, and print q. Fine. So this was the shortest program which we have just written right now. And yeah, just have a look here what I just got as the output. I just got the output as 2 and 4. Fine. So this is the idea. Basically, this is how we make a generator function. Now here I have been make a normal function. I have made a generator function as mentioned in definition, that whenever you use at least one yield, at least single yield in your program, then that program turns to be your generated function. So here what I have done, I have used at least one yield statement, right? So that is why my program has been turned into my generator function, and instead of that return I have written yield. So that is why this is one of my generator functions. Fine. So this idea, I hope this must be clear to that to you, that basically what is the generator function and how we can just make a simple program and write a program for the generator functions. Fine. Now let's move forward. Now let's say here I just make a variable. Let's say, okay, I just wrote a variable. Fine. And now here what I'm just gonna give, I'm just going to pass some values, pass 2 comma 4, let's say, okay. So here what I have done, I have made another variable, that is final, is equal to, now what is this one? Was my name of the function. Let's go above and check out. Okay, so this is the name of my function, right? So I hope this is zoom in, right? So it should be visible to you. Fine. So 2 and 4 the same values which I have passed. And now here what I would just write, I would just write as print, and here I would just write as final and single I final. Fine. Now let's quickly run that once more. Fine. Okay, so basically what it is giving me, it is giving me generator object at generated object 1 at the something it is giving me. So just let's see who that basically what is happening here. Let me just comment this thing for a while. And let's see now that basically are we just getting any answer from this final is equal to 1, 2, 4 print final or not. Or basically it is only showing me that this is a generator function. So basically now what it is giving me, it is giving me that generated object 1 at this position. So basically this is the positional index, you can just say. Now what it is giving me, why it is giving me the same thing? Because here what we have done, here I have to pass two values A and B, right? And I have done yield A and yield B, but here I haven't taken two parameters. I have just commented that thing. I have simply taken a single variable and I just simply printed that. So that is why I'm just getting that output. Okay. Now let's comment this thing once more. Okay, not now. Now here let's say if I just want to check that what is the type for this print, and I would just write here as type. And here I would just write as final. I want to check that what is the basically type for this final. Okay, whatever we have written, what is its type. Now I will just run this one. See, basically what it is saying me that it is of generator class. Previously it was telling me generator object, and now it is saying me that the class is generated. Fine. So I hope you just got the idea that here we have, and even I have proved also that we have made a generator function here in this example because I have used this yield statement, and wherever I'm going to use this yield statement, so it is going to be our generator function only. Fine. So this is the idea. Now what else we can do here? What else like function we can just perform here? Now let's say I just want to convert this into list. Now I just want to do some typecasting or things like that. Okay, I would just write here list 1. Okay, list 1. Let's say this is one of my variables which I have just made right now. And what I would do, I would just write here as list. I'm just typecasting. Now, what does this typecasting means? And how many types of typecasting we can do, and all these things. For this, I have already made one of my videos. You can just go and have a look over that video and just see that basically what does this typecasting means. And here I'm performing the explicit type conversion. Okay. You can just go and have a proper look over that video so that you can just get a better idea of whatever I'm doing here, right? So list 1 is equal to list, and in the bracket I'm just going to write as final. So final is my variable which I just want to convert into list. Fine. Now what I'm just going to do here, I'm just going to print my list 1. Okay. Print my list 1. Fine. And even I just want to keep the type also, that what is the basically type for this list 1. So I will just write here as type, and so basically, what is the data type for this list one, right? I just want to check that thing also. Okay, just hold on for a second. Let me, yeah, I cannot comment that thing. So I can just comment this thing right now. This one. Okay, let's not do that thing. Fine. Let's run that like this only. Fine. So from above, I was just getting these two outputs. Now, let's have a look that from this and this what I'm getting. So here what I'm getting as the output, and my like variables have been converted into list. The values which I was getting, they have been converted into list, right? 2, 4. And here what it is now showing me, it is showing me that like class which you are having, that is of the list data type. Fine. So here what I have just done, I have just done the typecasting and just printed that thing. Fine. So I hope you just got the whole idea that basically how does this yield function works. Okay, so this was a short example for this yield function. Now this is not enough for now. We are just going to see some more functions on this generator function. Okay, move towards the next example. Here I will just make the same function, div 1. Okay, now here what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass the same values which are a comma b. Fine. I would just like go here, I would just write yield, okay, yield, okay, d, yield a, and here even I would just write as, okay, let me just do enter. Fine. And here I would just write as yield b. Fine. So a and b. Now what else I'm going to do here, I'm just again going to make that final is equal to 1, and here I will just pass as 2, 4. Fine. Now here what I am going to do here is that I'm just going to print that final, let's say. Now this was the same thing which we have done right now, right? We have just seen all these things, so I'm not going to run that. Now If I just want to check the type, that will be also generated. Now I'm not going to write that thing also here. Fine. Now what next, like new thing I have here? Here we have one function that is next. Print next, and in bracket I'm just going to write the final. Now let's run this for a while. Let's run this. See, as soon as I wrote next, what I just got here as 2. Now see one more thing here. I'm just going to write this thing once more. I would just write here print. Again I would just write next, and again I would write as here final. Okay, final. And now when I would just run this thing once more. See, now what I just got 2 and 4. So basically what is this next function used for? If you just want to get your values turn by turn, let's say you have entered here 2 values, that is 2 and 4, right? So if you just want to get your values one by one in the sense that firstly you want only your first value should be displayed, right? And then secondly you want your second value should be displayed. Then let's say you have here many values, then you want your third value to be displayed. So this is the procedure, this is the use of the next function, that basically if you're having a particular value and you want to just display that value once, and then you want to display the second value, then you want to display the third value, you don't want to display the whole all the values in one go. So in that case we basically use the next function. Fine, I hope you got the idea. As soon as you run the program, you must have got the idea basically what does this next function do. Fine, so this was one more example. Now moving towards the last example for this yield function. Now for this generator function. Now let's see the last example for this generator function. Fine. Now again I'm just going to make one function. Now I will just change the name of the function, that is 2. Okay, I will just write here a comma b. Now here inside this I will just apply some condition. Fine. While a is less than equal to b. Here I have just applied one condition, that while a is less than equal to b. Now here what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to write here as yield. Now you write, like we know why I have written yield, because I just want to make it my generator function. Fine, yield a. And here what I would do, I would just do the iteration, that is a is equal to a plus 1. Fine. Now what I would do, I would just come out of my function and I would just make a variable here, let's say final. I would just write here as 2. I would pass the values. Okay. Now I would just print print, and here I would just write as final. So you would know that what will be the output. So let me just quickly run that thing. Fine. So here we just got that generator object to our this position. Now we will follow the same procedure. If I just want to display these things one by one, so what I am going to use, firstly I would just write here as print. I would write here as next, and in the bracket I would write my term, that is final, and let's run that for now. Fine, so here you can see that my first value has been generated. Now just see the values which I have given 2, 5. So even I have given 2, 5, even I have just given a condition that print me the values till at that point, till the point a is less than equal to b. Now if I'm just going to write this print once more, I would just write here as print next and then final. Now what I am going to get, now don't be in that mistake that you're going to get 5 as the output. No. Why? Because here we have applied the condition, that is while loop. Here I have given the condition a less than equal to b. It got inside this while loop yield a. Fine. It printed me a. And then a is equal to a plus 1. So here what is happening? Here the value of a has been incremented also. Is been incrementing. Incrementing means, so here it was the value of a was 2. Now the value for a has become 3, and now when I'm just going to run my program, now see here what I just got 2, 3. So this procedure will carry on till 4. Fine. So sorry, till 5, because here we have the condition that while a is less than equal to b. So I would just copy this single line and I will just paste it for 2 more times. Okay. Now I would just run this. Fine. Okay, so see here what I got 2, 3, 4 and 5, right? So this was the proper output which I just got. And now let's see if I just print this next once more. My condition is false this side, right? For this line number 32, my condition would be so false, because we have given the value for a as 2 and the value for b as b, and we were b as 5. And we were having the condition that a is less than equal to b. Yeah, that is going to be false. But what are we going to get here? Let's see that thing. Now, here see that firstly I just got the output 2, 3, 4, and 5. This is a desired output. Now what it is saying? It is saying stop iteration. Stop iteration means my iteration has been stopped here. So this line, last line which you have written, that is not valid because only the condition which you have given is while a less than equal to b. And the values were 2 and 5. So I would be printing the values only till 5. If you have written next, then I would just give you the error that stop iteration. Now you need not to do the iteration because your condition is now being false. Fine. And after your while condition, nothing would be printed. Fine. So this was the idea about using the generators, right? So I hope you just got the idea that basically what are generators and basically how we just use the generators. Fine. So let's do one thing. Just quickly go to that OneNote once more and read out the definitions, whatever we have written, right? So the first thing was Python generators are simple way of creating iterators, right? So you have seen that thing here, right? We have just done 3 examples. In that, we have just seen the things. Second, it is fairly simple to create a generator in Python. It is as easy as defining a normal function, but with a yield statement instead of a return statement. So basically what it is saying, it is purely simple to create a generator in Python. Yeah, that's easy, right? As we just normally declared one of the function, and inside that function simply instead of the yield we just use the return. Okay, so that was as simple as like it is written here. But only the case was that instead of that return statement we need to use the yield. Now, third thing, if a function contains at least one yield statement, it becomes a generator function. Fine, both yield and return will return some value from a function. This was about the generators. Now let's move towards the PyCharm IDE for once more, and here let's move towards the second topic for today, and that are map, reduce, and filter functions. Now we are going to see that basically what okay, before map, reduce, and filter, let's see this method overloading and method overriding. Fine, let's solve these things and then we'll move towards the map, reduce, and filter function. So let me just take it upwards and let me just close this thing for a while. Fine. So here I have already written some definitions for the overloading and overriding itself. Let's quickly read that. What are these? So overloading is the ability of a function or an operator to behave in different ways based on the parameters that are passed to the function or the operands that the operators act on. And what is this overriding? So the method of the child class overrides the method of the parent class when called by an object of the child class. This is called method overriding. Now, the definitions looks a little bit of typical, a little bit of lengthy and things like that, right? Now, I would be explaining you each and every line, but before that, let's quickly see one example for the method overloading, fine? Now, what it says basically, method overloading is the ability of a function or an operator to behave in different ways, okay? Now, what is this like overloading? It is the ability of a particular function. Let's say we have a particular function. Now, it is the ability of that function or you can say just an operator also to behave in different ways based on the parameters that are passed to the function or the operands that the operators acts on. Fine. Let's see an example for this, okay? Let's go and see one example and then you will just clear more. Fine. So as this is the topic of for my classes, so even I will just make one class and I will just name my class as A. Now here what we are just going to, let's say I just made a function here, okay? Let's say I made a function def add. Okay, self is automatically passed because I have made my class here, fine. Now here let's say I just pass some values. My value A is equal to none. Let's see here I just pass the value for A. I would do the same thing for B itself. And even we have one last variable that is C also, fine. So A, B and C is equal to none. Fine, this is done. Now, let's say here I want to give some conditions inside my this function, okay. Let's say if let's say I'm just writing a program. Let's say if not A not equal to none, okay. A not equal to none and B not equal to none and C not equal to none. C not equal to none. Fine. Let's say I just give a condition here, very simple condition. Let's say A not equal to none and B not equal to none and C not equal to none. That means A, B and C. both of all the three are having some values stored in them, right? Then then take a variable that is p and add all the three values. Okay, fine. So here now what I have just written, I have written, let's say I had just made a function, right? The function was like add. Okay, inside that I have passed some a, b and c, three parameters, and I have done their values as none. None means that right now they are not having any of the values stored in them. Fine, because we will be giving the values at the time of the function calling. Fine, this is only the function declaration. So after inside that function, what I have done, I have just given one condition. Okay, and my condition is if the value for a is not equal to none, that is the variable which I have just taken here, that is a, it is storing some value. Let's say we have just given some value to that a, and we have given, and b is not equal to none, that is we have given some value to b also, and c is not equal to none, that is we have given some value to c also. Then take a variable that is p and add all of these three, that is a, b and c, add all of three. Fine, this is the first condition which I have just written. Here I would just put one elif. Fine. After using that elif, I would just apply one more condition. If a not equal to none and b, or small b, b not equal to none. And what I have just made in some mistake this side. Fine. If a not equal to none and b not equal to none, then what do? Then take the same variable, and now what to do? Add only a and b. Fine, add only a and b. Previously what we were giving, if all the three values are given into this function, then add all of these three values. Now, next thing, that if only two values are given, then add only those two values. Fine. And my third condition, third and the last condition. Okay, this is we cannot add only one number, right? If we must have two or three numbers for adding, we cannot add a simple number. So if my these of two conditions do not satisfy, then print me a statement that give at least two numbers. Okay, just let me go here. Yeah, give at least two numbers for addition. Okay, for addition. So now here what I'm just saying that give me at least two numbers for each. I cannot add one number for it, right? I cannot add one number, right? So give me at least two numbers for addition. And I don't know, basically just hold on. Fine. And go above. Fine. So I have just made my class here. Now after coming out of my class here, what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to call firstly I'm just going to make the object of my class. So let's say I made that obj. Fine. My class name was A. Print. And here firstly I would just write my object, that is obj. Now I put a dot, I would just write my function name. Let's say firstly I would just give two values. Let's say I just give the value 3, 4. Okay. And I would just run my program. Now I would just get, see, okay, here what I'm just getting none. Why I am getting this thing none? Let's see. Okay. Fine. So let's do one thing. Let's remove these none, none, and none, all of these three from here, and I will just remove this thing for right. Now let's quickly run that once more. Okay, add missing one required positional argument. See, have I done something wrong here? I don't know, self comma a comma b comma c. Fine, if a not equal to none and b not equal to none and c not equal to none. Okay, then p is equal to a plus b plus c. Fine, if a not equal to none and b not equal to none. So p is equal to a plus b. Fine, that's also fine. Else print me this thing. Then what mistake have I made here? Obj is equal to a, and yeah, print obj dot add in brackets 3, 4. Let's say I just wrote here one value right now. Okay, I just gave one value. Yeah. Okay, just one second. Just quickly pass. Let me pass none here. Once more. Okay, none. Here also none, and here also none. Fine. Okay. Obj dot add to, and now let's quickly run that thing once more. Okay, so basically firstly it is giving me give at least two numbers for addition. Okay, now that's now like this function is running absolutely fine. So basically it is saying me that give at least two numbers for addition. Fine. Now what else we should do? Let me just change some values. Let me here give two values. Let's say I just give three values, 3, 4, 5. And now let's say I just want to run this. Okay, it's showing me none. I don't know why. Basically it is doing that thing. And even let's check that. Let me just print your P. Okay, print P. And here also let me just print and P. Fine. And I'll just run this for once more. Okay, so basically now what it is giving me, it is giving me the answer that is 12. Fine. See now what is the addition for 5, 4 and 3? So addition for all these three is 9 plus 3, that is 12. So it is giving me even the 12 as the value. Now why it is giving me none? Let's see that quickly also. So I don't know, like okay. Let's try some more things and then we'll just see that basically why it is doing. So at last we'll just see this thing, okay? Let's take this thing till the last, right? So here I have just given three values and it showed me the addition. Now let's say I just remove one more value and I will just now again run that. Now see, it is what it is giving me. It is giving me the value as 7. That is also fine. Let's say I just gave one only argument here. Now if I just run that once more, so it will give at least two numbers for addition, right? So my program is running like absolutely fine. Now why did I just show you this program right here and why did I just wrote that thing? Because I want to prove the method overloading. Right now you have written a simple program for the method overloading. This is basically how the method overloading works, right? This is how, as I told, this is how basically the method overloading works. Fine, and let me just go above and show you the definition for once more. So overloading is the ability of a function or an operator to behave in different ways, right? What was my function doing? My function was having different conditions and it was behaving in different ways, right? Based on the parameters that are passed to the function. So when I just passed two parameters, it added to those two parameters. When I passed three parameters, it added those three parameters. When I did not pass any parameter, then what it did, it simply did not added any and it resulted me the output that give at least two numbers for addition, right? So this is basically what is called as method overloading. Ability of a function or an operator to behave in different ways based on the parameters that are passed to the function or the operands that the operator acts on. Fine. So this is what called as method overloading. Fine. Right now we have just seen an example for method overloading. So now just let me quickly comment the things right here and we'll just see that one more example for the method overriding. Fine. So let's see the definition for this method overriding once. So basically now what does this method overriding say? The method of the child class overrides the method of the parent class when called by an object of the child class. This is called method overloading. Now what just like meant here, what do I just said? So the method of the child class. We have child class and parent class, right, in the classes? Now, if you just want to know that basically what are classes and what is the child class, what is the parent class, you can just go and look at my previous videos in which I have explained about the classes and objects, fine. So you can just go and have a look. There you will just get all the insights about the child class, parent class, classes, objects and all that things, fine. Now, let's take the things here right now. The method of the child class overrides the method of the parent class. So the child class, the like method which we have introduced, which we have written in a child class, that is being override by the method of the parent class when called by an object. Fine. Whenever we just called a function, okay, a class using our object. So whatever the method we have written in child class, that overrides the method whatever you have written in the parent class, and this procedure is only called as method overriding. Let's see an example and then you will just get a clearer idea about this thing, right? Let's say here I just made the function, okay, and the name for my function is sub. So basically what my function would do, firstly I'm just making a class, fine. Now inside this I would just make a function, I would just write here as out. Now what my subclass will do, my subclass will do the subtraction for two numbers, fine, you subtract two numbers. Here I would just write as print and here I would just write as subtract Okay, TRAC, subtraction is fine, and this colon here comma, and here I will just write as a minus b. Okay, subtraction is a minus b. Fine. Sorry, yeah, we have taken a minus b. That's right. Now, what else I would do? I would just make one more class, and now this class would be div. So basically, this class would what do? This class will do the division. Now, I would keep the name of the method same, right? As I just mentioned above, the methods, right? So method is my function only, right? I would again pass the same parameters a comma b, and here I would just apply that print statement print, and here I would just write subtraction is okay. Okay, tion, that was t. Okay, and I would just not the subtraction, I just need to write here as division, fine, division. I don't know like why this I is coming double times right here, fine. So division is, I would just put this colon, and here I will put a comma a by b, right? So this is a division for both of these numbers. So here what I have just done right now, I've just made two classes, sub and division, fine. Inside my subclass, I have taken a function that is out, and basically what it is doing, it is subtracting the two numbers. And in my division class also, I have taken the same function that is out, and even it is also doing the division of two numbers, fine. Now I would just come out and make the function like object for my child class, as we mentioned above, that object for the class, child class. So the object for my child class, what is my child class? My child class is div, and my parents class is sub. Okay, now I have just made the object. Now here I would just write d dot out, and in the bracket I would just write, let's say 15 comma 5 are the values which I have just given. If I would just run my program now, just see here that what I just got it, I just got the division is 3.0. Fine, I just got the division, and that division is 3.0, and this is the same thing, like this is the correct thing which my div class was doing. My div class was having a function in it, and that function was basically performing the division for two numbers, right? And this is the like correct output which I got. Now, what was the definition? Now just pay attention to what the definition. The method of a child class overrides the method of the parent class when called by an object of the child class. Here what is happening? The method for my parent class was out. The method for my child class was also out. So whenever I have called my class using my this object of, like whenever I have called my function using the object of my child class, so basically what it is doing is it is overriding the method of my parent class, that is it is overriding this out function, and instead of this it is overriding that, right? My child class, my div class is overriding the method of this subclass, and basically in the output, that is why I was getting the output in the division, because my parent class, that is my subclass, that has been overridden, fine. So this is the whole idea about the method overloading and overriding, that basically these two concepts are a little bit similar to each other. Let's quickly have one more time the definition for both of these. So the overloading is the ability of a function or an operator to behave in different ways based on the parameters that are passed to the function or the operands the operators act on, fine. So this thing I have just now proved with a very simple example. Moving towards the method overriding. So the method for the child class overrides the method of the parent class when called by an object of the child class. This is called as method overriding, right? So I hope you just got the whole idea about the method overloading and overriding. Now let's move towards the map, reduce and filter functions for today, fine? Now, what are basically these three functions and what are these three used for? Let's go to OneNote and have a look over the definition and use for these functions, fine. So here it is written, map, filter and reduce are paradigms of functional programming. Fine, that is okay. They allow the programmer, that is you, to write simpler, shorter code without necessarily needing to bother about loops and branching. Now, this is the main function, this is the main use, that basically why we just use the map, filter and reduce function. So basically what they do, they allow the programmer, that is you, to write simpler, shorter codes, fine, without needing to bother about loops and branching. Essentially, these three functions allow you to apply a function across a number of iterables in one fell soup. Okay, map and filter come built in with Python and require no importing. Reduce however needs to be imported as it resides in the func_tools module. Right, so basically from here what we can just conclude from this, okay, just let me close this thing and let me find. So I just like, okay, so basically what we can just conclude from here that map, filter and reduce, these three are the functions which are basically used to write the simpler and the shorter codes. Fine, let's quickly see some examples for all of these three. So let me go to the PyCharm and yeah. So firstly we'll be just seeing about the maps. I would just put some hash, even I would just put some dash and I would just write here as map. Okay, and even I will just again put some hash. Fine. Let's write some program for the map. Now let's say here I have a number that is num. Okay, let's say I have a variable num and let me just take it to backside, otherwise it will show me indentation errors. Fine. So num is equal to, now here let's say I just declare a list. Okay. Now what is list? How we declare that? I would just repeat the same thing that I have already covered the topics in my previous video. So you can just go and have a look over there. Fine. 2, 3, 4. Fine. So this here I just made a simple list. Fine. So this is a list which I have just made that right now. What next I have here? Next I would be just taking, let's say I just take variable sq. Fine. Now here I just wrote list list. Fine. Here I would be using my map function. Fine, map. Inside this map I would be using my lambda function. So basically we use the lambda functions with the map, reduce and filter. So both with all these three functions we can use the lambda functions. So the sq is one of my variables. I just put equal to sign list, and list was my type, data type. I put the map. Map is the function, and inside that I use the lambda. Lambda x is I would put the colon. So here, what I would be doing, I would just multiplying x and x. That means I'm just going to square both of these values, right? So x comma x, and here I would just put a comma, and here I would just write as num. So this means what it is going to do, it is going to give me the square. Fine, and I will just write here as sq. Now first let's quickly run it and see the output for it. Fine. Now see that here what did I get? I just got the values and the squares for all of the values which I have written in my list. So if I'm just going to do this thing using my for loop, using my condition, so it will take 5 to 6 lines of code, right? It will take my code to just double or just triple lines. Fine. So whatever code we have written, it will just take it to double or triple. But using my map function, what I have just done, I have just used written this code in a very single line with 2 lines for the declaration, only 1 line for the whole concept, right? So this is basically, it was written previously that map, reduce and filter. All these three functions are basically used to write your code shorter and make your code simpler and yeah, all that things. Fine. So this was the use of my map function. Now let's say I just x multiplied by this was the square. Let's take some more examples here. Fine, I would just comment this thing for a while and I will even close my output window. Fine. Here let's do one thing. Let's make some functions. Okay, I would just make a function diff and the name for my function would be square, and in bracket I would pass in the parameter as a. Fine, and here I would just return. Now here I'm using return because I want to make a normal function, not a generator function. Fine, that is why I'm just using the return. If I need to make a generator function here also, then I would be passing that yield instead of this return. Fine. Now that way square is done, and the third one which I'm basically I'm just going to make cube. Is here also I would pass a, and I would just return a multiplier. Okay, just one second. Where is my multiplication? Okay, a multiplication, a. Fine. I have just made 2 functions right now and just return the values in that. That's okay. Now here what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to make a function is equal to, and here I will just write as square, comma and cube. I will just write the name of both of the functions which I have just made right now. Fine. Now what I would just write, I would just write for I in range. Okay, for I in range. Now here what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to pass the value as 4 here. Fine. I would just go inside. Now here I would just use as value is equal to list. Fine. Here in the bracket I would just use as map. Map is my function which I'm just using, and I would just use as lambda here. Lambda. Fine. I would just lambda x colon x of x of I. Fine. One single I. Just 1 second. Fine. And now what I would be doing, and here I would be putting one command. I would just writing here as function. Function was the variable in which we have stored both of the functions, that was square and cube. Fine. I would come out of my function right here and I would just print here value. Fine. And I would just run my program for now. See what I just got here. I just got the values as 9,27. Fine. So this is the whole idea about using this like a cube and return functions this side. Fine. Now if I just take this print inside my this class, okay, inside this, and now if I just run my program, okay, then just let me do it. Fine. Now what it is giving me? It is giving me the square and it is even giving me the cube of or the 4 values which we have taken. So I have taken the range as 4. Okay, so it will go from 1 till 3. So 0 till 3. So 0 square for 0 is 0 and cube for 0 is also 0. Same condition with 1. The square for 2 is 4 and the cube for 2 is 8. The square for 3 is 9 and the cube for 3 is 27. And series still will go on. Like whatever the value you are going to like mention here, the series will go on till that thing. Fine. This is the whole idea about using the map function. How you can just reduce your code, how you can just make your code simpler by using the map function. That thing I have just showed you right now. Fine. So this is about the use of map function. Now let's comment this thing quickly and let's do the things for reduce and filter itself. Fine. So I would just go down and here I would just like write here as I would put that comment itself, right, as we have done previously. So this, and here I would just write as okay, I would just use as my filter function, because in that reduce you will be just using to like import something, right? I would just use here as filter, because in the reduce we will be using some extra like modules, we will be importing module, right? So first finish up with filter. Now here let's say I just quickly make a list one. Okay, one of my list I have just made and I just put some values 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, here I would just make a function def greater. Fine. Def greater, and in bracket I'm just gonna pass as number. I will just put the colon and then down. And here I would just write as return number greater than 1. Okay, return number greater than 1. And here I would just write as greater is equal to list. Now here what I'm just going to use, I'm just going to use my filter function. Okay, filter. And here I'm bracket, I'm just going to pass the greater is one of my functions. And here what I have the list one. So list one is the variable in which I have stored my values, and here I would just print as greater. So print greater. Now let's quickly run the program. Fine. Okay, so what I just got here, I just got the values as 2, 3, 4 and 5. So one is basically the condition which I have just given here, that print me all of the numbers which are greater than 1. So it printed me 2, 3, 4 and 5 because all of these 3 are, all these 4 are greater than 1. Let's I just change the condition and just make it to 3. Okay. Now in the output I would be getting only and only 4 and 5 because only 4 and 5 are greater than 3 and rest 1, 2 and 3 are less than, 1 and 2 are less than 3. Yeah. So that's the idea about using that filter function. Basically this is how you can just use your filter function for making any program easy and simpler. Fine. Moving towards the last topic for today, and here I will just put some comments and here I will just write as reduce. So as mentioned in the definition, and as I have also told that using the reduce function, what we'll be needing, we'll be needing to import a like particular module, right? So that import I would just write here as from func tools. So func tools is the module from which you'll be importing, right? From func tools import reduce. Reduce is the function which we have imported right now. Okay. I would just make one list. Let's say the name for my list is list2. Fine. I would just put a equal to sign. Inside this I will just pass some values. 5. Let's say 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 9. Done. Now what I'm just going to do here. Let's say I just wrote here num is equal to. Now let's say what I just want to do. I would just want to add I like add numbers. I just want to get the final sum of all of these numbers. Fine. So if I just want to do this thing using my for loop, then how would I have done that thing? I'm just going to tell you this thing right now. Okay. Now I would just write here for I in list 2. Okay. I in list 2. Let's say I just want to get the sum of all of these numbers. So for like that thing, what I have done using my for loop, how I have done. So I've written for I in list 2. Okay. What else I have done? I have written here num is equal to num plus I. Okay, num is equal to num plus I. And here inside, like after this, I have printed my num. Fine, print num. So this is how basically I have done my program if I just want to get the sum of all of these numbers using my for loop. So sum which I just got here is 35. That is fine. Okay. Now, how my things can become very simple using my reduce function. I will just show you that thing. So using that for loop, we have just written this thing like this, right? Now I would just do same thing. I would just write here num is equal to, here I would just use my function that is reduce. Fine. Reduce here I would just use as okay, lambda. Fine, lambda x comma y. Okay, lambda x comma y. I would put the colon. Now here what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to do x plus y. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass as list 2. Fine, and I would just print my num. Print num. Now let's quickly run that thing. Now see here what I'm just getting. I'm getting the same output which I have got using my for loop. Basically this is how you can use your reduce function, your map function, your filter function to make your codes written simpler, easier, like easy to understand and all that things. Fine. So here I have just written that code in 4 lines and here I have just written that in single 1 line. Fine. So this is the use of reduce, map and filter functions, right? So I hope today you just got all the all idea about the topics which we have discussed. First one was the generators. We have discussed about that what are generators, what is the use of making generators. Then we have seen method overloading and method overriding, that what are these like used for. Thirdly, what we have seen the map, reduce and filter functions, all of these 3 functions, fine. So this is like whole Python topics which I have covered right now. Okay, so this was the all of the topics which we can take in Python basically, fine. Now this is like whole course for that Python is completed right now. Okay, so just 1 second, I just want to, yeah. So basically one thing just right here, one thing right now, what we have discussed basically in my last video, what I have discussed, I have told you about decorators, right? So in that we have just taken very first example. So I was just telling you how to delete and how to copy that number. So in that basically we were just getting one error, right? So let's quickly see that what was that error and how to just solve that thing. Then we'll just end this video, fine. Here what I have done, I have just made that fun1 function, right? So here what I have done, I have just forgot to put these brackets this side. Fine, fun2 is equal to fun1, and yeah, I just remove this thing for a while and I would just like run this once. Fine, I would just run it for once. Okay, so now what it has been, it has printed me, it has now printed me fun with data science, fun with data science. So basically what was happening, and yeah, just let me just comment this down one. Okay, I just 1 second. Okay, fine, now let's run that once more. Okay, now see basically what is happening now. Again here it is printing me fun with data science second time. Even I have deleted my fun2 because I have made the copy of this one. Okay, so that is why it is printing me the same thing right now. Okay, so I hope you just got the whole idea about the generators, about the method overloading and overriding, about the decorators which we have, about the map, reduce and filter functions which we have discussed later. So here we complete the whole basics for Python course.